PMR go down, Reject go down, so 2 teams that had so just as Dogma and Reject is
shooting in his direction. Jimmy runs out of bullets and some, but will still be
骑马射箭
Tapi dia sempat masuk ke dalam, maka dia masih lagi.
ngay trong game thi đấu đầu tiên sai lưng
Shit
หลังต้นไม้มีหนึ่ง
đi đi một sự khác
Game ni Gua bakal bergantung benda ni.
Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka military base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat because there are tons of random discounted items. So keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! In the upcoming version 2.2 update, we will launch a new 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa. This is PUBG Mobile's most compact and combat-intense map to date. Without further ado, let's head in for a look. Nusa is a tropical island with beautiful scenery and lush foliage. Within the compact 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, you'll find Flame Village, the Science Center, the Shipyard, Bulan Bay, Telepac Town, Regal Resort, Sunset Street, Pink Beach, Love Island, the Cavern, and Crystal Bay. These are the 11 main areas. The island is made up of undulating terrain. There are buildings scattered around, providing a unique combat experience for players. Flame Village is located at the center of Nusa. The terrain near the village is flat. Other than a few brick buildings, all it has are straw huts. Hills surround the village, so players have to think about how to hide themselves in the valley. On the hill to the south of Flame Village is the Science Center. The design of the modern satellite orbital roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Every floor is filled with supplies, with locations for intense combat. The top floor has multiple platforms. Although players there get a bird's-eye view of the area, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. It comes with a risk. The shipyard is in the northern part of the map. The ship anchored there divides the shipyard into 2. The containers in the area are packed close together, and there are elevated platforms throughout. Surrounding containers will provide cover during combat in this area. There are a bunch of buildings around the beach to the west. This area is called Bulan Bay. The area is divided into 3 parts. The buildings here are simple wooden huts. The surrounding hills end in 2 cliffs by the beach. Players can gain a bird's-eye view of the entire terrain, observe enemy movement, as well as put pressure on those in buildings and on the beach. Telepac Town is on the east coast, and it's the largest area of the map. Not only are there lots of low-rise residential buildings here, but it's home to a high-rise apartment building as well. On the whole, it gives off a more metropolitan vibe. Players entering the high-rise apartment building will find an elevator. Through good use of this feature, players will be able to plan a nasty surprise for their enemies. Sunset Street and Regal Resort are located in the residential areas to the northeast and southwest of Nusa. Sunset Street is a long, narrow stretch of town. A road runs through it, and office buildings, residences, and banana trees line both sides of the street. It makes for a good combat stronghold. Regal Resort's vibe is more residential. There are roads connecting different parts of the area together. Buildings are spread out over a wide area, which is why you'll need to use them as cover when moving around. At the southernmost tip of Nusa is Pink Beach. From here, you can see the pink sand of Love Island in the distance. Wooden beach chairs line the beach. And there is also a giant hot air balloon and a romantic Ferris wheel. If you love the sunshine and the beach, this is the place for you. But it's a vast open area with no cover, so players must be on the lookout for surprise attacks. More areas and interesting strategies await your discovery. Besides these diverse backdrops that support a variety of gameplay styles, the Nusa map will receive a lot of new game content. First, let's look at the Super Recall mechanic. This will activate when a player is eliminated within a certain period after the match begins, as long as they have remaining teammates in the match. Before the first blue zone starts shrinking, players that are eliminated can return to the battleground via helicopter with a random weapon. This greatly increases the gaming experience. In addition, we've added the NS-2000 shotgun and tactical crossbow to the arsenal. The NS-2000 is accurate to close or medium range. Hip firing uses 12-gauge shotgun shells, while slugs are used when aiming down sights. Players can switch their firing mode based on the target's distance, status, or their own personal habits. The tactical crossbow can be loaded with ordinary bolts or flame bolts, but the flame bolt can set some structures on fire and destroy them. It's both practical and fun. During combat, the tactical crossbow is rather silent when firing, making it a great stealth option. It's great for sneak attacks. When it comes to moving between areas, we added a new two-person vehicle, the Quad. Its lightweight and flexible design allows it to traverse the undulating landscape quickly and with ease. And it's great at driving up inclines. Players can use it to easily move to a different area. Additionally, at various designated spots on Nusa, you'll find many zip lines for moving between areas. Players can approach one to quickly zipline to another area. It's important to note that ziplines are fragile and are easily destroyed. You may not be able to safely zipline to your destination, but if you happen to be holding a tactical crossbow, you'll be able to fix the rope and repair the zipline to quickly escape from danger. Besides that, there are also supply crates, beach balls, a swimming pool for recovering energy, water jars for hiding in, as well as many other interactive gameplay elements on the map. Have fun playing around with them all. Gather your friends and explore this new map together.
It's here! The long-awaited new Nusa map is finally here! With a size of only 1 by 1 kilometer, Nusa is currently the smallest map in PUBG Mobile. It may be small, but it definitely offers a massive amount of content. Not only are there new firearms, what's more, there's also the highly interactive tactical crossbow. Setting huts on fire and repairing ziplines are not a problem. Speaking of map interactivity, Nusa is simply full of surprises. An elevator that lets you go to different levels of a building, a pool that restores your health, fast-moving ziplines, and crates in the wilderness can all better assist you in drawing up tactics to defeat enemies. Even if you get careless and get defeated, there's no need to let it get you down. Nusa's Super Recall will allow you to respawn once more. The small, fastest-paced map lets you rank up faster. Alright, I'll leave it to you to explore the rest of the content for yourself. Hope everyone ranks up and gets that chicken dinner. The new map officially launches on September 13th. Stay tuned. Think you're playing the wrong game? Hold up! This is still PUBG Mobile! Feeling hot and bothered? Come cool off in the new Nusa map! Besides the various leisurely activities, there are also several practical features too. For example, elevators make climbing stairs a thing of the past. Reach the 7th floor at the tap of a button. There is nothing greater than this. Don't forget to pay, or this might happen to you. Zip lines will also appear throughout the map. No need to run, just zip straight across. That's not all. There are new weapons and vehicles too. So that's the resort island Nusa. But Arangel has seen some improvements too. Guess what this is? It looks like a port, or maybe not. This is one of the ports on Arangel. A huge crane is visible in the distance, as well as a dazzling array of shipping containers. Compared to the previously vacant beach, it sure has become packed full of detail. There are still more map improvements for players to discover too.
If only I had a weapon, I would take over the punching kick.
That's nothing. I clearly took down the enemy. If we were to keep the score, it would definitely be higher than this.
If I hadn't thrown the wrong grenade, I'd be eating chicken dinner for sure.
Smoke! Smoke!
What's wrong, guys?
If you don't agree, let's play Ultimate Arena.
Arguments don't matter. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Don't go there, don't go there.
Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hey there everyone! PUBG Mobile 2.1 is officially here. In this update, we've introduced a new arena mode, Ultimate Arena. After entering the game, select Unranked Arena, and you'll see the Ultimate Arena mode. Choose between two maps, Erangel or Livik. Ultimate Arena is based on the conventional arena, with the addition of a final circle mechanic. Players from both sides will undergo 7 rounds back-to-back within a limited area, and the first team to win 4 rounds will be the ultimate winner. During the match, players can use their shop tokens to purchase weapons and equipment they require within a time limit at the beginning of each round. At the same time, random maps and weathers will rotate every round, and player movements will be restricted to certain areas within the map. For all participating players, this will be a new battle mode filled with excitement and challenge. In Ultimate Arena, familiarizing yourself with the Battlegrounds environment will greatly affect the outcome of a match. In Erangel, when you encounter a map with loads of houses, you can use the complex terrain as cover to approach opponents and catch them by surprise. Meanwhile, on a map with no cover and lots of hills, you'll need to make the most of the terrain height difference to avoid taking damage. As Livik has a relatively more hilly terrain, it's easy to get ambushed by the enemy when fighting alone. So work with your teammates and use cover such as trees to avoid taking damage. Weather is also an important factor that'll affect the outcome of a match. The sound of rain and rainy weather will mask the enemy's footsteps as they move, making it hard for you to detect their movements accurately. Therefore, you'll always need to remain aware of your surroundings, stay vigilant, and make use of cover as much as possible. Of course, you can take advantage of rainy days to attack with throwables. As enemies are also hampered by the weather, they're less likely to be able to avoid sudden incoming throwables. In foggy conditions, the low visibility makes it hard for both sides to observe their opponent's movement accurately. So you can set up cover with your teammates to avoid being blindsided when you lose sight of the enemy. At the same time, you can also seize the opportunity to strike the enemy with a fatal blow together. Although twilight and cloudy conditions have little impact on players, it's no time to be careless, and a certain degree of vigilance is still needed. In Ultimate Arena, shop tokens are the most important resource for players. At the end of each round, the system will award players shop tokens based on 3 aspects: the current round, round outcome, and elimination results. The amount of shop tokens obtained from rounds is fixed, but differs depending on the current round, from round 1 to 6. Regardless of the round outcome, players will obtain
900, 1800, 1950, 2100, 2250, and 2400 shop tokens respectively.
Shop tokens obtained from the round outcome will vary depending on if the player won or lost the round. In each round, winners get a fixed 450 shop tokens, while defeated players get 300 shop tokens. However, when defeated players are on a losing streak, the losing streak reward mechanic will be triggered. A 2-round losing streak grants 900 shop tokens, while a 3-round losing streak grants 1,500 shop tokens. Losing 4 rounds means losing the entire match. If the player wins a round and breaks the losing streak shop token reward will no longer be in effect. If the player's team loses again in the subsequent round, then the previous losing streak does not continue. Players that lost the round will only get 300 shop tokens as a reward. Elimination results also impact the number of shop tokens players earn at the end of a round, with 100 shop tokens for every enemy eliminated. If a player gets the first elimination, they'll also get a bonus of 50 shop tokens. According to this rule, if a player enters a 2-round losing streak in round 3, eliminates 2 players and manages to get the first elimination, they'll obtain a total of 3,400 shop tokens at the end of the round. Meanwhile, a winning player who has eliminated 2 opponents will obtain a total of 2,600 shop tokens at the end of the round. According to Ultimate Arena's shop token mechanic, players can calculate the amount of shop tokens they'll potentially earn to better prepare for the rounds ahead. As it can be difficult for players to gain a shop token advantage from winning and losing rounds, how shop tokens are spent can mean a huge difference. At the start of a match, players are given a level 2 helmet, a level 2 armor, a P92, and 750 shop tokens. If you're confident in your own abilities, you can use a pistol to eliminate players and use the earned shop tokens to purchase a level 3 helmet and level 3 armor to improve your survivability. As for weapons, you can loot the equipment from your enemies to strengthen yourself. If you don't have enough shop tokens to purchase a weapon, you can also ask your teammates for help and pool your resources to create a super combat unit. You can also choose to spend all your shop tokens on weapons at the start. All weapons purchased in the match come with their own attachments. You can use your weapon's firepower to suppress the enemy and gain additional shop tokens from eliminations and wins to gradually fill the holes in your defense. Other than a variety of classic weapons, you can also purchase riot shields to provide cover for your team. When your team is on a map with less cover, riot shields can be extremely useful. In addition to knowing when to spend your shop tokens, choosing the right firearms is paramount as well. When your team is situated on a flat terrain with relatively little cover, the open terrain prevents both parties from acting rashly. When this happens, a sniper rifle with high damage at long range will come in real handy. In maps with many houses and complex terrain, you can choose to use an SMG with a high rate of fire and stable recoil in tighter combat areas to gain the upper hand in head-on confrontations, and ultimately attain victory. That's all for this video. If you wish to know more about Ultimate Arena, don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome down over to another fantastic weekend here for the PUBG Mobile. This is the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, and you're joined together with me. It is Sis Jenny and Keith on the board. What's going on, Sis Jenny?
Hello, it's been a while. It's been a while, guys. Like, you know, that we are here.
I like how you just started things off saying, yeah, it's been a while since I'm here on the desk, and despite the distance or the length of time you've been on here, you're a lack of words. So, I guess you wasn't that excited to be on the desk, huh?
I know. The heat is on fire because I'm beside Keith.
Oh.
So, you guys ever thought about his name? It's so cool, right? Like how this tournament is. It is definitely the coolest because, you know, it's China teams versus the entire region, and I have been loving for the last 2 days.
Talking about what's cool though, this is what's cool. At least if you're 8 years old, it is Bobo Boy and PUBG Mobile here, coming in with one heck of a collaboration. Do you want to like walk them through what this thing entails?
So basically, it's a collaboration, and you guys gonna watch out for some of the coolest things. As for example, you know, the cosmetics and I think there will be teams about it. So Bobot Boy. Yeah, it's actually Bobot, guys. That's
No,
a T.
it's Boboy Boy. It's a brand. It's a household cartoon. Look at the KV though, the key visuals right there. Look at what's behind him, a ring of fire.
Yeah.
That looks like one from Marvel itself. Doctor Strange might show an appearance, but what is one to look out for every week here in PUBG Mobile is still the Rabu Padu, which means Jam-Pack Wednesday. That's still happening. Phase 2 has now commenced. Depending on how much points you have accumulate this time around, that depends on the reward you can get. So why don't you share the hashtag Rabu Padu Menang Selalu and get yourself a classic coupon and claim more rewards.
And this is our new map, Nusa, which I'm sure a whole lot of you have been enjoying it, because honestly, when I play classics and I go into Nusa, I don't even have to wait that long in the lobby. It just automatically brings me into the map, like as compared to a few of the other maps, because there's a lot of players who love this map already, because it's less than 5 minutes and you can respawn.
Yeah, tell me about Love Island. What happens there?
You take a selfie.
You take a selfie?
Yeah.
That's about it? Well, I thought it was going to be something as exciting as the program Love Island, where people find their match, but I guess this does happen on a digital platform. Don't want to be a victim to a catfish, so let's not go there. So do check it out. Nusa, a brand new map, and I believe we have a show match taking place in that brand new map itself. Are you excited for that one, though?
Of course, because it really don't matter where the circle will be. It's just going to go right smack into who will survive first, and plus the respawn, a whole lot of them will go into Science Center, etc, etc. But this is the overview so far that we are going to go through. We have already passed 22nd, 23rd, and this is our 24th of September. And there will be a show match, which what Keith have mentioned before this. And then, of course, to follow by the other 5 matches where who's going to make a comeback.
Yeah, playing for a prize pool of $30,000. Do the conversion yourself. With inflation, it's worth a whole lot of MYR right now, at least where we're casting from. Here are the point system. First place takes home 10 points, tapers down to 6th and 2nd, and 5th and 3rd, and it goes down all the way to the 16th spot. Here is the Nusa map that we are going to be playing in for a prize pool of $1,000 to the team with the chicken dinner. And these are the contestants for this round. Team SMG from China, not to be mistaken with the Malaysian Team SMG. Team Genesis Dogma from Indonesia. The Infinity from Thailand. The Xavier from Vietnam. Geek from Malaysia. Yangon Galacticos, Myanmar. Nova from China. And FaZe Clan from Thailand.
So these are going to be the teams that will probably go for eliminations. Because in Nusa, I doubt, survival points is actually the key, because yes, they have to go eliminations, they have to survive to get that chicken dinner. That's why the 1,000 USD is up for grabs. But there you go, like what I said earlier, Keith. So this is the difference with Nusa, where you get to do respawns within the first 5 minutes, so after that no more. And something similar in Vikendi, where you can actually reheal being in the water or the spar, similarly to Nusa's map. And then you get to actually repair or destroy that zip lines that is actually in the island itself. But you need a tool to do that.
Wow, I'm loving this map already. It seems more interactive for the game, and so many more strategies that can be played out, right? You can even move to high ground positions, cut off the rope, and hold that ground for the longest of time. And take a look at that, my favorite right there, tactical crossbows. Now can use flaming bolts to actually burn houses, some structures at the very least, which introduces a lot of more tactical plays, I'm guessing. And well, since it is a show match and with the number of teams limited to only 8, I do want to see something fast-paced here. And well, let's hope this first show match of the week is going to be one that, well, it's probably the only show match of the week. It's going to be a fruitful one for the viewers.
Yes, it is the only one, and I'm definitely wanting to see a burning house.
I do.
Who's going to be inside the burning house?
I do. Well, now that's getting dark there. You would like to see a house burn down. You'd like to see someone getting stuck in a house burned down. But hey, enough of that one. Who do you think is going to get the winner chicken dinner this round? I say it's... Well, no, the Infinity actually. She said Nova, but I guess that one's a little bit switcheroo. Doesn't matter. These are the names that we have on board. With, I guess, I would like to hear your reason on doing so. Why Nova?
Okay, so honestly, Keith has already picked his, which is Infinity. So I wanted to pick the same one, but I was like, okay, you know what? I want to challenge Keith. So he's going to take number 1, I'm going to take number 2. That's fine.
Fair point. That is a fair point. But again, we have to... I'm going with Infinity just because of sheer consistency itself. I mean, we know that this team has been performing ever since they made their debut and is still performing right now. Number 1 in the overalls, 132 points. Second to that, Nova, only 99, barely the triple-digit mark. So I think Infinity's got in for a good role, and it feels like it's a season for the ties, right? I think Vampire Esports, they came out from a global level tournament as well as the champions. And so these are the scenes that they are in, and I think this one's for the tie as well.
Yeah, right. And we definitely want to see that because Nusa is definitely a different kind of experience and expectations. It's really for teams who really go for eliminations, because later when we go into the map itself, there's going to be a huge crowd over in Flame Village and also Science Center where they will do TDMs. And looking at the teams that played earlier, there's a few teams who actually like to do that first quarter combat, close combat. So I'm thinking a lot of these teams would probably have a different strikes. But then again, we're going to see who's going to come out victorious, because looking at our predictions, they have been showing that they can take the combat on their own too.
Well, we can only say and talk about on what things might happen. Then again, this is PUBG Mobile. A lot of RNG things, elements that are outside from our grasp, and so we will have to see where Circle does draw. Does it draw favor into any one of these teams? And look at the map fresh off the bat here. You were mentioning, you were name dropping spots here. I barely even gone through the entire map to even know what they're called. So this is as new and is as much of a treat for me. And then it is for the viewer as well. So Bulan Bay, is that Malaysian inspired?
I think so, because you know what? The name Nusa, if you like Bali.
No, okay.
It's actually a name in Bali.
Nusantara, right?
No. I mean, yes, there's a name Nusantara, but it's not from that. It's just a name in Bali. And you know what? The place, like for example, Crystal Bay, there's these huts that looks like Bali. So I believe very much this is already inspired by Bali.
I will have to look at it to find
You have to see.
Well,
it's so Bali-ish.
So hopefully some of them drops by a Crystal Bay, although it does not seem like it's promisable with the amount of loot or areas to play around with. But I could be wrong. Like I said, I don't even know what the places are called just yet. And so I don't know what's entailed here. Ignore the directory. It's not Levick.
It's not
We're
Levick.
here in Nusa.
Yeah. And already, Rabbies has gone down, and yep, he is going to go into Science Center. That's where so-called, you know, you guys, we've seen Sandhawk so many times, so this is like the boot camp.
This is the boot camp?
Yeah.
Nah, boot camp's for barbarians. This one's for this one's for the genius minds. It's called the Science Center. People figure things out, solve solution without actually laying their fist, but it doesn't seem like it here. Already SMG, pick feet, will have to pick himself back up. Snipes as well, gets onto Rabis. SMG beautiful, getting gunned down by Nova, but Geek fam seemingly confirming the kill. And they're trading one after another here, but SMG seems far worse than Where here already. I think that's probably the entire team, or at least 3 members of SMG down for the count.
Yeah, right. So it's really who gonna get the first few armory, and then they're gonna try to take precedence with the levels that they've gotten. And plus, this is gonna be vantage point for people that is stuck inside Flame Village. So this is why it's very important to come in first. And you know what? We're not surprised that Nova is actually on top right now, and they are playing it pretty smart because they're holding on. They are listening to steps, Geek fam, but Geek fam is also doing something very smart where they're making it confused by having a lot of steps around.
Well, they're trying to prod on through, but Paraboy, he's in position to maybe shoot them from the B line if they were to rush in as an entire unit here. But although Science Center is for the brilliant minds, Yangon Galacticos seemingly trying to play it smart on the outside, but gets punished by DX, who scouts them out, trying to peer into this building right here. So punished are they in their efforts. But Nova not giving any info away. They will hold their ground. Frozen is holding his half, but he will fall down. Jimmy is there to come in with the cover fire. Can they trade it though? No, confirmed by Micah OP.
But that one actually, that was a near Kobe, and he managed to move right on time. But Nova is really taking control of this place pretty much, and similarly to Geek Fam, because both of them are having equal eliminations 2-2. So we're gonna see who's gonna take down one another. Although both of them have one already back in the lobby, and now with the DBS. Oh no, that's not a DBS, that's an NS2000, the new shotgun that is in Nusa right now. Order here trying to take the lead, doing that TPP, and that is not gonna be a trade because they are faster in that sense.
My God, Nova outplayed the entirety of Geek Fam, especially in that 1v1 situation there. Order just comes out on top, and they still maintain all 4 members from Nova, which means that should bring them to about 4 pointers already, and still looking well to take on more skirms after this.
But Damroid, again, being very smart usually when he knows the team has being overpowered, he decides to go back down. And Frankie, on the other hand, try to come in as a third party from another side. He's waiting for the fight to settle down a little bit inside center. But you know what? Newsy now trying to take over GIDS, and one already back in the lobby. Now he's going to confirm for more, while the rest of them is going to wait for that first few shots. But that free fire definitely hit on the target. And now trying to find the next one, but he's getting shot from left and right. No chance to retaliate, and there you go. Just 2 eliminations, just like that. Easy peasy.
Infinity looking as strong as they are ever here, and never always in a bad position. It seems like they just know how to play things out when push comes to shove, and they come out on top. Now FaZe Clan, another one from Thailand here, goes up against Yuhai. Yuhai wins that trade 1v1, but actually takes 2 down. Ventora's on the count as well, but with the cover fire from Beery, or Beer 11, which one you'd like to call him by. Well, he will hold the ground for the time being, but Yuhai already confirms the 2. Tony K on his knees, only Beer 11 left. And he's got too much to handle here, left and right and center. Maybe his Geek Fam coming close, approaching the likes of Beer 11.
And guys, don't be, some of you might be shocked. You're not used to Nusa. Why are they back alive, sis? Because it's within 5 minutes, so they can come back down by the helicopter within that 5 minutes counter. That's the reason why we are seeing all these teams getting back up, 4 men in hand, and we have a few more seconds while the respawn ends. So Nova will try to make it harder for people to bring them down, because you know what? They are in the lead and they are right smack in the center right now, trying to control, taking the savior off, telling them you're not here, you're not supposed to be here, and we're going to see how long they can actually stand off this particular ground.
I'm pretty sure they get an idea with the footsteps here. Nova, they took control of this entire center, but D Xavier found a great escape. Lamborghini is out, and SMG, despite a scary start, now get a respawn, and we'll have all members back up.
Yeah, all the 4 members now trying to just buy time and see how long and where exactly the circle will be, because in that particular building where there is an elevator and you can go all the way to level 7. So I heard, a little bird that tell me saying that this place might be good for camping, because you can just stay in the elevator and just select all the different floors and no one can know where you are. Really?
But then you can't see them too, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna have to go floors after floors.
Yeah.
Well, that was fun as a kid, and now I've seen kids do that to me, and I'm pretty angry about it. Get me to my level real fast. Okay, let's not waste time here. Meanwhile, Lamborghini finds himself alone in a compound uninhabited, so it's going to be maybe a place he might call his permanent home. Don't have to go anywhere. He's alone at this point.
He is alone for a while, but I think they have a plan up their sleeve, similarly to Geek Fam. Well, Nusa, the way it's made, it has vantage points and rigs in the middle. So basically, you have to take control of the hills. And what we are seeing, a lot of these teams, they are taking control of vantage point. One of the vantage points here is actually Science Center, where you get to see everybody in that particular map. And GIDS, again, taking another vantage point, trying to corner down. This is in Bulan Bay. So people that is trying to get back up, it's going to be hard for them. And look into Infinity, who has an idea where Booms is. And he's trying to go for that retreat. But honestly, I don't think it's going to take a while. They're going to push each other because this is so near with one another. And DX Frankie, I'm actually quite, curious. What is these saviors' plan? Because they are so separated. Like, everybody's having one part of the island.
And it's, way past respawn time now, so they have to be very, very careful here. Meanwhile, talking about being careful, Infinity losing one member, GD as well. So it's a fair, even fight, 3v3. But now GD finds himself with only 2 left standing to shoot back against the likes of Infinity. But Envy, he'll be in place. Paraboy gets onto Booms at the back end, and that will be more members of GD dropping like flies.
Oh dear. And yep, from that distance now, they have to think of something smart in order to get back up. And looking at it, that what Bocha is doing, he's actually doing a proning action, but being spotted also. So no more. I think that is going to be probably the first team out. I'm not sure if there is still survivors for that team itself, but Infinity getting information again, and this is coming from Science Center. Like I said, this is that place where you can see everybody. And plus, you know, when you start to spray, you can hear them. You just need to know exactly where it is. And all of this is pro players, so they don't really have to budge. Just wait on and look into SMG having some troubles in order for them to get back, to get into the advantage point of where Yangon Galacticos is.
And they will try and get back to that vantage point, but well, SMG will have to pull off the impossible, seeing as though that they are the ones pushing up against high ground. Already one member getting punished in that. But without any commitment further, they can go in with the revive. And actually, is being such a brother and carry his mates back into covers here, while Pick Feet and another one of the members peers across the valley. Nova, though, they have Spider Senses tingling.
Spider Senses definitely tingling. They can see the movements, and like I said, this is a very good place to be, so they don't have to go anywhere. And usually teams who are, you know, being the leader, you know, like being the top charts of a leaderboard, this is where they would be, in Science Center, in order for them to perch inside. It's hard for them to come in to take over, actually, because this place everybody can see, but the space is coming here from Remember towards Infinity, but Infinity managed to get away. They are going to do a long rotation, or probably trying to do that unorthodox rotation a little bit in Nusa, trying to buy a bit more time, because they know by now a lot of people have taken vantage points, and this is going to be harder for them to come in. So probably they're just going to wait. You know, it's like the calm before the storm.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, at this I guess phase of the game, of this map, you can assume that everyone who's got a vantage point, who wins the vantage point, will remain at their vantage point, and so they have to play till the circle close in to force them out from the, should luck go against these teams, then they will have to leave the vantage point, which they are so comfortably in. And so I guess what you're saying is true. Just to echo your sentiment, they're going to play it slow for the time being. However, Geek Fam, although they do have 6 kills, they are only down with 2 members left.
Right, and actually it's quite a lot of players. I mean, Nusa is supposed to be less than 5 minutes, but because it's a lobby full of pro players, hence it's going to take a while, and the sprays is going to happen. Yuhaya go strike first with that M4. Will he hit? No, not at all. Mila will get over without any damage, just probably towards the vehicle. And you know, in Nusa, you can find a lot of vehicles spawned, so he can just straight in with any other vehicles that he sees along the way. The quads or even the monster truck, but from another side, it's actually Pick Feet. SMG spotted out Mila, and Mila will get knocked. I think there will be enough time for Nuzi to actually come for his revival.
Yeah, surely he crashed right next to a home here, and so he will find his time. But the blue does not allow it, depending on what level this is. It's only level 2 circle, so it's not going to burn as much, maybe in level 3 now, but they will be fine for the general time being. But they are not fine in terms of positioning, as now all the other teams has got eyes on their current position. Infinity will have to push out from the lower grounds of this compound against 2, vantage points. One occupied by Yangon Galacticos, another by SMG themselves.
But you know what, Keith? Nobody actually went to get the fire bow tactical.
Unfortunately.
Arrow. Yeah. It can be found in Crystal Bay, so somebody has to go there and take it and burn Flame Village.
Oh, so only in Flame Village will they catch fire? Yeah. Oh, so it's named after its weakness itself. That's very, very smart of you. Meanwhile, Micah OP also eyes on Infinity, so they are cornered right now. A wounded animal. Can they find their way out of this one? Now that Geek Fam is trying to push in. They're looking worse than where, yeah. They're not in the best ideal situation, and they kind of have to make their way out because I said Infinity, and I don't like to be wrong. Yeah.
But probably because some of them have yet to, you know, play Nusa, or maybe they did and they didn't really, like, you know, tactic focus into it because they have PMRC. So definitely they would be training more in Erangel, Miramar, and Sandhawk. So the teams that actually played this map, they know where to go. So that's the reason why you're seeing a few teams getting that vantage point, because that's exactly where you can actually win a chicken.
And now SMG again taking Mila out. Infinity just can't find anywhere, but he's got the fireball. Unfortunately, they're not in Flame Village, but now they will have eyes instead onto Geek Fam. Thinking that they could sneak their way by, it is Yuhai within the monster truck. Pretty sure with another member. Would that be damn rude? Last checked. No, it's not. It is Micah OP. So you've got the dangerous duo here who's up against the like of SMG and Yangon Galacticos. Geek Fam might have just pincered them away in this situation here.
Now, remember, it's just trying to locate exactly where Infinity is. And Infinity pretty much stuck on where they are right now. They can't rotate. They have vehicle that is being destroyed already. And it's really going to be painful right after this. You know, in Nusa and Livik, there's different threshold of the pain. So basically, in the third circle, you will start to feel a little bit on the fourth. So you have to get into the circles already by now. It's really painful, and there you go, Infinity. They get nowhere to go, because this is exactly what will happen to people without that vantage point. But the return fire from Logan is on point, but he has to go through a lot of shots. This is only for SMG, because LGD can be, you know, seeing them right smack where they are also.
Whoa, Yuhai gets a far one onto Paraboy. That is one heck of a kill right there. Now, Geek Fam looking to push. That's a duo. Micah OP on his knees. Yuhai tries to dance it by the window, but it will be them out first here. Geek Fam gone for the count. Remaining is the rest of the team. Actually, they're not the first one to die out, seeing as though that they have 5 teams left remaining. So at least about 3 has been taken out. Infinity still playing in the game here. Nova looking more likely. Your prediction coming through.
Nova. But you know what? The circle is not on them, so they have to get out of that so comfortable science center and probably trying to get into other position where Yangon Galacticos is. One sec is there, will probably try to hold on because their trigger discipline is pretty high when it comes to Yangon Galacticos. Now looking to SMG, they are really locking into Infinity and there's no chance. And there you go, another team back in the lobby. Now 4 only we're looking at, and all these 4 of these teams are already in the vantage point now with that NS. Still hitting on to people, and already now 3 teams in the lobby.
Oh, that was Nova just taken out. And it seemed like Nova had all the advantage in the world in that one. They had the numbers, they just didn't have info on that one member of the Xavier who was only playing with 2 members in that area. So Nova to bow out with 3 members. Oh, now nades onto Yangon Galacticos. They are also in a pincer position, but the Xavier is there. From the Vietnam, they are fierce and roaring against these Tigers. They will shoot at sight.
Trying to show, and I really like the fact that SMG has gathered all the time in the world. You know, they have been stuck in that building for a while, and they are so smart in waiting for the right timing to come in. The 4 of them are still alive by now, and they are still fighting as we speak now. Seeing from the distance, Sando being spotted by Duck here, and he is still trying to extract all the eliminations that he could, and yes, getting the return fire immediately. Lamborghini goes down next, but that's only 1 player. We still got 3 more to fight.
Oh, they've got a good entry though, but Yangon comes in with the shotgun. That was a short-lived entry despite a good one. They took out the turret that was fencing off and they drove on in, but now SMG got there behind. Yangon Galacticos finds himself outnumbered, will be T17, and now Sendo actually playing from the far side within the blues, just trying to deal some damage, maybe get a kill before he falls down, and he will not. That will be them out. Yangon Galacticos is out for the count. Left 2 teams remaining. It's the Xavier out against SMG, but a jump? Surely that's more obvious than anything.
Yup. But Doug is with that tactical crossbow. I don't think he's able to burn anything down right now. This house, you're not able to burn it at all, so I don't think it will come in handy for him. But that grenade was a Kobe memory. Brought down Lamborghini, and it really looks like SMG here is going to try and take the lead right now. 1 by 1 goes down like a domino, now leaving only with 1 player, and he's currently right outside. That will be spotted and will be sprayed. There you go. Winner, chicken dinner, Team SMG.
It is done. It is the winner from the China region themselves, Team SMG, taking 1 on this show match. The first match of the day. Great start. Counter out from Team SMG from China. Showing their prowess, showing their fangs and their claws, holding nothing back, taking home that $1,000 US. Congratulations, Team SMG.
Yeah, and it's all about the call of an idea. I think that was a smart gameplay. They were pretty much stuck initially by that building. They couldn't get out. But because they had something to play with, which is Infinity, they were stuck outside. So it's like, okay, it's a build-up of story. But there you go. These are the winners for our show match. And I'm sure they're very happy.
Yeah, all three members sporting pretty much a similar haircut. Actually, all four of them have the similar side part that is a little bit asymmetrical. But hey, it is the fashion. It's what's up right nowadays. And here they are showing off big time. A great winner chicken dinner opening for the day. And well, we have 5 more official chicken dinners to play on later on as the day progresses. But man, they are coming in strong. And I think it's about time they do too as well. Because as it stands, they were 15 in the overall. So this might be the day where Team SMG bounce back.
Yeah, you're right, kids. Actually, today might be the day a few teams that will bounce back. But you know what? Highlights here, looking into Science Center, looking like a museum, not like a Science Center. A lot of teams decided to take a fight on one another. That isn't a way to feel how painful it is. You know, because, you know, within these players, they will have this conversation, mini talks. They will say, hey, do you know that this player, you know, his goals are so painful. So they actually get to feel one another probably a bit.
They do. And I mean, that's quite of a statement right there. But thankfully for some of those teams at Science Center, Respawn is part of the attributes in this map alone. And well, Team SMG, actually, they just got a very decent vantage point which led to their victory. Like you were saying, they were pincering down a bunch of Team Geek Fam and Infinity themselves. And at that point, they were still 0 in any sort of eliminations. But, well, slow work gets the job done, better late than never. And they started off slow, but they ended up big. And total 8 eliminations in the bag. Team SMG won for the show match. And now we have, across the board, 5 more maps to be played. 3 Erangel map, 1 Sanhok, 1 Myanmar. Do you like this split though?
I love it.
Yeah?
Yeah, because Sanhok is the first one, and usually, like we all know, we love to cast Sanhok. But players, when they play Sanhok, the pressure is like double up as compared to Erangel and Myanmar. It's not because that they can't win, because this place, it's like, you will see, like, nowhere is safe. When you cross the roads, when you are even in the waters, you're not safe.
Yeah, RNG driven. Yeah, I guess is what he was trying to say. Take a look at the participating teams for the tournament. We have Infinity, FaZe, and Bacon Time from Thailand, Genesis, Dogma, Alter, Ego, and Boom. Esports from Indonesia, Geek Fam, Sam9, and 4 rivals from the Malaysian region. China brings you Team SMG, Nova, and LGD. While Vietnam brings you Xavier, Eagle Esports, Banam United, and Myanmar. We have the one that is Yangon Galacticos. Any favorites coming in?
Is that a question?
Yes, of course.
Oh my god, I mean, I don't know. Can I favorite like countries instead? No.
No. We're not here being political. We're here looking at the teams.
Put me in this spot. Don't do that to me, kid. Oh gosh. But anyways, yeah, I mean, okay, yep, there you go. No favorites, but here, overall ranking facts, which is Infinity leading at number 1 with 132, 2 chicken dinners. But the thing that I'm always looking into is actually the elimination points. Bro, look at Infinity, 91.
91. Yep, they're definitely good. I don't know what prompted the accent. But 91 eliminations. They are the only team with a triple digit right now at 132 points, towering above the competition. Nova coming in clean though, and close enough at 99. Only one more kill and they're breaching to the triple digits. But it is looking like it's dominated by Thailand, at least in a top 5 position. 3 out of 5 goes to Thai, and that is literally all the representative from Thailand.
Yeah, so. Right. I know. Yeah, like it's like the Thailand year. But honestly, if you guys, have been watching PMPL since season 1 all the way till now, and this is not even PMPL, this is PMRC, this is pretty normal to see coming from Thailand. It's how or which one is actually more domineering. I mean, we keep said earlier, Vampire had double championships this year for PMWI, and now, Vampire is not in. We've got the next competitor, which is Infinity, and looking into the eliminations, not many teams are able to take that away, like what Chuchu and Sir Cloud said yesterday also. So they are still the person or the teams that is able to dominate and, bring back half of the lobby or at least 10 elimination points every round.
Yeah, I mean, it speaks for the scene, right? If if you have one good team from a scene, let's say when Bigatron was in Indonesia, sure, you could say that they are, they're just a very talented individual. But when every single one of the teams from your region are going up into the top 5, then that's something, quite a statement to be made, right? The question would be is, what are they doing different from every other region that it's paying out big time for them? Like, it seems like right now within the top 5, like you mentioned, PMWL, you've got Vampire taking the championship. Like, the Thailand scene has evolved beyond what they were before, and I think a lot of the other regions will have to come in close if they wish to one day be champions as well.
You're right, and you know what? You kept me like thinking about it earlier. You prompted something that, okay, this might be their comeback. You know what, Kay?
What?
Today will be a comeback of a lot of teams because it's the 3rd day, and they will already have made homework. And there's going to be teams that probably we know. One team, for example, Dingos Xavier or E-Xavier, they are the kind of team that is super consistent. And right now, to look at where they are, it's not normal. And I'm very, very, very sure they have a plan in the back.
Yeah, actually, now that you brought that one up, a team that similarly follows that trend line is Nova. And we've seen them on a global platform many a times where it doesn't seem like they're doing well, and then they just come back and then made the difference and potentially even take over and win the entire tournament. So that's still within the bags. They still have like 3 days, including today. Today has not begun just yet. That was just a show match. They have still 5 more maps and 10 more across the entire weekend, I assume, which means it's still very doable.
Yeah,
very doable.
I mean, it's not something odd to see a back-to-back chicken dinner. It could happen. And yesterday was a few callings for different teams that decide to come back. Boom decided to take a chicken dinner. Also, we get to see a CQC yesterday between 2 teams, which is Bacon Time, and Boom. He actually managed to take out 2 men, and he was the only guy. So those are the things that we have to be watchful today, where a few of these teams, they already know how each of them have played in PMRC, and this is where they're going to use their skill sets, their mind games to outplay the current ones that is very comfortable on top. But of course, looking into Infinity, eliminations, I believe very much we got to give the hats to them because of the eliminations. But you know what? Keep somebody is ready for an interview.
Yeah, so before we get into the official matches, a few words we're going to have with all the Malaysian team representatives. So without further ado, let's hop onto that interview.
Yeah, I wonder who is that. Hello, everybody. Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Manfa. Hi, Pasha.
I don't know why it's just Jenny just started being like very fangirl.
No, because I'm trying to see. No.
Anyways, welcome onto the interview for the PMRC. Joining with us is one from Geek Fam, Sam9, and 4 Rivals. What's up, guys? How are you guys feeling for day number 3?
Fine, thank you. We are excited.
Wow. Is that the excitement that we're hearing?
Same.
RT. Okay, I have this question. What do you guys think about the experience playing in PMRC? Is there any difference between PMPL and all the other PMs you have played before?
Pasha, tolong. There's a big difference because recently we got some news regarding about the changes a bit here and there. So it's very exciting because it makes PUBG is no longer the same way of playing. It becomes something new. So that's very interesting, at least for me to say. I don't know what the others. And yeah, we want to continue playing it and hope for the best.
So you mentioned that the entire, meta has shifted or changed, and now it's a little bit different than the regular traditional PUBG Mobile. I want to hear from each and every one of you, starting from Geek Fam. Is that a bonus or is that a negative? Like, is the game harder now, or do you prefer this format over the older ones? Starting with Geek Fam.
Bonus. I think it's much interesting. We can do something different, and it's focused more to kills than playing safe. So, and very interesting to try to find petrol, the gas can. Very, very interesting. And the rotation, because we don't have patrols, we have to walk and try to survive. More interesting.
What about 7-9? Do you love this one or do you hate it?
I love the point, actually. Hopefully they will bring the points and at the next season.
Okay, keeping it. What about you? For 4 rivals here, you've had many championships with the old format. Do you think this is going to be a hindrance, or is it going to be much easier?
I think it's a blast, especially coming from my own background, PUBG. So it's something very similar, we can say, to my point of view. So yeah, it's very interesting and it's fun because it's no longer, those that 0.1 luck that you need to have. Is more towards skill and mechanical wise and the team's chemistry. So yeah, interesting.
Okay.
That's great to hear. And we want to get ready with the matches, and all the best to Geek Fam, 7-9, and also for Rivals. We hope you bring out the shine for Malaysia. And then, we're going to see you guys come back, hopefully, okay? All the best and good luck.
Good luck, guys. Good luck for today.
Okay, that's nice to hear. I mean, initially it was like, yeah, exciting.
No, but I like the point being given out by Geek Fam, right? Like, I think the fact that it's changed the game into something more upbeat, up-paced, and a bit more aggressive, and more entertainment to look at. Like, I hate saying this as the caster, right? Like, but I think I like seeing more action happen on the map. I think it was necessary to speed up the game. Because let's be honest, the circles in a map like Myanmar, sometimes they close in a little bit too slow than you'd like, especially with that dimension. So this is interesting from a viewer's perspective.
Yeah, but this is also something for you to look at. It's teams to focus. We've got number 1 is FaZe Clan, and then 7-9 followed by Nova and Yangon Galacticos. And this is only for Sandhawk. So basically, they are the teams that have been quite consistent in survival or elimination. You guys can see it for yourselves. Hence, we are looking into domination of elimination is coming from FaZe Clan when it comes to Sandhawk. And honestly, Sandhawk itself, it's a difficult map to survive, and what else to farm. But I'm quite surprised here to see that it's not coming from all of the same countries.
Yeah, one champions it for themselves here with FaZe Clan from Thailand, 7-9 Malaysia. And the fact that you mentioned that is a very, very interesting fact, because if I were to go with the narrative of how it's going to be the year for Thailand, it's not. It seems like they do have champions from each region itself, but to take the players to focus, it has got to be Thailand, of course. It's Newsy from the Infinity, 28 eliminations, over 6,000 damage, and 13 assists to, furnish this entire board with his face on it.
Right. I mean, it's like a cotton face, but yeah, he deserved it. I mean, yesterday, one of the matches that he played was so outstanding, where he managed to take down 2 squads that was, he met with one another. And of course, you're saying that, oh, since Jenny, that one, there was a help at the same time, blah, 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 blah. But if you guys were to take that into consideration, he had not only skills, trigger discipline, timing, everything was on point. That's the reason why he's able to take down LGD at the same time. The Savior that came into and crashed, but Nuzi was able to stay alive, and he's 1v, I think about 10, because when he was coming in with Infinity, it was a full 4-man, but because they got themselves a grenade and 3 of them went back to the lobby, so it was only Nuzi and the rest of the world, and he won that match.
Well, he clutches that one indeed. And this is the guy who's not new onto the MVP list here, especially for the Infinity. So that he just got what it takes. Look at those eyes, man. I'm feeling a little bit frightened just staring right into his pupils. Like his eyes are set to kill, that's for sure.
He reminds me of Johnny Depp when he asked for the prize.
Well, that's a compliment. Johnny Depp's a good-looking guy. Yeah, so Newsy, hit her up.
Oh, what?
She seems interested, or she sounds like it.
No. But yeah, I mean, that's newsy. But definitely, we probably might think who is going to take the FMVP. And for me, honestly, I've been seeing a few players popping up, doing all these crazy stunts, and it works for me. I mean, when you guys see it also, one of the players that has been doing something spectacular is probably Order from Nova. And this is just, again, just by the matches that we have seen so far. Again, we can probably see a different kind of results that will come out today onwards, because this is the second last day. Tomorrow is the last day. Hence, a lot of these teams will change their strats, will do a lot of things in order to get into top 3, because since number 1 they're going to bring home $6,000 US, because this is a prize pool of over $30,000 US.
Yeah, and 6 may not sound like a big number, but hey, those zeros at the back, that changed the game. Real good stuff. And FMVP, for Nova, always bounces back and forth between Paraboy or Order. So you're not too far off with that prediction. But in case you're wondering about the highlights previously, let's take a look on what went down yesterday here. You see Nova Order actually taking a couple of pickoffs himself. That's the entirety of Sam9 pretty much in Myanmar, playing just with nothing but just contours of the elements of the playing ground.
Yeah, right, and there you go. A few of these shots here coming from Senhawk and Nova getting the first one. This is coming into Miramar's match, hence we're looking into a few teams that will go for aggro initially, and plus coming into the last few circles and coming into Erangel suddenly, popping it out, showing the exact kind of moments that we are seeing one another. Again, this is skills, guys, skills. It's about how they hit, the timing, and how painful it is on towards the body parts of that player. Nosy with a DP, super sturdy from a distance, still getting on towards somebody. Mila's using the same weapon at the same time.
This was Infinity, already 12 kills, only losing 1 member. That's insane, the amount of firepower they come up with. Even go up against the likes of Nova and coming out on top. They're just running in. Run and gun seems to be the Infinity strategy here, and it's paying off dividends big time. The only team with a triple-digit score counters right now, and look at that, traded. Yangon, despite having the first eyes against Infinity, they just have better shots.
But yep, those are the highlights that we've seen so far, and it's all about the skills, that how they are actually, handling the weapons, and it's definitely a big difference as compared to the few seasons before this. But now we will jump into Sandhawk in a short moment, so you guys don't go anywhere. We do want to see the different kind of Sandhawks gameplay today, but honestly, I think all the Sandhawks we've seen so far, I mean, we already seen two Sandhawks, about to see the third one. Probably this is a map where they're going to try to do like a passive, more of survival, because Erangel is where they can farm actually. They have like repetitive Erangels.
Yeah, I got 3. Might as well risk all 3 of them, right? It is day number 3 as well. But yeah, Sanok, we know that to be true, especially when circles don't favor the bold here, and they will end up with the healing game. But I don't think that sort of strat goes well with the Thai region and maybe even the China region, where all they want to do is go in, run and gun, and farm their way up. And I kind of have my eyes onto Nova for Sanok, just because the way their drop spot over in Sanok seems to favor whichever side the circle close into whichever island. But we will see that one in just a bit. But first, who do we think is going to get that, well, chicken dinner? I say Sam9.
Yeah, I say Boom.
Now, Boom is a name that hardly appears here. We usually like to justify it.
Oh, because of that amazing show that they showed us yesterday in Erangel, where they managed to do a CQC with Bacon Time, and I think that was quite amazing because that place is in the open. It's in front of Rozok, where the hills are. So yeah, they were one of the last few teams, and Boom decided to gather all the power that they have, not only by surviving into the top 5, but they managed to get into the last and get a chicken dinner out of it. So it was a 1v2 situation, and talking about that place, it was hard. So probably they already got a momentum, and maybe Boom, Indonesia's favorite map is Sandhawk, so why not?
I like how all those explanation and great stuff, and save it in the book highlight happened in Erangel, and here we are going into Sanok. I'm not sure if it translates that way, but hey, at least you did mention that Sanok being Indonesia's favorite map. Let's see that one get put to the test here. Meanwhile, I think Sam9 has changed their drop spot based on what we saw yesterday itself. They don't really corner the map too much. Circles closer towards the center point of the entire peninsula, all three different peninsula, and that reflects a lot of the aggressive team like Nova as well. So maybe they're coming in with a bit more firepower and they're going to put on a show. And so I thought, hey, give it a go, Sem9, you know, make Malaysia proud once again.
Yeah, right. And Sem9 has been showing consistency in a sense of chicken dinner because they are the only Malaysian team that has brought home one so far for our PMRC. And I'm not saying that, you know, oh, Keith's prediction might not come true. It will, it might, because Sem9 have been showing quite a good, outstanding act, at least for PMRC. We did see them surviving up to probably the 5th circle. And honestly, you know what, Keith?
What?
Something different that I realized in PMRC. You know, we always, you know, we've seen it, we've casted so many PMs before, but hardly we see circles moving into like 7 and 8 is probably like the last. Do you know that PMRC moves to 9th circle?
Well, everyone's still alive? What are they doing?
I swear, I mean, I know today's match there will definitely be this kind of gameplay again, all the way till 9 where there is like 6 teams or 5 teams alive.
Oh my god. I guess they're all going to be staying home, locked down, and I don't know, COVID or something, with band-aids to heal themselves through the degrading process of being in the blue. But we'll have to see how this one plays out. I'm excited for it. Obviously, coming off from the first show match of the day, I do want to see something just as upbeat, just as aggressive, just as eventful as the show match that we had. But hey, this one's on the line. This one's up for stakes here. And so maybe they might just say, we're not doing that. We're not taking the risk of the leap of faith. We're going to just do and play what's safe and get as much points as possible.
I like that punt.
What?
We're going to do and say it. Gotta do what they say.
What?
There was something that
was a pun? I don't even remember uttering a pun, but I guess the counter is down off the clock. It is off to Sanok. We go into the temple ruins of Peninsula.
And apparently the flight route starts from Docks all the way up till probably Cow. It seems like that. And a few of these teams will decide to go down first. Again, based on, yep, there you go, the flight route over from Docks all the way till Cow. Actually favored on towards one side of the land actually, because you all know that Sandhawk is made by 3 different islands, and the main island right now, or the main land, is exactly where the flight route is, and hence I'm not exactly sure where the circle might be, but looking into a few of these teams, Eagles have already got comfortable in their own drop areas, which is in near Kampong and also the Straits of Langkawi. And again, these are where the teams would just go into their respective drop spots.
Well, I think despite the flight path skewing towards the eastern side of things, yes, the eastern side of things, it's very much accessible. As you can see, Sem9 already making their way across onto Camp Alpha. Hatin used to be a traditional drop spot, but as of late, I've seen them change. But now, gunfire has been shot over at boot camp, it seems. The war has already begun. And they're gunning each other down, as will be SMG up against FaZe Clan.
These two will have the fight again, and coming into FaZe right now, and it's still a good trade, I would say. Yep, they probably don't have enough things to, you know, heal up, do their revival, and we're gonna see who is going to go down first. But the circle has already shown itself and it's going into Camp Alpha. Again, I don't like this circle because a whole lot of it is going to the waters, but the sprays happen, and you know what? FaZe Clan one by one goes down like a domino and back into the lobby. The entire team, first team out.
Oh, credits on to the side of SMG, man. He was up against someone with a DBS, and still, that spray fire just seemed to be coming out on top. The fire rate seems to be more crucial when it comes to peaks here, and they will win that trade so beautifully. SMG still have all 4 members up and running. Will be able to secure this one, this kill. The 4 pointers going on their way, and they will have center portion of this entire map. There's bootcamp, which grants them access to easier rotation across to any one of these peninsula.
Alright, and we're looking into Boom, who's using these shorelines to get across and probably try to be faster in rotation, because a few of these teams, they kind of got caught by rotations. And honestly, looking into PMRC, rotations are super, as early as the 2nd circle, we're already seeing teams coming into their checkpoints already, and they're trying to outplay that by a few of these teams who have been leading. And honestly, Keith, when FaZe Clan went back to the lobby, I just realized the fact that, you know, they were the team that has been the team to focus. and they had the most eliminations in Sandhawk. And today, it's a different gameplay. They are the first team out.
Well, you know what they say, you're only at the top. I mean, everyone can get to the top, but can you maintain your way up on the top? That's a harder feat to do. Everyone has been a champion. I mean, once, not everyone, but a lot of people have been champions before. It always rotates on whoever the championship team. But have we gotten a back-to-back is another story. But that one's to worry later because Boom and Infinity getting gotten down, it seems, by Boom themselves. They're in a crossfire here, Infinity. They found themselves in similar situation during the show match. It would suck to go down the same way.
Now trying to target with the M249 from the distance again and again. They're spraying one another because they've seen each other. This is Boom. A good tuning has been spotted and pretty much stuck here. Again, these are teams without enough loots. But look at how feisty Infinity is. They will try to push back. I don't see them going back. In fact, they are trying to, you know what, we can still take down even though we are out with 2 men. Looking into, they're out only with gut tuning. So they got 3 men still in hand for them to fight it out. But Boom has already kind of opened up. Again, these are looking into teams without enough gears just yet. Boom is actually doing a rotation by the shoreline. So they didn't want to have the fight. But because they managed to see one another in the radar of being in around Cow, and we all know where the circle actually chose itself, which is all the way up northwest in the areas of Camp Alpha. So a lot of the teams wants to be there first. And there you go, another spray that happened. And again, this is coming from another team, from another side. And this is D Savior, Frankie, trying to get Mila.
Yep, and like I mentioned, man, it's going to be painful to have 2 games getting pincered down. I guess maybe when you're the most performing team within the league so far, everyone's going to have eyes to pincer you down and stop you from running away with such a heavy lead here. Meanwhile, talking about running away, that would be Sem9 Dep exiting the compound with the buggy at hand and make way for Nova to come on in.
And this is also making way for you. So you guys, you're seeing this QR code. Scan it now. And this is for the champions of the campus. So this PMCC 2022 up of $40,000. Wait, no, that's not 40,000. 40,800 RM, guys. Up for grabs, so go and scan it and be part of it while it's still on that. But now we're looking to Sem9, who's up in Chem Alpha. They're the ones here first, so they can actually look out for, potential threats that will come into these areas because we all know the circle is here. And people with the vantage point and looking at it, I think Deb is about to go for that airdrop. And true enough, I think he's going to go for it. Is he going to look for MG3? Wait.
What? Just bypassed him. Well, just bypassing the whole thing, and they finally decided who should stay back. I hope that he doesn't take that one personally. Like, hey, you're the lackey. Go pick that one. I'm going to just drive by into safer positions. Well, they've made them bad, and now they have to lay in it. And it seems that, talking about laying down, Newsy, he's got company within this compound, and Logan is on the far side, trying to cover any sort of sneaks or peeks coming out from the area, the general vicinity of where one member of his Boom currently lives and resides here. SMG now close to Nova. This could be the battle between giants in China.
Yep. The giants in China indeed, and how they actually started the day with our show match, showing us that, you know what, if you're going to keep us in one compound, we are still able to survive. But over in the elimination feed, we are looking into GIDS getting under contested by another team somewhere. Already got one knockdown over in that area. But Infinity, knowing that they are outnumbered, only living with Logan and Newsy. And they will just wait for this. And you know what, of all teams that is here, it has to be Yangon and Boom. I mean, Boom, what Chuchu and Sir Cloud said yesterday, they didn't really show us a good game and how they played, but they managed to give us a good closing yesterday. They are one of the teams that is trying to do a comeback. And Yangon Galacticos, we know they're trigger discipline. They can wait all day and come back at you at the back, biting you like a wolf. But Infinity just had to be stuck in those teams. I mean, they are the team that is in the total opposite of them. They are the pushing team, and currently they can't go anywhere. Big stock.
Talking to get pushed. It seems that Shua from Eagle Esports could not find his footing there, getting pushed down by the proximities, I guess, getting clipped out. Now he will have to swim within the waters. Nam Shim is there. He saw the rotation, gets shot down, took the opportunity And now, GDGID, one member, has to go swimming at this point. And I don't think they're going to send anyone else to come and pick him up. Look at that. Immediately with the exit plan is Genesis. Across the valleys, they will drive, but they will actually try and look to gatekeep the likes of Eagle Esports.
Eagle Esports, yeah, they are just with the cliffs, and all they can do is just wait and see, because all of them are in the blue again. It's not really that painful to be in. It's only the second circle. They can still survive. Teams are out here going for the doctor game, or we can say the healing game. Who gets the most loot? So there you go. There's the new circle. Or we can already say it is going to go in the areas of Hartin and a portion of Cow, whatever that is left. But this particular circle, there will be a team that will decide to use a boat and just stay out there. And we're looking into Bao now, right now.
Yeah, the Bandam has to play that strat because anywhere between the riverside, between the two peninsula, is just a death trap. Everyone's just going to spray down at you. So they will have to play it out on the top side. However, traditionally, things always pull down back into the map. And so they might find themselves in a hard position later. But right now, Geek Fam up against M9. They're two from the Malaysia. Only one shall move on ahead. Hey, although they come from the same region, it's part and parcel of the game. It's healthy competition. And that only one comes out on top. And so they will have to make this push worth it, Geek Fam, to hold their pristine as the winners from Malaysia here.
And already got spotted here. Harm goes down first, and that's a trade immediately. Yuhai goes down next, and Adibs will be hunted here by the player that is right in front, looking into snipes here just beside Adibs. They can hear one another. Putra is trying to get his back, being a support, trying to throw a throw ball. Not sure if it will click. Nope, it won't. But Damroot is ready also, trying to give that pressure towards Adib. But Adib, no fear at all. But it's a very beautiful grenade by Damroot with precision over towards the areas, and Mika immediately tried to retrieve his friend, try to revive that. Damroot still going on with the troubles. I think it will be another hit.
He's got cover. But Alter Ego is now in the zone and the area to play around with, so it's going to be a three-way battle. M9's not done yet. Micah OP still on his knees here, and Alter Ego just looking like vultures, waiting for the remnants or whatever's left from the skirmish to come in and clean up. But M9, they're the ones getting gunned down right now, because now the entire compound, at least on this side, taken over by Geek Fam. But Sam9 finds themselves sandwiched by Alter Ego and Geek Fam. The pressure is on.
The sandwich has begun, and Sam9 initially started the push, but because of Alter Ego, decided to be in the story, and now they're trying to do the justice, and he is able to. 2 down. Now 1 more to go. Will that be a clutch? A very, very close one. Lowe's alive, and 1 more goes down. Just 1 more player left. He just can't do it on his own, but no, Mika just say, no, that's enough. And you go back in the lobby, but that was definitely a good fight coming from Sam9.
Yeah, it was a 3v1 situation, and he came out on top clean, so he can't be mad about that one. Sam9 secured a bunch into the bag, so unfortunately I might be wrong with the predictions as always, but they put up quite a fight. Now Circle pulls on towards the eastern side here. Now teams from Camp Alpha, the Alpha Islands, will have to make their way across, and that is Nova trying to greet 4 Rivals, who's gatekeeping their pathway.
Right, and well, 4 Rivals is actually on a vantage point, so there is actually a cliff for Nova to buy some time or try to pressure fire with one another. But what we know, Alter Ego, the pressure fire, it's not over yet. They are still going to have a neck-on-neck with one another. But you know what? Apple spotted out Paraboy, and Paraboy goes down, and then boom, coming as a third party over to Nova again. This is coming from different angles we're talking about. And they are being spotted by one team of another, now coming into the areas of Infinity. They're trying to find somewhere to go. Jimmy with a smoky buggy. Guy, you need to get out of the buggy now, because you know what? Somebody's going to spot you and you're going to go down frozen. Being frozen in that particular area, can't go anywhere. Sendo, on the other hand, having an engagement with LGD.
LGD from the top, actually not knowing the position of Yangon, I believe. They were just pincered and pressured to make their way within the circle. But knowing that they're playing on the edge, they have to kind of expect gunfires coming in from the forefront, but they have to make a way across regardless they like it or not. They will lose 1 member, but I think that's a negligible sacrifice to maintain their firepower and presence within this map alone. Still out for the taking here. 3 members, just as lethal as most. but if only they can find their way in without losing anymore. Meanwhile, Geek Fam looking like they're going swimming, coming from the northern side.
Oh, definitely a good strat for Geek Fam. They are in the waters, and waters is still part of the circle, so this is pretty much smart for them. But boom, trying to hit onto Frozen, but he is pretty much frozen where he is. The only one being left, or let's just say being separated with his teammate, that is Jimmy. So Nova currently trying to find exactly where to be, and they are right smack in the middle of a lot of teams. Can see them inside, but Mika coming out from the shots chose to be aggressive and decides to take one down. Even though his teammates are not in a safe area just yet, he's going to do that as a favor for Geek Fam to be on that heads on, giving a warning, a very stern warning over to Bao now.
Oh, Geek Fam under the crosshair though. It's Voki from 4 Rivals. He saw a little bit of a silhouette of a pop-out turtle head there, but would not be punished in the process here. But now they're going to close in behind Bandam themselves. There could be, Circle favors the likes of Geek Fam with the maneuver they just made. Finds their way within Circle. They have to take up Bandam and maybe take over the little compound that's left there within the Circle. It's by far the only viable compound if you're looking to play it till the late game.
You're right. But that viable compound, Keith, is actually a lower ground. The ground that we probably won right now is actually where Boom is in. It's a vantage point, but they have to control a lot of contests that might come in left and right for them. Now looking to LGD here, already have focused fire. GIDS trying to pressure them from being in the blues. They're trying to force their way in. It's only, it's coming to the 4th circle. So painful. They got to run in first. That's the reason why we're seeing a little bit of the healing before they pressure even more. Now LGD still stuck. They can't go out. They can't move out because they know there's somebody already seeing them. They have to extract the opponents here, but shots are coming from the other angle. And that's a beautiful grenade. At the same time, cover fire. Good timing for LGD to make their way out.
Yeah, it was GD that's pressured because they're in the blue and had to push against the likes of LGD. So LGD held that position so brilliantly. Meanwhile, they lose Ziz though. And Geek Fam pushes onto Bandam. It is one member of Geek Fam up against the rest, but they did bring the entire member pretty low. That'll be Yuhai down for the count. Geek Fam still has the rest of the member to play. And Yuhai isn't like officially down yet, but if they look to come in, obviously too hard to come in with the revive though. But Bacon Time now takes on the front page here. Up against the member of Nova. It is one Frozen against all the other Frozen Bacons, I guess.
Yeah, the frozen bacons. He's already being knocked somewhere by looking into 4 rival Pamburu. Now proning, getting into the perimeters. Again, they were from a vantage point all the way downgraded themselves into that lower portion. But this does not mean anything because they still can farm here. Looking to SMG from the distance. Wow, that was a beautiful shot. Managed to get one. Now that is already one down. They got to focus on the rest of them while they are opening up 4 rivals. Having a little bit of that lower ground advantage. Plus a little bit of the cliffs here. They are playing a little bit of that hide and seek for Pamburu and Voki.
Man, 4 rivals just got this entire compound in a lockdown here. 2 member down. SMG only has got memory, and I don't think it's wise to go in with the revive. Meanwhile, Geek Fam pushing onto Bandam's compound. That's still going on. Already losing Yuhai. The rest of the member can still look to fight, especially with Damrude in sight. Eliminated will be Team SMG for the time being. But Geek Fam, they're slowly clawing their way into this compound and call it their own. Damrude's trying to make it onto an off angle here to maybe gun down Bandam from places they do not expect. And it's looking like it's a clear open here as Boom will have to address anyone that comes in from the southeastern side.
There's a lot of teams you're talking about, Kip. There's Yangon, there's Infinity, and possibly the Savior would come into that area also. But GIDS can't make it in the blues. Too painful, not enough healing stuff for him. And now trying to cook a grenade. Lamborghini definitely have heard the footsteps, but shots are fired from Romeo. And he will definitely see the appearance of Bacon Time. But no, they're not going to get any damage. But no more vehicles for Bacon Time. Now still going forward. There you go. Lamborghini managed to confirm getting that elimination point. Not 1, but 2 already in hand. Bacon Time will not get a good proper rotations just because they are being targeted by 2 teams now.
Well, the Xavier comes, I mean, we've talked about their prowess. We've seen them perform in the regional stage here, especially in the SEA Games themselves. These players are not new to the game, and they sure have a recipe for success. And they're going to practice it all they want to. 4 rivals getting gunned down again by Duck. DX just coming off across the board with all these kills, getting punished in the process though. Traded his life at the very least. But they're not done just yet as they try to push downwards the spine of the hill to confirm more against Bacon Time, but gets punished by 4 rivals.
Ooh, but Boom already getting the circle and trying to survive it and holding it up well. They came in as a third party, and just like that, the Savior had a game, had a plan, coming in slow, but still they are being targeted too much fire in front, and they had to be convicted out immediately. But Damroot, being the survivor, he knows the place. He knows the place well. He knows where to choose exactly where to be and not getting targeted. You know, even though he's spraying so loud right now, everybody can hear somebody is here somewhere. But where he is, not many teams can see where he is, and he can't get a shot over for himself.
Yeah, at this point, I think nobody even cares looking at the area he's at. It's not very popular to be there, especially at this current point in time in the phase of the circle. But I guess, you know what they say, the best place to hide is in plain sight, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Meanwhile, Infinity, they drown and out of the competition. 4 rivals tries to bite onto Bacon Time themselves, but will get punished in the process here. Yangon Galacticos from the far end, just punishing any sort of advancement from 4 rivals who's trying to go in with a peek and shoots down onto the low ground.
They're doing a little bit of the jumping, trying to get information of the teams that is trying to strike on them. But they know definitely there is only one person left for Bacon Time. Trying to get into this person seems impossible because they need to get a clearance in order for them to push in. Knowing that the circle is no longer on them, this is definitely ASAP. They need to do it ASAP, but there you go. Pemburu managed to get that last person, and this is going to give them an open entrance again for them to come in. Now trying to spray on towards Yangon Galacticos, who has been putting pressure on them. But again, now the circle still belongs to Boom.
Looks like you might just pay off with a great prediction here. Boom, smack dab in the center. But I wouldn't say be comfortable just yet because they do lack the manpower, and there's not much obstacle right in front of them. The moment Nova goes out, 4 rivals will have their eyes set straight into that compound, and it is Boom who might even have to leave it should the circle close away from them.
Yeah. But looking into Frozen, look at this guy's trigger discipline. Amazing, isn't it? He has been there since like circle number 3, and he's still alive even though he's frozen. And Mika will be spotted finally with 1 HP left. He will be knocked with Capone, giving that good strat of sprays over towards, but that is not going to be the end because Damroot will keep his trigger discipline. He wants to go for the survival gameplay right now. That's the only chance for him and his team getting the points out of the back here, but Damroot has to force the fight right now, and the painful blues. He's doing the spray, but he's being spotted from the distance by Boom, and out he goes in the lobby.
Opportunists, it's the Wolves themselves, although Solitary not working, and the pack still gets the kill, gets the job done, and that is Boom securing their position again, smack dab in the center. And we talked about Frozen and how he's actually frozen in place, not making moves, not actually twitching the muscle here. Might just come out handy for them, but Yangon Galacticos now eyes and have sights against the compound where Boom currently resides. They might go into a Mexican standoff with Nova Frozen being the decider on who comes out on top.
I don't think 4 rivals know the existence of Frozen being just right beside them. That could be a kingmaker. That could be changing for 4 rivals themselves because Frozen is really waiting for the last few moments, and he might just run into a snake pit because Frozen is just right there and will be targeted. Marnet seeing not 1 but 2 in the distance for 4 rivals, and you know what, just like that, 1 by 1 goes down like a domino, and you know what, by then Boom will take down 4 rivals. Now suddenly it's a 4v2 situation.
It's a time for reset though. Yangon Galacticos, they have to push the issue. If they give too much time for them to reset, that's going to be pretty bad. Now already getting shot down. Not really on his knees yet. Can go in with, the retaliation is there. The opening is in. Running straight onto Boom, and they will claim it clean. It is Yangon Galacticos. 1 from Myanmar. Takes 1 home. The first chicken dinner on an official map, Sanok.
Wow, that was definitely planned well for Yangon Galacticos. All they gotta do is have a little bit of that trigger discipline. They were waiting so long, and luck was on them, the circle was on them, and all they gotta do is just push in and just get everything covered, and that's how they win that chicken dinner.
Yeah, I've seen them actually, although I wouldn't say that they were the passive teams with luck this time around. I've seen them pushing and prodding, taking a couple of members, or at least diminishing the health bars for a lot of teams within the area here, and so actually poke their way into victory. It is Yangon Galacticos, what seemed to be a far stretch team playing on the northern side. Here they are right now at the finish with the chicken dinner. It is day 3, match number 1. 4 more to go, and can Yangon Galacticos make it for the likes of Myanmar?
I mean, yesterday they had also very good finishing, and today it's coming up again. These are one of the few teams that decided to do a comeback, and they are definitely coming back. Though I kind of got attracted with their hairstyle.
I know, it's all purple. I like myself a purple hair, you know, you stand out a bit. Let's take a look at some of the highlights that happened here. Oh, look at that. This was one of the crunch time moments. M9 Depth 1v3 could have pretty much nailed in the entirety of Alter Ego if it wasn't for Geek Fam, who's also well within compound. Yuhar tried to push in one-man army against Bandam, gets punished, but eventually they made it through, so it was a worthwhile effort for Geek Fam in surviving the game.
There you go, yeah. From the distance, and this is how they all got into one another's angle. Because of the circle, it decided to favor into one portion, hence the rotation can be targeted into just one-sided, where just one focus point. And there you go, Damroot tried to do a clutch which nearly was successful, but because Boom had an open area to see him from the distance, and Marnet will see and disturb for rivals within a few seconds.
Look at that, 10, 11 kills from Yangon Galacticos, and that was excluding the 2 more they got from these last few hits here. 13 plus the 2, surely they have 15, 14 kills and the chicken dinner. That's one way. If you're talking about a comeback to be made, Yangon's taking the first step in the right direction. Take a look at the focus board here. Yangon Galacticos with the most traveled distance, and Boom Esports also at 4,000 meters. Nova here at 4,005. So fair enough, they're a bit higher onto the threshold, but it is Yangon who's walked the longest miles and paid off in the process. 51 seconds within the blue.
You're right. And check out the throwables that is being used by the teams here. Not many, because most of them was long distance shots, hence they don't really have to cover or throw into anybody's area with grenades. But this is our match ranking for the first day, or the first map of the day. We've got Yangon Galacticos getting 15 elimination points, bringing them into 25 in total. For rivals, tried to squeeze their way in, even though they weren't the second team to actually go back in the lobby. But because of the elimination points that they held, 9 in total, they got 13. And Boom, getting the circles. They got circles ever since it was coming into the 3rd, and they managed to get at least a total good of 11 points.
Yeah, the rest, as you can see, follows, well, negligible points, around less than 10, I guess. 6-5, 4-3 goes down onto the way, and unfortunately the team I called actually went out early. So, but we have the man of the match. It is one from 4 rivals itself, the one that kept them at 2nd place in terms of the total points earned. It is Voki doing damage from the far side here. 4 eliminations, 915 damage. Longest elimination distance at 135, with a healthy team contribution at 35%, earning him the 5.2 MVP points. So this one's for the Malaysians out there. You can be proud that this boy is still performing strong.
Yep, he is definitely up for his name. Voki, the one that will rush for all the elimination points, and now looking to overall rankings, definitely that pushed up a few of these teams here. Unfortunately for Infinity, they only managed to get 2 points because, you know, what happened to them earlier. Got targeted into 2 different areas. Not only just them, actually Nova was also in an area where they couldn't move anywhere. You know, they were being targeted straight from one angle to another angle, but still they are consistently at number 1 and 2 just because they have reached the 3 points. 3-digit points. That's the reason why they are still there.
Yep, FaZe Clan didn't see too much of them. I think they bowed out the earliest here.
Yeah.
80, will they be still in the top 3 division? So still very attainable towards the top man spot, but Infinity now, they have to be a bit more careful and finding themselves in sticky situations, or at least figure out how to come out from that, because this is 2 games in a row that they've been pincered towards a corner and just can't find their way out. And right now, the difference between number 1 and number 2 is about a game apart, or assuming a game and a half apart, right? Because assuming a good game brings home 25 total points. But We can go on further with the theory craft. Let's take a look at a recap here. And Sis Jenny, why don't you tell us how that chicken dinner was earned?
No, that chicken dinner was easily given into Yangon Galacticos because they all had an idea in hand where we don't have to push when we are not being pushed. So that's the only target that they had in hand, and Yangon Galacticos just focus on towards getting into the circle. Now we're seeing into these 4 teams here, or the top 4 teams that managed to get there because they are quite close to the circle, and we all know in Sandhawk, lesser rotation meaning it's lesser work. So that's the reason why a few of these teams managed to get a backup. But honestly, the team that I'm actually quite surprised is Nova, because they were being distorted so early, but because they are so used to being, like survival game, and all of them have been playing solo versus squad, so they know exactly on how to survive on their own, because we saw how Jimmy was separated by Frozen. 2 of them were different positions. So one is very close to Infinity and the other one was frozen right smack in the center, but he is able to stay alive. Because of that, they got into top 4. And this is the rotation that was exactly made here. That's the distance between they are separated. And now looking into the angles that they are coming in for rivals, knowing exactly they got the vantage point earlier, so they got all the information and they scoot all the way up, try to get everybody out of the perimeters, and that's how they probably got themselves into top 4. But unfortunately for them, when they were coming into the last few circles, they were being seen by Yangon, because Yangon, again, their target was just to get into the circle and disturb people at the last minute.
Yeah, but that's not... I mean, I would agree with that, but remember, at this point, they already had like 8 kills. Yep. So they weren't just like making their way in the circle. They had to fight through blood, sweat, and tears to get into this position and maintain that position. Did you notice that they actually sent 1 member swimming to scout out the entire playing field before they actually make the push on forward? So Marne was already coming in from the flank side from the northern rivers and actually position himself and set up Yangon Galacticos for success this match. And man, I rarely say them in this light, but that was smart plays right there.
Yeah, definitely. It was definitely something great, knowing that a few of these teams we can see for ourselves that their firepower is definitely more, but they have to use their mind, mind games a little bit in a way to get themselves outsmarted by one another. But this is the QR code that has been popping out while the match was ongoing. This is PMCC, 1 squad, 1 goal. So QR code is here. Scan it now. Register now to qualify in the campus leaders. And the prize pool, how much is that, Q?
40,000 ringgit. More than that, 800 if you want to be specifics, but we don't like specific things here. We'll just call it in a general note. First qualifier here. Go jump on it. It's your leap way into becoming a pro yourself. And I know there's a lot of teams who's looking for talent outside within the pool, and that could just very well be you out there in the leaderboards itself. So do something. If you have the passion for PUBG Mobile, just scan the QR code, register now. There's nothing to lose. You've got nothing to lose. And you, in fact, earn a little bit of experience playing in competitive scenes. But this is another thing that you should put your eyeballs on. It is the new Ultimate set that is coming soon. So if you're going to ask me, what is the set? I do not know, unfortunately. But you have to stay tuned to PUBG Mobile to find out. But based on the graphic itself, it looks pretty cool.
Yeah, sci-fi-ish. But this is something that we know, Nusa, which you have seen earlier in this show match. And yeah, there's a lot of things to look forward for in Nusa. I have a lot of fun in this match myself in this map. Besides the quad, you guys need to try the quad. I wish this quad is like in every map. I really love this vehicle. Really, this is like my favorite vehicle. I don't want buggies anymore. I just want this.
Isn't a quad just a quad bike? It's a quad bike.
It's a quad bike, yeah. Oh. But it's so sturdy,
That's not what I had in mind in real life. People say that this is the worst in terms of stability. It's supposed to be bouncy, just because it's for all terrains itself, so it can't be too stiff. But hey, go try it out. Try the quad out. If it's too dangerous in real life, do it in game. That's what this whole thing is for. That's what games are about, right? It's an escape to another world.
Escape to Nusa. And actually, it's a good place to, know one another. and get somebody on fire. I have yet to try and put in an arrow to somebody, but here we go, looking into team to focus for Miramar. And of course, we are not surprised to look into Infinity, who has 21 elimination points for Miramar itself. I mean, they are the ones that are holding on to the record. And again, following up is actually Nova, right behind them with 16, and then LGD with 17. And we're looking into Eagle Esports. Again, Eagle Esports, they have been quite consistent in Miramar ever since we've seen them in existence of not Clash, but all the PMs.
So we'll have to see if they're continuing that consistency all the way to Miramar himself. Meanwhile, the most damage across the board here, we have Voki now coming in at number 1 with 915. This is for today itself, obviously reflecting from the first match that he got the 950 damage. Next will be another one of his teammates, Mamburu, and after that, Damroot from Geek Fam. And now, this is what has happened so far. SMG with the show match, chicken dinner, and 1,000 USD. Now, Yangon Galacticos with the chicken dinner. We're going into the first Miramar and the only Miramar match of the day. And are you ready for that?
I am ready. It's Miramar we're talking about, the only Miramar. We're looking into long distance shots, yeah. And I want to see, because yesterday and the first day and yesterday we did see a few of the teams actually use snipers like cars. I did see M24s. So this is probably the only maps that we get to see this first as early as that. Probably Infinity will go into the areas of where they usually will farm, or the vantage point or the pinnacle point of where Miramar is, where the big mountains are. And usually these teams will come all the way up and try to disturb one another.
Yeah, I've honestly seen Nova playing that sort of strat back then in 2019. I believe it was for a PEL tournament where the entire team of Nova has got one objective. Loot, drive up the hill, pass it on Paraboy, who's going to stay on the hill for the entirety of the game. But of course, it's all circle dependent. If circle does close away from him, then that's probably not the strategy to go on with. But I would like to see the Chinese team specifically play the Miramar map, because I've always known them to be one of the more tactical teams within the scene. I've seen them, how their dogfight play out, and they're never really just running and gunning. It's like taking control of the entire area and, catching people in the crossfire. That's what they're known to do best in the region when it comes to Miramar. And so I'd like to see that play out again today.
Yeah, definitely, because we're talking about Clash here, and knowing that China, the difference, there is a difference with their PUBG Mobile and ours.
Yeah.
The difference in the sensitivity, in the gyro, in the ADS, and this is already being used by a few players, and they did say. So that's the reason why we are seeing a challenge here when they are clashing. So both of them are having a little bit of different in the style of gameplay, and we are able to see the skill sets as being utilized here, and we did see like how teams from China, how fast of accuracy they've gotten. Like, when people get into the or behind the tree, within that second, before he can step foot by the tree, he's already been gunned down. And I'm definitely looking forward for LGD. One of the players that I want to see him play is actually CC. You know why, Keith?
Why?
He's the most expensive player.
Oh, how much did it cost? 1.8 what? You gotta give me the denominations here.
Million.
Oh, million what? What currency we're talking about?
I'm not sure about the currency, but he's the most expensive player right now. And he just got transferred into LGD.
Oh, congratulations.
I want to see him play.
They've got an expensive player here. And so, will that affect your challenge? Oh, it does affect your predictions, in fact. The both of us going on full-fledged China this time around. China number 1, it seems. We've got a game to cover on, but man, I guess with that, I would assume that's your explanation behind the votes you have. Expensive players wins games. So here she is voting on for LGD. I will stick to Nova just because pure consistency and the way, China likes to play things. Getting into vehicle start, immediately going for the hunt. They're aggressive as most, and they're a good shot. But like you mentioned, settings are quite different here than the PEL or the China region. And so there's a lot of adapting that they have to do, which is even more impressive, because for Nova to still be in second place despite not playing this version of PUBG Mobile before means that they are a feat to be reckoned with when thrown into a comfortable situation.
You're right. So we can see definitely the skills are being shown upon us here, and seeing all these magnificent kind of movements. But you know what, kids? Even if I say it's LGD, that is if CC is playing. If he's not, then I mean, we want to see him play. I mean, he's the IGL scouter right now, so we do want to see CC. So far, I've not been seeing him at all. We have been seeing the rest of them, but hopefully he is going to be appearing and we get to see why is he so expensive. If you guys don't believe me, you guys can Google it. Really, he is. He just got transferred from one of the teams and he is right now in LGD because he got himself a whole lot of MVPs. It was a fight between Order, Jimmy, and himself.
Well, I'm asking the same question too, because if he's paid that much, then he doesn't show up, then what are we paying him? What are they paying him for?
Yeah, we want to see him. Come on, CC, we want to see you. CC.
Make an appearance, CC. Make her happy, right? She's looking. So if you... I'm looking for entertainment on the screen, looking for highlights. What were you talking about? What were you getting all so crazy about?
No.
God dang.
But you know what? Who else I would like to shout out to is actually the comment sections. But yep, we are going to fly into Miramar. But the comment section, you know what, kids? Every year, without fail, you know, we always have a crowd of viewers from India. And they are always supporting all these competitions. So, you know what, even though if they are not in yet, you know, in PMGC, they will be in, but they are always there to cheer upon and look into this tournament. So these are, again, a group of people who has always been watching the live stream.
Hey, man, shout out to those in the comment section. Hey, you're in here with spirits. You're the reason we're here, to be honest, because if there's no viewers for the English section, then there's really no reason for us to be here if no one's watching. So, hey, shout out to you. Go drop it down in the comments. A tap on your back. What? That's not a word. Hashtag pat on your back. Yes, that's the word. Tap on your back. What does that even mean?
I was about to think like, wait, are we selling things here? Click on the back, guys. and buy a kiss, okay?
Anyways, enough with the chitter chatter. Off to the desert dunes here. It's burning hot. Sensation. Miramar is at play. PMRC, it's the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, and we are in the first desert dune.
Yay! Already have flown into the place where we probably see a lot of snipers coming to vantages, and looking into the flight route, it starts from Tori Ahmada, ends in Minas Desa and prison. Flight route seems A-okay. Again, everybody has their designated areas where they would go into. We're not going to see the first few contentional fights here. We're going to look into quite a long, I would say, engagement. We're going to wait for it. Looking at, this is the only Miramar that they will play every day. One Miramar, one Sandhawk. They will try to take precedence out of it. You know, teams that can go for farming and teams that can rotate all the way till circle number 9. We will see that happen, guys. I mean, yes, we didn't see it in Sandhawk, but trust me, you will see it because I've been observing since the first day and yesterday. There were a few matches that went all the way till circle number 9. I was thinking, oh my god, is that going to be a circle number 10? This is my first.
Oh, I mean, 10 is a good number. Nobody stops in at 9 or 8, right? You go to multiples of 5 at the very least. So, hey, let's break that 10 mark. Meanwhile,
what?
Take a look at the flight path here. Do we have teams who's playing over in Minas del Sur? Because it seems like Genesis Dogma, they're already only just leaving the flight. So it seems like there are a team that plays down at the bottom over in prison, which is unusual, especially now that Circle close up against the northwestern side of town here. That would have been a Yangon Galacticos favorite, it seems, because they are in El Pozo team. So this should be good on their end. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan, despite the troubled start previously, they are now gunning down members from the champion team of the first match of the day, the show match.
Yep, it's not quite a surprise to see that these two teams will be neck on neck with one another because their drop spots is right smack beside. Or let's just say, when they know they are right beside, they will go in for the closing first. That's the reason why we're looking into FaZe Clan being so defensive over in the areas of Picado, where they want to win this area by themselves so that they are able to, you know, have this area to loot. And looking at it, SMG already have one man down. So this is going to give them another one down back in the lobby. It's going to be confirmed back into the lobby. And this is going to give that momentum for FaZe Clan to actually go for more.
Yeah, nobody should ever snooze on the fact that FaZe Clan carries the talent of Tony K into their arsenal. And he's been doing damages. He's been dealing damages for the time being already. Trying to go on it. Oh, just missed it by a couple of milliseconds there when SMG came out with the peak. Surely they've got an idea on the map. Oh, SMG walks past by him here. 11 gets gunned down. And now, FaZe Clan. They have only got 2 members in that same area, but SMG, they're making a push on forward. Pick Feet will be there, trying to come in as the backup for the likes of Terminator from SMG. He's right, they're trading it right behind rusted vehicles, but he's got to watch the window side as well, as any gunfire can come from the top.
Yeah, now doing a little bit of the reset here. 2 teams, Win Torres coming from the odd angle. There's still going to be advantage for FaZe Clan, even though, hey, we know MR5 has that information, but look at the gun that he is holding on to. Now trying to show him the shotgun, obviously it will not, but having a trade here coming from the back support. Now Pick Feet will have to be face-to-face with Win Torres. Now he can hear the footstep coming from Win Torres. He knows that, oh my god, one person is coming in, and he's trying to pick in to look into how many is there right in front of him. Now doing a jump punch, trying to disguise.
The flank.
Let's go.
They saw him. Oh, that was so close. He was trying to jump his way forward. Yeah. He's got a rough idea. That was a good attempt for SMG. Unfortunately, does not execute it flawlessly.
He was actually trying to disguise his feet, like footsteps, and then you know what? It didn't happen because it's FaZe Clan. But yeah, that fight already have said to Team SMG that Picado FaZe Clan wants to be in, and they're not willing to give it up to anyone else.
Yeah, FaZe Clan come out clean. 4 kills, 4 members still alive. So that was the best case scenario for them. Not losing any in the process. Meanwhile, you see the QR code on the left-hand side of the screen. Do give it a little bit of scan and get yourself registered. Get you and your team registered here, as 40,000 ringgit more prize pool is at stake, up for you to win, and so you don't want to miss out on that one.
Yeah, now looking into the Savior, who will just do lootings right now, and at this point of time, a few of the teams will already focus to do rotations. Again, we're looking into teams who will go for that long distance vantage points. A few of these teams are already getting into these areas. LGD, not sure if CC is in. Oh, he's not in yet. Oh, wait, he's in.
Yeah,
he's in.
CC. Yeah, that's him, right?
Sorry. I definitely need to change my spectacles. Initially, I couldn't even see. Then now, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get the guy because his name's spelled cute.
Cute,
CC.
yeah. I thought it was just CC. Now I realize, okay, he has been playing, guys. So yeah, that's the player. So
well, that's why we know Sis Jenny loves him so much.
What? No.
He knows it himself. He called himself cute, and I guess Sis Jenny appreciates that a whole lot. Hey, no shame in that. No shame in that. You gotta acknowledge a beautiful person when you see one, huh?
Yeah, right. Thanks. I love that beautiful. Yay. Anyways, guys, bacon time. Now, trying to look for information. Teams are getting comfortable in these areas. You know, in Miramar, it's important for us, any players, especially pro players, to get into vantage point. 1, information. 2nd, when you are having a contention, you will have the time to reset, as compared to other maps that you won't have the time to reset when you're having a contention. So all these different maps have different kind of game style. So probably the first early fights to the middle fights, or early game, mid game, they would go for this long distance. And when it comes to the last part of the circle, they will go back into CQC. So this is a time where they're going to take advantage of whatever guns that they're going to pick up. It is going to give them, or the damage towards the opponent, super painful. So that, you know, when they push one trigger, or when they place the trigger button already, they will get a damage and get a knockout immediately.
That's a very detailed breakdown of the fight. I wish that were happening in real time, so at least we can, you know, apply knowledge up on the battlefield as it happened in real time. But I guess we'll have to wait till every single one of those play out later on towards the later part of the game here. Still only the first circle. And Sem9 found their way into the Bird's Nest region up on the hills, the mountains. And we'll have good coverage across the valley here. And unfortunately, no one is next to them at this point.
Nobody. It's just nobody. It's very early in the circle. Just the first circle. We're seeing a lot of these teams trying to spot one another out. But I think a few of the teams are also doing trying to outsmart one another. Looking into Boom, who had a good start today. They managed to get into the second team out, even though in overall rankings or in the match rankings, they were at number 3. So I'm believing that the momentum is still there for Boom after yesterday's gameplay. Now looking to Alter Ego, we're going to Fnatic here, who is over in the areas of Chumasera. Apparently, I don't know where the circle is, honestly, because apparently Chumasera is not part of the circle already. So probably it's looking into the northeast or west. Oh wait, there you go. Thank
There
you.
we go.
Thank you. Oh my god. You're listening to me.
They are. Of course they listen to you. What are you talking about? Of course they listen to you. Meanwhile, where is it going to close? El Pozo seems to be the next best bet here. And, well, Yangon Galacticos, that's usually their drop spot, but I think they have rotated onto the northern side pretty far out, it seems. So they will now have to push back onto the place they once called home, and Sem9 denying entry to Geek Fam once again.
Geek Fam being targeted here, trying to get into the hills that they call home, but it's not going to be home like what Kev said. Will deny the entry, but you know what? Snipes managed to do a get back here. This is definitely a cover fire. In fact, Sem9 was the one who decided to open the trigger. It's similar situation here. We're looking to Sandhawk because Sem9 was the one who pushed, and then Geek Fam decided to retaliate, and you know, Geek Fam decided to do that and get themselves that point. But you know, looking into LGD here, we will stop people along the way of this rotation. Like I said, early rotations has already begun in Miramar, looking into PMRC as early as the second circle. Already we're seeing battles here and there, but here we go. These two teams are not gonna live.
Well, one of them will live at least, but it might seem like maybe Geek Fam, if they get the shot onto Lord of Harm, Damrude finds his way into the B line. Has got to be careful though. There is Putra playing behind a rock. Will he spot him out first, Damrude? He has to address the immediate threat that is right in front of him, but he falls. And that would be one member of Geek Fam down, maybe even confirm that kill. So they lost the flank side battle. And now Geek Fam, surely you're in too deep to even get out of there. Yuhai, his pincer down. He needs more backup, and now Putra has got free reign to poke in the backhand side.
Putra getting ready. And we're looking into Harm, who has already confirmed one enemy, or he definitely have seen a potential threat over in the small shed, which is Harm. Looking straight into the direction of Snipes, yeah, getting knocked already somehow. And Adib's trying to control it again, and LGD will try to go and look forward for more to feed on. And they are going to go on that pinnacle spot. No, we're going to take a break, not yet, but Mika OP trying to get back on towards Sem9. Now, still it's a trade-off here for Geek Fam and Sem9. And deciding to go off, Adibs will do a rotation down and still getting spotted here. Putra will get knocked somehow. And oh, he will be thrown back in the lobby again. Looking at this is still quite a tight battle between Geek Fam and Sem9. I can't say who is leading.
Yeah, but this one's the tight battle itself, right? Close quarters combat here by LGD with the sheer numbers will outpower the likes of Yangon Galacticos. And that will be LGD taking one down for the count. Micah OP now proceeds back into this battle between Geek Fam and Sem9. He has got a rough idea in where Adips may be. Toss the nade out forward. Will it clip though? It's a far fetch. And it will not, but he will show himself and get sprayed down in the process, and that would be Sem9 eliminated at 15th place.
Oh dear, Sem9 initially had a good start yesterday, or the first day I would say, but they are slowly falling into pieces, looking at how the match have begun for them ever since yesterday. But hopefully they get back up. But now looking into Bacon Time, who has already spotted Boom, spraying away, but still Boom will not care. They will still push into the circles and now focus back into Alter Ego. And FaZe Clan, Vintorez, the sniper, he will just hold on and get information.
Well, he will do exactly that. No reason to push on the issue here. He's got info. I think that was Alter Ego being scouted out, but now they're going to reposition up on this hill. Alter Ego heard the sound, the roaring sounds of the engines, immediately exits, trying to go get some info, peeks on over, catches no one in the process. And so Alter Ego might be living in paranoid after that one. Meanwhile, Nova going up against D Xavier. Already one member getting knocked down on the far side. It is an uphill battle, but can they come out on top? Nova.
That uphill battle with the M24 in hand. That's the one that we are trying to see here over in Myanmar, and it was being utilized by Frankie towards Paraboy, who's currently have been lifted up doing the revival. The Savior won't push, but another one goes down. Order next to go by Doug, and definitely he will be back in the lobby looking at the tappings here. Super painful, and there you go. So Nova pretty much currently down in the gutter being targeted right smack in the middle here, and Nova needs to go elsewhere because you know what, the vehicles, if it's still available, it's a bit difficult for them to push back up because you know the distance of that particular fight. But here we go, another fight here, Eagles versus Infinity.
Oh, nice nade. Catches onto Logan. Logan now on his knees here by Infinity. They do have the numbers to still fare well evenly against Seagull Esports. But Namshan and Chua, they've got nades for days, and they're tossing more one out, one after another. They might just clip onto anyone. He's going in for the run. I'm sure you've heard some of the footsteps. He has the Molotov, but will he throw it in the right side? No, they go in for the pickup. Mila already, first-person position. Trying to go in with the close quarter combat, but Logan goes in for the revive and the reset. Bacon time now against D Xavier. Alter Ego trying to push onto the likes of FaZe Clan, who's got a successful start. Tony K, he's got a rough idea. He's seen bodies right in front of his eyes. He can call in their next appearance, it seems. Now that the audio cues moving on to the left-hand side, they have a rough idea. Can they close this one out? FaZe playing by the corners. It is Alter Ego watching their front and their rear, getting shot down, it seems.
Yeah, but from another side, you're looking into Fit, taking control on towards Gotuni, who's on his knees right now. But on towards Fit, he don't have any more vehicles right now, and he is going to get gunned down because another team is just right on top of him. If you see into the mini-map, this is BN that is just around the corner. So Eagles, they're trying to be the Eagles on the hills here. But unfortunately, no vehicles for them. They have to hop their way back up, or I'm sure they can't fly up, even though they are Eagles. But first person in hand for beer is going to be from Alter Ego, and this is a good plan that has been planned so far, and it has been executed very well. Alter Ego Dion was just walking into the snake pit. Even though he's doing the jump punch right now, they would exactly know where the situation, exactly where they are located, looking to FaZe. They're gonna just push.
They have got an idea. They know one member's down. They're going in for the revive maybe, but now Alter Ego trying to choke them out through the one access point towards his allies. Getting gunned down. They are not looking right, but they did get majority of the members in that general direction. Still not going down just yet. FaZe might have bitten more than they can chew. They see two members. They have got a right idea. Beer 11 coming in for the flank, but some of the members have been confirmed, and that was Tony K itself. Alter Ego turns one onto FaZe Clan. They've overextended their welcome and get rejected, booted into the lobby. Man, just where we were praising them, they come and do this.
Damn. That was such a bummer. They had a plan, but it didn't come in handy. But here we go. Another team that is going to be gunned down is looking into 4 rivals. They have a fight with the, I would say, this is like the clash of the rivals. And true enough, it is like the brothers. But they're not brothers, yeah. This is where things get serious, even though they are from the same country. Unfortunately, Geek just fought with Sam9. And now fighting with 4 rivals, and apparently only leaving with Pumburu to stay alive.
Well, he is a hunter. Survival instincts should be his forte right now, but he's got eyes on Bacon's up on the top cliff. Does not connect with that one, and they did try and chip him down a little bit. Now Mila takes out Alter Ego members, or whatever's left of them with that skirmish up against Geek Fam here. And Alter Ego just tanking the blue for the time being. Just can't find their way out, not without Infinity noticing.
Yeah, Infinity will try to push in one by one before getting into the circles. They are playing really by the perimeters, and their place pretty much is open on towards a lot of people that might have eyes on them. But now they have extracted that that enemy or something that will disturb their rotation, which is bound now, that is right beside Silence, has been silent already back into the lobby, and now they're really doing it to a focus fire one by one at a time, and then they might get into the position. So even though the tappings has occurred, Logan will get away. Luzi getting the cover fires, getting into 2E. Eagles will be spotted here, and this is really, I would say, another plan that they have been planning, and it's been doing so well so far.
But look at how Infinity are taking this engagement, right? They're never over-peaking, and if they do, they know that they can tank a couple of hits before they go down. And so they've been getting this crucial pick-off but the pressure's on them. Again, sticky situation. Every other team gunning them down at the fort. They have to weather through the storm if they can do so, because they have been pincered down over and over again, and right now is no different as the Eagles has got eyes onto them. The Predators will be gunning them down, and it seems like there's nothing much they can do.
Gunning them down from the distance here. Again, we're looking to long distance shots. And this circle is going to focus into right smack of crater fields. This is where you're going to see a lot of craters, and hence we are seeing a lot of these levels, the terrains, all the different kinds of slopes we're looking into. So they have all these things to actually cover themselves up, and this is going to give them more time to actually locate one another. Now we're looking into probably zone number 9 and above, looking into this circle. But now spotting on towards 2E, Noes will not take his cover out, and he knows exactly there are teams that is trying to squeeze in, that is Eagles, and he has eyes on towards 2 teams right now. He can focus onto one, but Fit here will try to get over the shots towards GID, and GID having the advantage of the vehicle, he will rotate elsewhere. Now giving them more trouble is Geek Fam. Geek Fam will try to find their way up, but you know what? They're going to push.
They will try to push. I guess they're forced. Their hands are forced right now, especially with GD trying to separate the flank side support with the main members up on the front line. So Yuhai couldn't even go in with the peak to try and prevent the death of Snipes here with that one member in place. And that would be Geek Fam on the lower end of this trade here. Yuhai left remaining, but Genesis Dogma, they're coming in to reposition. I nearly slurred them out as Genexus, but that's a total different team after all. Here we are at it. So they still pincered down. 5 eliminations for GD, dominating as we speak. Getting gunned down now is Boom Esports under the radar.
Under the radar, that's exactly what Keith said. Under the radar, everybody has to go under the radar right now. Look at the terrains, Keith. It's impossible for them to spot one another. It's coming on the lurks here. And Yuhai, again, from another side of the lurk, it is coming from Bacon Time. Now, everybody, the places that they are in right now is super impossible. Either they are down in the gutter, or they have all these lurks that they can just come in and shot onto last few bullets here. And look into Pemburu. He has such a good place to be in, and that's the only probably prominent place to survive right now, which is in sheds. Hence, but of course they can't force fight. All they gotta do is do survival games, unless the teams that has gotten themselves this leverage of these particular areas that we're talking about, they can gun down onto one another. Again, this is looking into areas like there's cliffs, there's regions to play with. All they gotta do is just wait for the next few circles and who's gonna be on top, because right now the circle is focused all the way up on the Regis.
Yeah, just like to point out, Nova is still in alongside with LGD, so the China powerhouse that we both voted on still very likely to get the top few finishes within the circle. But we'll see how things play out. Now Genesis actually has got eyes fixated onto the likes of Bacon Time themselves. A little bit basked too long up on the roast. Right under the sun here is this member, Shirty S. And so they have to gun him down if they're looking to maybe make a push forward without getting punished in the process. And so more members of GD falling like flies.
Yeah, falling like flies. There you go by Bacon Time. Noah's getting a very awesome position. I would say a prime position to be in. He can look into a few teams that is currently stuck right now. GID for Rival, and also Boom looking into Bobo Ho. He's pretty much already eaten by the Blues, no more, and will be eliminated at number 9 with 0 eliminations for Boom. And now being targeted, unfortunately, is Pemburu. He will be gunned down. He can't go anywhere. Bacon Time will have an easy flee to go in. You look at that, the entrance for Bacon Time. The only team that they probably can focus on is actually D Savior, but they will still have a lot of space to do that reset while getting or dodge a bit of their bullets away. And looking to ice, Pemburu now taking advantage, trying to spray on towards with whatever he has in his M4. But now he will try to do a little bit of the reset right now. Bacon Time, he's actually doing a reverse.
Well, he's got no reason to shoot here, Pemburu. He really want to give the position away. But talking about entries, though, LGD makes it in from the northern side. Nova right next to them as well. Yangon also from the northern area. Can they have to fend each other off if they are looking to stay within competitions for the time being. Now Bacon Time making a way downhill, giving up their position, that prime top hill position being open. That's a lot of the firepower pressure gone for the count. That is Bamburo for 4 rivals. Secured their way into the lobby itself. And now Bacon Time trying to play in even grounds, it seems, as they are no longer the ones on top. It is D Xavier Axe.
The Xavier Axe here already have separated in 3 dimensions. We're looking into a triangle here, hoping that the teams would go into the trap. But Nova will try to do a YOLO right now, getting uphill, but being spotted by Loki, waiting for the right time. And I think this is going to be his prime position. There you go, there you go. 2 knockouts, easy peasy, just like that in the back. And we'll finish it off by a sniper.
Yeah, that was a risky play at best. I don't know why you send 2 members up on that hill push. If you sent 1, sure, that makes sense. It's a scouting mission, but sending 2 members, that was worse for wear. And now Yangon Galacticos nailed it too, removing the possibility or the odds for Nova to actually come out on top. And now they have to play the rest of the game out with only 1 member, that is Paraboy. LGD will now have full reign, trying to push up onto the top hills. It's not going to be an easy feat, especially with D Xavier there. And Yangon now occupying the back end. They will have to make the movements now or never.
Yeah, now trying to build a wall of smoke, knowing there is Paraboy in the way. They will try to do the extraction if that's possible. But GDGID, Daybot, who is covered by a ramp and a buggy. So that's definitely a place for him to be right now. But Paraboy already getting spotted here. They're trying to leave him out. But definitely they know they have to get him out of this. They got to extract him out. But he's being targeted by 2 different teams actually. A Loki from Yangon Galacticos and also LGD, who is trying to get their way into the circle. These are the teams who have not made into the circle yet. So it's going to be a long way for LGD to pass through Yangon Galacticos. We did see Loki with the good trigger discipline. He waited while the teams coming back up in. And now I think D Xavier would probably just be neck on neck with Daybot.
Well, things have taken it for a slow turn at this point, but Duck will now toss on a nade right onto the ramp side. Does clip. He saw the hit counter. He has got an idea on where that 1 member is from GD, but he's trying to play chicken right now. He's going to weather the storm. Don't move a muscle, because that would be what they expect. Meanwhile, Yangon Galacticos free sights onto LGD, gets 1 member down to the process, can maybe look for the second one, prevents them from actually going in for the revive. And now Yangon, they've taken over majority of the topside hills. It is LGD who's got not much of options to play around with.
This is why I say Yangon Galacticos have a good trigger discipline. This is what they do. They will wait and they will make them caught off guard, and that's the time they will strike. This is something about Yangon Galacticos, at least on their game style. In each of the maps, they will utilize this, and this makes them consistent. As of now, look, they are already in the top 5 teams already, making up on top, and they're still gonna try to gun them down. LGD suddenly being manipulated. In fact, they were trying to get off the sides of Paraboy, and unfortunately right now they have to turn their backs on towards the other angle, not making their way up immediately. Now getting targeted to 2 different corners here. These Saviors have eyes on LGD. They're not going to make it an easy way for them to come in. In fact, CC is already down. And Daybot still stays alive even though the hit markers was on them for D Xavier. So Daybot will try to do whatever it takes in order for him to get back on the wolves that will bite them from the back here. And now looking into Yangon, will prefer to take precedence into the circle, will try to strike down into LGD, but will not make it, will not click onto the grenades right onto Marnet.
Well, QTC burning in the blue. Doesn't seem like it. It goes out, gets shot. Yangon, Marnet will secure LGD spot in the lobby itself, down to the last 4 teams remaining, but D Xavier has got the trigger discipline to get their way this far into the game. Hasn't moved a muscle just yet, but now unfortunately has to do so. After taking over the entire high ground, they will be the one pincering down a Shoots member of GD, eliminated as they may. Bacon time. Maybe they might feel the regret of letting and allowing DX take on these hills for themselves. And so now it's a 3-way battle.
Yeah, three-way battle, and suddenly we're looking into teams who were not awake yet yesterday, or even let's just say the first 2 days. But today they are awakened by the Kraken, and it's looking into Yangon Galacticos and the Savior. And Bacon Time, of course, squeezing their way inside. Somehow they have been making their lights over in the top 5, at least trying to get into the pinnacle point, and they survived already. Now looking into teams that have to gather or get back up is actually Yangon Galacticos, because looking into the teams right now, 2 of these teams have already safely made their way up. And Yangon Galacticos actually have a safe entry to just get themselves inside, but they don't want to use that particular entrance because it's pretty much predictable. So they want to go into being lizards. So if they have a buggy, this would definitely help. But hey, how in the world is Bacon Time going to get into the Savior, honestly?
Well, this man, Arm, he is actually trying to scale the walls here vertically on top. But the Xavier has got a rough idea that they might do so. And this is literally what regret feels like. But the nades catches on the 1 member. This is great entry. Ziz is on the ground. Frankie, can he fend it off against the 3 members of Bacon Time, who now will proceed on forward as the circle closes against them. And they'll be waiting from the bottom side, punishing them in case the Xavier is looking to make an exit.
Yep, and looking at how cleverly it's being planned here. Wall of smoke is being deployed for Bacon Time to cross in safely. Shirdy will be on the ground first to do a little bit of the healing, but Dark here will try to spray onto that wall of smoke towards Bacon Time. But still, they will get away safely, no problem. They will flee in nicely, and as much as they were trying to get back up, but they realized, you know what, the circle is here. And you know, Yangon Galacticos, they don't even have to make their way up. They can just stay here, and although this is quite a risky circle, and Keith, welcome to circle number 9.
Oh, we are here, the last man standing. It seems it goes down to 3 teams. Healthy enough with at least 3 members on each team here. But now, I think Yangon Galacticos might come in as a surprise because Bacon Time, they're not ready for that unless they have finally spot out or members of Yangon, hence the smoke in the area. But now Bacon Time finds themselves sandwiched between 2. Finds their way in the sticky situation. What seemed to be a great exit now turns really sour, but they will fire back onto Yangos. Losing members one after another. This is prime situation for DX to come on clean. They are from the top side, and they have the most members to play around with in this map alone. DX, can they close this game for themselves?
Yep, and I really like the fact that he's armed with AUG, the new buff gun actually being armed here by Marnet. And he's already using it, full master clips on him already, trying to gun down one another, but being spotted from the distance here. Look into the Savior. 1 by 1 goes down like a domino because of Shirdy. By 1 Shirdy, and 2 teams left in the lobby. And now looking at it, I think Yangon Galacticos will be on a rush. Will try to spray on towards him. That AUG super buff gun. I really like the finishing here. And it's going to be a very deadly one here. Shirdy being the man for the team, trying to strike down, but that's going to be enough because Loki is already ready with a grenade in hand. There you go. Winner, chicken dinner. Yangon, this is a double chicken, bro. Yeah,
but slow burner for them, for Bacon Time. They will crisp their way onto the edge and finally go out at 2nd place because Yangon Galacticos just come out inevitably, ultimately on top here. Waving a purple flag, they have done tremendous feat, just with sheer patience themselves. They look sour at first, like Bacon Time already had eyes on the members of Yangon Galacticos, DX as well, spraying downside. It was fortunate enough for them to actually survive and come in to reverse wipe the entire battlefield. So Yangon Galacticos deserving of that back-to-back chicken dinner.
Wow. And this was just a back-to-back. Yesterday, they ended the day with chicken dinner. So they were on a momentum, and they are still firing on as we have seen them so far. And this tactic or the meta that they have been adapting has been working well, you know, being quiet, doing the trigger discipline, thinking that the enemy is probably saying that, oh, this is a safe place to cross in. Exactly how he got not only LGD, in fact, Nova has fallen into their trap also and gotten the sprays right in the center when they thought it was, you know, it was safe. But no, it's not. They're being targeted.
Yeah, Nova is a team where I think they're just playing it ultimately very, very risky in this tournament. Maybe to get away with it in a far more aggressive sort of setup, but when everyone's just playing tactical and holding angles, Nova just finds themselves in positions where they're under gunfire. This was a clutch moment that SMG nearly come in with a flank side shot. Unfortunately, cannot click onto anyone just yet. And overall, a lot of great teams played this match. Bacon Time finally see their way on top. So that's another representative, a good map for Thailand to still have, representative in the top 3 finish.
I really like the fact that, this circle, even though how hard it is, a few of these teams taken control of the disadvantage. So probably some of the teams, it was an advantage, but they kind of squeeze into that area where they can get advantage out of that disadvantage. And now looking into Yangon, this is the part where they are playing their trigger discipline game. They waited and waited for people to fall in the traps, and all of them did. And 2 of the teams here, and not just that, they managed to get the people on top on the peak areas of the current circle coming back down.
Yeah, but this was where it was funny, right? Because Bacon Time actually gave it away to DX, then they found themselves in such a tough situation. If had Bacon Time remained their supremacy up on the high grounds, they probably had an easier way to rotate the other 3 members into the circle if they had to. So maybe, get once bitten, twice shy, they say, a lesson learned. But right now the team to focus, at least for day 3, has got to be Yangon Galacticos. Traveled the most distance despite being an El Pozo team. They went out and back in. Like, it's true what you said. It's about being patient, playing on the edge of the circle as they ease their way in. And, well, closing it off with a chicken dinner. Here they are, the top 4 teams on the board.
Yep, and definitely it was worthy for them to be in the blue, even though it was only 2 minutes 18 seconds. And that 2 minutes 18 seconds got them not just 1 team, 2 teams of the terrified ones, I would say, Nova and LGD. In fact, falling into the trap of Yangon Galacticos smartly, using that power of the mind games that they have planned so far. And now looking to the match rankings, they got themselves 7 elimination points and 17 in total. Bacon Time getting that prime position on top. They managed to farm about 8 eliminations only. Similarly to, I would say, 1 point less for D Savior and GIDS 7 each.
Let's take a look at the highlight, of course. It is Duck, who wasn't ducking, but in fact was standing up on top of the mountains here. It was king of the hill. 920 damage dished out by him. Free reign to poke and prod with his artillery. 241 longest elimination distance. About a 40% team contribution, earning him a total of 4.9 MVP points. But this is where you know that DX they're one of the scarier teams to come up from Vietnam, and we've known why. They are the champions for this 31st SEA Games Vietnam as well. And so there are no pushovers. And now you see Yangon Galacticos shot up to 3rd place from initially starting off at 8th place today.
Wow, that's what we get when teams have awakened the Kraken, or let's just say they did their homeworks. And a few of the teams that was leading yesterday and the first day are keeping quite quiet today, looking pretty much obvious in Infinity and also Nova, who kind of struggled a little bit to get into the circle. Again, we're looking into just Sandhawk and Imerama, but this is quite a big stand or push up for a few of these teams here. We're looking to GDGID, Bacon Time, Yangon Galacticos, while the rest of them either they are staying in position or they are going down.
But still, despite be it as it may, the top 5 positions still occupied with the Thailand regions, as we all know them to be a very, very aggressive team within the competition, and they are holding up to that name, to that stereotype per se. And so let's take a look, in case you forgot, on the ferocity of these teams. Here is a highlight on how they got, or more of like a map rotation on how they got there in the first place. Take it away, Sis Jenny.
So basically, we can see exactly where they decided to drop into Campo Mileta. Change it a little bit. Before that, they have been going into El Pozo. But, Yangon Galacticos, this is something like a signature that they like to do. They kind of like to go into the odd drops, I would say, areas that is not going to be predictable for people to come in to crash when it comes to the first few drops. And because of that, like what they did in Sandhawks, their main focus is to get into the circle. Yes, when they see a force fight, definitely they will take, like what Kev said, they have to go through a few battles and they managed. You know what? They actually dropped into Oasis. I mean, I wish I did get to see what they actually did there. But yeah, they managed to do that. Again, looking to these late rotations. Again, probably right now they have seen Bacon Time, but they are taking a step at a time on how they want to clear it out first. So this is where they actually tried to clear out LGD and also Nova at the same time. But now looking into the other teams that has gotten out of the pressure, they have been fighting with one another. GIDS, we've seen that they fought initially with 4 Rivals also. LGD, we know that they are pretty much stuck with Nova. They can't move. They are in the gutter, in the flat grounds, while everyone else is up in the eye, up in the skies like eagles in the eagles in the skies looking up to them, and they can't really move anywhere else. Xavier had to do that diamond where we're looking into a triangle. They're trying to put and make people trapped inside, but unfortunately the circles wasn't on them. That's the reason why they kind of had to change their plan, their gameplay, and still they tried to take precedence where you can see that Frankie was the main person to give that information on towards Bacon Time's position, but unfortunately he kind of caught off guard with that grenade that came into the way. That was probably the start of a downfall for Xavier when they actually tried to take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, it came down to this moment right here. So it's not an easy push downhill, but Yangon Galacticos, at first, I thought they were being pincered down by Bacon Time, who has got eyes on 2 members of Yangon's by the wall. However, they addressed that problem quickly, and immediately Yangon just comes in and reverse sweep. And this doesn't happen as often, right? Usually in the logic of Battle Royale or close quarter combat, or whatever you like to call it, dogfights maybe. But the lower ground position is always the ones at a disadvantage, but not to Yangon. Yeah. They pushed up onto the hills against 2 teams and came out on top in that trade. And so kudos to them. Definitely a hard and much earned battle to be won. Congratulations for a back-to-back chicken, which now remains 3 more maps in the official rotation. There won't be a rotation anymore because the next 3 maps we have all takes place in Erangel. So how about that, Sis Jenny?
Yeah, this is where I want to see where the teams decide to take a serious game fight with one another, because we did see so far from the first day, Sandhawk Mirama has been like in a way a buffer for them to actually do different tricks up their sleeves. When it comes to Erangel, they will do more on this cat and dog chase, where they will look into one another's rotations and they will get into one pinnacle place and they will start to farm. This is where we get to see a few of these teams kind of already step up the notch, especially Infinity, FaZe Clan, who will go for the farming initially with one another. But then again, that is all for later, because we want to get the teams ready for you guys for our back-to-back Erangel, and we're going to go for a quick break. Stay tuned, we'll be right back.
Yep.
Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the first floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka Military Base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat because there are tons of random discounted items. So keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! In the upcoming version 2.2 update, we will launch a new 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa. This is PUBG Mobile's most compact and combat-intense map to date. Without further ado, let's head in for a look. Nusa is a tropical island with beautiful scenery and lush foliage. Within the compact 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, you'll find Flame Village, the Science Center, the Shipyard, Bulan Bay, Telepac Town, Regal Resort, Sunset Street, Pink Beach, Love Island, the Cavern, and Crystal Bay. These are the 11 main areas. The island is made up of undulating terrain. There are buildings scattered around, providing a unique combat experience for players. Flame Village is located at the center of Nusa. The terrain near the village is flat. Other than a few brick buildings, all it has are straw huts. Hills surround the village, so players have to think about how to hide themselves in the valley. On the hill to the south of Flame Village is the Science Center. The design of the modern satellite orbital roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Every floor is filled with supplies, with locations for intense combat. The top floor has multiple platforms. Although players there get a bird's-eye view of the area, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. It comes with a risk. The shipyard is in the northern part of the map. The ship anchored there divides the shipyard into 2. The containers in the area are packed close together, and there are elevated platforms throughout. Surrounding containers will provide cover during combat in this area. There are a bunch of buildings around the beach to the west. This area is called Bulan Bay. The area is divided into 3 parts. The buildings here are simple wooden huts. The surrounding hills end in 2 cliffs by the beach. Players can gain a bird's-eye view of the entire terrain, observe enemy movement, as well as put pressure on those in buildings and on the beach. Telepak Town is on the east coast, and it's the largest area of the map. Not only are there lots of low-rise residential buildings here, but it's home to a high-rise apartment building as well. On the whole, it gives off a more metropolitan vibe. Players entering the high-rise apartment building will find an elevator. Through good use of this feature, players will be able to plan a nasty surprise for their enemies. Sunset Street and Regal Resort are located in the residential areas to the northeast and southwest of Nusa. Sunset Street is a long, narrow stretch of town. A road runs through it, and office buildings, residences, and banana trees line both sides of the street. It makes for a good combat stronghold. Regal Resort's vibe is more residential. There are roads connecting different parts of the area together. Buildings are spread out over a wide area, which is why you'll need to use them as cover when moving around. At the southernmost tip of Nusa is Pink Beach. From here, you can see the pink sand of Love Island in the distance. Wooden beach chairs line the beach. And there is also a giant hot air balloon and a romantic Ferris wheel. If you love the sunshine and the beach, this is the place for you. But it's a vast open area with no cover, so players must be on the lookout for surprise attacks. More areas and interesting strategies await your discovery. Besides these diverse backdrops that support a variety of gameplay styles, the Nusa map will receive a lot of new game content. First, let's look at the Super Recall mechanic. This will activate when a player is eliminated within a certain period after the match begins, as long as they have remaining teammates in the match. Before the first blue zone starts shrinking, players that are eliminated can return to the battleground via helicopter with a random weapon. This greatly increases the gaming experience. In addition, we've added the NS-2000 shotgun and tactical crossbow to the arsenal. The NS-2000 is accurate to close or medium range. Hip firing uses 12-gauge shotgun shells, while slugs are used when aiming down sights. Players can switch their firing mode based on the target's distance, status, or their own personal habits. The tactical crossbow can be loaded with ordinary bolts or flame bolts, but the flame bolt can set some structures on fire and destroy them. It's both practical and fun. During combat, the tactical crossbow is rather silent when firing, making it a great stealth option. It's great for sneak attacks. When it comes to moving between areas, we added a new 2-person vehicle, the Quad. Its lightweight and flexible design allows it to traverse the undulating landscape quickly and with ease. And it's great at driving up inclines. Players can use it to easily move to a different area. Additionally, at various designated spots on Nusa, you'll find many zip lines for moving between areas. Players can approach one to quickly zipline to another area. It's important to note that ziplines are fragile and are easily destroyed. You may not be able to safely zipline to your destination, but if you happen to be holding a tactical crossbow, you'll be able to fix the rope and repair the zipline to quickly escape from danger. Besides that, there are also supply crates, beach balls, a swimming pool for recovering energy, water jars for hiding in, as well as many other interactive gameplay elements on the map. Have fun playing around with them all. Gather your friends and explore this new map together.
It's here! The long-awaited new Nusa map is finally here. With a size of only 1x1 kilometer, Nusa is currently the smallest map in PUBG Mobile. It may be small, but it definitely offers a massive amount of content. Not only are there new firearms, what's more, there's also the highly interactive tactical crossbow. Setting huts on fire and repairing zip lines are not a problem. Speaking of map interactivity, Nusa is simply full of surprises. An elevator that lets you go to different levels of a building, a pool that restores your health, fast-moving zip lines, and crates in the wilderness can all better assist you in drawing up tactics to defeat enemies. Even if you get careless and get defeated, there's no need to let it get you down. Nusa's Super Recall will allow you to respawn once more. The small, fastest-paced map lets you rank up faster. Alright, I'll leave it to you to explore the rest of the content for yourself. Hope everyone ranks up and gets that chicken dinner. The new map officially launches on September 13th. Stay tuned. Think you're playing the wrong game? Hold up! This is still PUBG Mobile! Feeling hot and bothered? Come cool off in the new Nusa map! Besides the various leisurely activities, there are also several practical features too. For example, elevators make climbing stairs a thing of the past. Reach the 7th floor at the tap of a button. There is nothing greater than this. Don't forget to pay, or this might happen to you. Zip lines will also appear throughout the map. No need to run, just zip straight across. That's not all. There are new weapons and vehicles too. So that's the resort island Nusa. But Arangel has seen some improvements too. Guess what this is? It looks like a port, or maybe not. This is one of the ports on Arangel. A huge crane is visible in the distance, as well as a dazzling array of shipping containers. Compared to the previously vacant beach, it sure has become packed full of detail. There are still more map improvements for players to discover too.
If only I had a weapon, I would take over the punching kit.
That's nothing. I clearly took down the enemy. If we were to keep the score, it would definitely be higher than this.
If I hadn't thrown the wrong grenade, I'd be eating chicken dinner for sure.
Smoke! Smoke!
What's wrong, guys?
If you don't agree, let's play Ultimate Arena. Arguments don't matter. Ultimate Arena decides the victor. Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hey there everyone! PUBG Mobile 2.1 is officially here. In this update, we've introduced a new arena mode, Ultimate Arena. After entering the game, select Unranked Arena, and you'll see the Ultimate Arena mode. Choose between two maps, Erangel or Livik. Ultimate Arena is based on the conventional arena, with the addition of a final circle mechanic. Players from both sides will undergo 7 rounds back-to-back within a limited area, and the first team to win 4 rounds will be the ultimate winner. During the match, players can use their shop tokens to purchase weapons and equipment they require within a time limit at the beginning of each round. At the same time, random maps and weathers will rotate every round, and player movements will be restricted to certain areas within the map. For all participating players, this will be a new battle mode filled with excitement and challenge. In Ultimate Arena, familiarizing yourself with the Battlegrounds environment will greatly affect the outcome of a match. In Erangel, when you encounter a map with loads of houses, you can use the complex terrain as cover to approach opponents and catch them by surprise. Meanwhile, on a map with no cover and lots of hills, you'll need to make the most of the terrain height difference to avoid taking damage. As LIMAX has a relatively more hilly terrain, it's easy to get ambushed by the enemy when fighting alone. So work with your teammates and use cover such as trees to avoid taking damage. Weather is also an important factor that'll affect the outcome of a match. The sound of rain and rainy weather will mask the enemy's footsteps as they move, making it hard for you to detect their movements accurately. Therefore, you'll always need to remain aware of your surroundings, stay vigilant, and make use of cover as much as possible. Of course, you can take advantage of rainy days to attack with throwables. As enemies are also hampered by the weather, they're less likely to be able to avoid sudden incoming throwables. In foggy conditions, the low visibility makes it hard for both sides to observe their opponent's movement accurately. So you can set up cover with your teammates to avoid being blindsided when you lose sight of the enemy. At the same time, you can also seize the opportunity to strike the enemy with a fatal blow together. Although twilight and cloudy conditions have little impact on players, it's no time to be careless, and a certain degree of vigilance is still needed. In Ultimate Arena, shop tokens are the most important resource for players. At the end of each round, the system will award players shop tokens based on 3 aspects: the current round, round outcome, and elimination results. The amount of shop tokens obtained from rounds is fixed, but differs depending on the current round, from round 1 to 6. Regardless of the round outcome, players will obtain
900, 1800, 1950, 2100, 2250, and 2400 shop tokens respectively.
Shop tokens obtained from the round outcome will vary depending on if the player won or lost the round. In each round, winners get a fixed 450 shop tokens, while defeated players get 300 shop tokens. However, when defeated players are on a losing streak, the losing streak reward mechanic will be triggered. A 2-round losing streak grants 900 shop tokens, while a 3-round losing streak grants 1500 shop tokens. Losing 4 rounds means losing the entire match. If the player wins a round and breaks the losing streak shop token reward will no longer be in effect. If the player's team loses again in the subsequent round, then the previous losing streak does not continue. Players that lost the round will only get 300 shop tokens as a reward. Elimination results also impact the number of shop tokens players earn at the end of a round, with 100 shop tokens for every enemy eliminated. If a player gets the first elimination, they'll also get a bonus of 50 shop tokens. According to this rule, if a player enters a 2-round losing streak in round 3, eliminates 2 players, and manages to get the first elimination, they'll obtain a total of 3,400 shop tokens at the end of the round. Meanwhile, a winning player who has eliminated 2 opponents will obtain a total of 2,600 shop tokens at the end of the round. According to Ultimate Arena's shop token mechanic, players can calculate the amount of shop tokens they'll potentially earn to better prepare for the rounds ahead. As it can be difficult for players to gain a shop token advantage from winning and losing rounds, how shop tokens are spent can mean a huge difference. At the start of a match, players are given a level 2 helmet, a level 2 armor, a P92, and 750 shop tokens. If you're confident in your own abilities, you can use a pistol to eliminate players and use the earned shop tokens to purchase a level 3 helmet and level 3 armor to improve your survivability. As for weapons, you can loot the equipment from your enemies to strengthen yourself. If you don't have enough shop tokens to purchase a weapon, you can also ask your teammates for help and pool your resources to create a super combat unit. You can also choose to spend all your shop tokens on weapons at the start. All weapons purchased in the match come with their own attachments. You can use your weapon's firepower to suppress the enemy and gain additional shop tokens from eliminations and wins to gradually fill the holes in your defense. Other than a variety of classic weapons, you can also purchase riot shields to provide cover for your team. When your team is on a map with less cover, riot shields can be extremely useful. In addition to knowing when to spend your shop tokens, choosing the right firearms is paramount as well. When your team is situated on a flat terrain with relatively little cover, the open terrain prevents both parties from acting rashly. When this happens, a sniper rifle with high damage at long range will come in real handy. In maps with many houses and complex terrain, you can choose to use an SMG with a high rate of fire and stable recoil in tighter combat areas to gain the upper hand in head-on confrontations and ultimately attain victory. That's all for this video. If you wish to know more about Ultimate Arena, don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time!
Welcome back to PMRC or PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. I am Sis Jenny and with me is Keith Eliso.
Where is all this energy coming from? Something you ate? God
Yeah.
Yes, that is for sure. Sis Jenny, my name is Keith. I guess just to tone things down a little bit. We've had quite of an exciting things that happen here the entire time, but here first is one that PUBG Mobile is offering to you as the gamers in the market. It is the brand new collaborations with Boy. And take a look at what's going on in the background. Easter eggs, that is Doctor Strange's portal in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. So how about that? You might even get PUBG Mobile X Boy X Marvel, just, you know, to hint you a little bit.
Yeah, probably it goes into another map.
Maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe?
And then we got all 4 maps in one tournament and you will cast. But anyways, this is Rabu Padu. It's an event that I have been coming in to collect because guys, it's true when they say it's double up. So if you want to get more tokens or like me, you know, I don't, you know, sometimes yes, I will go in for the extra UCs, but with this you get extra classic coupon codes and crates and you get to collect all of it and then redeem.
Question is, what do you use that coupon for? A skin, right? That neon whatever glowy standard skin. Yeah, go catch that one out. It's available till the 31st October, but this is what's new and hopefully is what to stay here in PUBG Mobile, the brand new map called Nusa. Take a look at it. It's beautifully made. There's a Love Island. Who doesn't love Love Island? People love love. People love Love Island. Yeah.
People love to be loved in Love Island.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's that. There's that. This virtual dating seems to be very popular nowadays, and I guess you can do so in the Love Island itself. And if, you know, you come in contact with conflict, just pick up a weapon and, you know, just seal it right there and then. So
yeah, just don't get knocked, like what Juju said yesterday to Sir Cloud. But anyways, this is the teams to focus on in Erangel. Again, it's still the undefeated Infinity. Why did I say undefeated? Yeah, because they are still at number 1, even though they did not progress as well in Sandhawk and Miramar. They are still at number 1 and total elimination was 60. So basically, these teams take precedence in Erangel because we know it's a back-to-back already. And most damage is to look at is a Duck, Shirty Ass, and 9 Noise.
yeah, coming out from Bacon Time as we saw them shooting from above, but it is Duck who was prod up on the hills over in Miramar that did the most damage, 920. They're just barely breaking into the 1,000 mark here, but congratulations. 2 back-to-back chicken dinner for Yangon. Can they keep the streak up onto a 3rd and maybe take on the entirety of the day for themselves? That's all goes down in the next few matches, which will all take place in Erangel. And Erangel is by far one of the fairest matches of them all. Would you agree to that notion?
Pretty much. It's the OG map. I love this map. Everybody loves this map, including the pro players and whoever that plays PUBG Mobile. This is actually the map for us, because this is where you learn what exactly it is like to play PUBG Mobile. It is a not first person, but it's a shooter game. So obviously, only one will win. Winner, chicken dinner. But you know who will win is who is gonna predict this.
Yeah, who do you think is gonna win? Well, it seems like you're going the side of LGD. No?
I'm Infinity.
Really?
You're Infinity.
I called LGD?
Yes.
No, this thing
like
has been
that.
switched.
No.
Did you not remember?
Are you really? No,
Yeah.
I chose Infinity because before this I was.
I'm an Infinity guy.
Okay, oh my god.
To Infinity and beyond, but whatever it may be, LGD is also a strong team. Let's not discount that, right? They've got a couple of game titles under them, and they are, you know, holding on so proudly for it. So this could be very well it. So, although you do not admit to LGD,
no.
Yes, it is, Just Jenny. It was from you. We can double check that one on the list.
Really?
It is there up in the prediction, and I guess we'll see how that one turns out, because so far any teams that I have predicted just seem to crash and burn in accounts. So I've got more of a cast a curse going on here than a blessing itself.
Yeah, I was quite close.
Yeah, many a time.
Yeah, close, but didn't hit the target. The one that actually broke the caster's curse is actually Choo Choo.
Well,
it shows
that's not
that.
here right now.
Yeah. I mean, she's in the English.
Yeah,
English stuff.
So she broke the curse and I brought it back. Ain't that something? You're welcome, man. Teams out there, you're welcome. Regions out there, you're welcome. If I haven't voted for you, it's because I think you got what it takes, and you know I gotta put a break on your progress. pull you back a little bit. Have you noticed like all the teams that I voted today just went out too soon?
Yeah,
Yeah.
somewhat. No, but
Too soon.
yeah.
Nova, Infinity.
And Them9.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember.
Every one of them gone out too soon. So be it as it may, maybe this next game is gonna be the ones that break the curse. If not, hey, I'll be welcome. I'm okay running my mouth.
It's Keith, not me, guys. So go and spam please. GG.
Oh yes.
It's the same name.
Yeah. You're sending traffic my way. But of course, spend time on Jenny's IG too.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's so sweet. Thank you.
Yeah, see, she loves the attention.
I ought to be for a lot of things for you, sir.
I did not understand a single language that was. 30 seconds down before we fly over onto Erangel. Oh, what is going to be the general notion walking in? Who do you think performs the best in Erangel?
Consistency, it's definitely the key. And honestly, in Erangel, we did see a lot of Thai teams have been quite consistent. Again, I mean, I believe in the chat, a lot of people are saying, hey, casters, you're talking a lot about Southeast Asia. Well, there's more Southeast Asia teams than the China teams. And we're not disregarding the fact that they are not performing as the China. They have been consistent in all of the maps when it comes to eliminations. But before we go into further, let's fly into the land of Erangel over from South Novska and in Mishki and Stalber.
I guess you can't blame us for talking a lot about Southeast Asia because top 5 right now, Thailand. We have to give them a little bit of credit, like more credit than some, since they take majority of the seats in the top 5 position as compared to China. Oh, but although we understand China's a strong powerhouse. Nova, come on, everybody loves the Paraboy. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the flight path from Sosnovka down to Kamashki here. A decent split down the middle. I think teams would be able to get the drop spot they'd love. Geek fam getting kicked to the curb in this this composition of tournament or composition of teams within the lobby. No longer do they occupy Georgia Poles. They always would. They now go down onto South near over very clear.
Yeah, and these are the teams that will start with the lootings first. I'm sure they will have somewhat of a gentleman agreement and not to push one another. Looking into Alter Ego and also Baunam, and they will go in their respective areas. And we know that this is an Erangel where we do not want to get it too soon because it will cause a lot. We know that Erangel is a place where you can do the farming. Even if you are going to get too soon, you can still go back in the lobby with a few eliminations. And looking at the circle today, unfortunately, Choo Choo and Circle will still not get their wish list because one of the wish lists that they wanted was a circle to be in South Novska. Unfortunately, not in our PMRC, not the first Erangel. So hopefully there will be that circle, even though, yes, it's a, probably people say, come on, that's a difficult circle. But yes, we do want to see how these players act upon that kind of circles where they have to do an early gate cape over in the bridge. And we all know after the upgrade of the bridge, it's not just vehicles that you can do. You can walk by the bridge, and that's the reason why it became harder when it's already the upgrade version of 2.2 Erangel.
Yeah, Erangel 2.2. It seems like it's always getting updated and growing, but feels like the same Erangel to me. Can't feel the difference, not that much. I guess I'm not as detailed and tuned in like most of these players, where even sensitivity counts to the latter, to the smallest decimal. And so, whoa, a little bit of a switcheroo here. Damroot bows out and Sonics stepping in. So, which is weird because I believe Damroot is one of the key component in Geek Fam's victory over in the PMPL MYSG PH League.
But actually, Keith, Sonic's main role is actually a rusher. So basically, I think they want to go for farming this time and try to take precedence and manipulate in the elimination points. And IGL would probably be passed down to U-High. And also, we are having a substrate here, which is Manpa will always be playing in Erangel. We do know that he will take lead in that IGL when it comes to Erangel. For that, and a few of these teams, they have their own strats in applying different kind of format or the players that might be in for different kind of maps. But honestly, right now, I'm also quite shocked as you are looking at the trade being made here by Geek. So honestly, we know how smart and very, how to say, utilized or valuable of a player Damrud is. But looking at the swap right now, I'm pretty much seeing the confidence that is being struck here upon Geek fam.
More like changing the plan because it's not been working for at least the first few games of the day. Deciding to try something new, and I can't hate on that. I'd rather a team take risk and try something different rather than banging on the walls and expecting things to be different, because that is what defines insanity. And talking about things that can go different for you, your life or your career as a player, if you see those barcode coming up on the left-hand side of the screen, scan that one for yourself, participate in the PMCC, and maybe that could be the leapfrog towards making a fruitful esports career for you.
You're right, but you have to be over 16 years old, and it's better that if you are in a part of an institution, whether it's a university or whatever institution that you are in, definitely this is the kind of tournament that you want to be in. And I am actually quite surprised also looking at the current lineup. Today, we have not seen the appearance of Jumper. They have been using Apple, who is actually a sub for 4 Rivals. And knowing Apple, he's a very good support. And actually in Sandhawk, he's the healer, but we didn't get to see him doing the healing game because they managed to get into the center of the circle. So I think things are working pretty well for 4 Rivals, even if they did not do the sub, because yesterday when they they did the swap with Jumper and Apple, it was here and there. I'm not saying that it's totally a downfall. No, it was just trying out. But today, looking at the strats, is doing well for 4 Rivals.
Well, they did get one good map. I have to give them that. I believe that was a Sanhok. And so I want to see this new Geek Fam lineup. I guess what you said is true. Damrud is great with the firearm, but he is somewhat of a support, or he shoots from the back end and gets the kill secured. But if they're looking to rush on in, which we've seen time and time again, Yu-Hai does that. He likes rushing in willy-nilly by himself. I remember in Sanhok where it was him alone against all 3 members of Banam in that compound itself. So perhaps having someone who is a rusher like Sonics could somewhat mitigate the risk of that sort of plays. And so Geek Fam coming in absolutely with a more aggressive front. Will it pay off dividends or will it bite them in the back? We can only find out.
Yeah, we will find it out, and looking into extractions after convictions that might happen in Erangel, because the circle, we did see it's an equal circle. Like finally, Keith, the previous, 2 days before this, we did see circles that was out of this world, where it's only cornering into one angles, where it's all the way left, all the way right, and that's the kind of circle where I would say these teams, they've seen this circle before, but when they go for screams, hardly, with such great shifts, looking into the circles that have been closing in. But right now, we're seeing a scream circle where they are so used to play in such circle where it's already situated that this is where exactly it might be. And we might see a different kind of leading board today, looking at this circle that has been shown to us.
Yep, and you know what they say, be around or be square. And so if you want to be around for the PMCC, now's your chance again. Just scan that QR on the left-hand side here. And I like looking at Fair Circle. I think having the first Erangel map being a Fair Circle makes a lot of sense. It is by right the map which a lot of these teams are already accustomed for. A lot of these teams knows every nook and cranny. So it's as fair as things can get, at least strategy-wise. And so having the Fair Circle just plays into that sort of game plan as well. And so we can finally see probably a different victor here now that the circumstances has changed, or solidify again that today is a Yangon's day.
It could be, or it could be a Vietnam's day. Probably this is the time where the Xavier would probably want to say, hey, we are the king of the throne. We want to take back what's ours. And this is probably the time that they would shine. Because honestly, they are one of the teams that have been quite consistent today also. I mean, as compared to yesterday, especially yesterday's gameplay, the Xavier had too many of a times where we did see them going in the lobby quite early without elimination points. So this is probably the day that they want to get back that courage or that kind of consistency. Also, coming from Sam9, who I think they had a very good start in the first day, but they have yet to be showing that as a consistency coming throughout all the games that we've seen so far. And this is probably an awakening call for them.
Yep, and now, as we were talking about Fair Circles, that one just seemed to edge away from the general population. actually circling again onto Boom. Boom, who, by the way, had got a good circle in the first map of today, Sanhok. And now looking like they might have circle coming their way again. It's the rest of the teams who will have to now make a shift up into the northern region. And looking down in the southern side, it is going to be an absolute bloodbath.
Absolute bloodbath indeed. Look into these rotations being made here. We're seeing teams after teams stack onto one another. LGDs by the corner, FaZe Clan and also 4 rivals making their way, trying to climb on the... Ooh, ouch. Ouch. Accidental spray there for Apple. But I think they're going to try and make their way all the way up the hills of Stelba or try to cordon people off this particular area. Even though it was an accidental spray, he definitely have already told the areas that, hey, there's a team here, you guys want to see us, and there you go, another one. What's happening?
I don't believe in accidents. I think it's a warning shot. They're making it known that their position is right here. They're welcoming the fight if they were to look to push. And so other teams, they got the message, realize, hey, it's too soon. Too soon. You're just not worth going up against right now, and decides to just drive away. That would be LGD, but now they find themselves by the edge of the platform in which Boom currently occupies.
Wow, look at the boldness coming from CC, or cute CC. Not that cute of a movement. This is definitely calling out, or the war cries from CC himself. Already kind of calling off these areas. If you can see in the mini-map, they have separated 2-2. Two of them good points here. One of them managed to get to look into Nova, and the other team is looking straight into Boom. But lingering at the corners is actually Infinity, who has kind of heard the shots, and they decide, hey, we don't want to take a fight just yet. Maybe let's go into a proper position and we can do a spray. And definitely already knowing that it's a team there. There you go, Booms. Hexa's trying to take advantage of LGD, who's trying to make a rotation, getting the shots over, but not enough to bring him down.
Boom Esports revealed their location already. That confirms the suspicion. I think LGD was also just scouting out, trying to see if that compound was up for the taking. After finding out that gunshot was there, they will decide to instead book their next exit away from them. But do Infinity look to push though? Because they seem to be creeping closer within the area, and Boom has got to be careful because only 2 members left getting shot. That's 1 member of Boom immediately goes in for the push. It's Infinity with 2 vehicles. Just drive straight on in. He's going for the pickup. That's going to probably bite them in the back here, but he loses the trade 1v1. And that will be history. Boom Esports loses 2 member. Infinity holds the compound.
Wow, that's a quick call of a third party. Infinity definitely got the information actually from LGD coming towards Boom, but that was a quick action immediately. Less than 5 minutes, they decide to attempt a fire, manage to get one, and immediately pushes on towards compound. So probably that's the reason why they are very consistent when it comes to Infinity. The push, the timing, and at the same time, the aggression that they are playing in. I mean, as compared to a few teams who probably tried and they did not go into the fight. That's probably why Infinity has been farming a lot of elimination points. The first attempt, when it hits, they go for it.
And go for it they shall. You know what they say, fortune favors the bold, and Infinity, they do not shy back when it comes to these team compound engagement fights. But it is LGD who ran away in what seemed to be a winnable battle. They had no idea how many members were there, but they tried to play it safe. Finds themselves in between so many other teams. Meanwhile, talking about getting spot out, Geek fam, Sonic's already getting shot, getting love tapped by GD.
Yep, and that's probably the first few rotation fights we're looking into, and probably going to look into more. Looking into the mini-map right now, we are seeing about 5 teams that is currently stuck with one another, and finally getting one confirmed here, and that is not by 4 rivals, guys. It's from Boom towards LGD, so it's really coming from different angles. They are pretty much very close to one another. 4 rivals trying, or let's say they are quite desperate to look into areas where they can get a target in, even though their praise is pretty much prime right now. It's right smack in the center. And now looking into the other side of the screen, we're looking to Eagles, who might just do a push right into Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, and they have already knocked out 2. They might knock out even more. Yangon, they're out in the open. They realize that they can't play by the edge no longer. Not in this circle. They can't. Immediately have to sacrifice the 2 members, find a better rotation in, and now Yangon has been getting away with all these late game circles, these late game rotations in, with 4 members still left alive. Now only with 2.
Only with 2 and Yangon Galacticos, like what Keith mentioned, they have to do a late rotation because this is something that they are not used to, and hence they will try to come out a little bit for the perimeters, knowing that they only have 2 left. But GID, already knowing the fact there are sprays going on at the back, they are trying to go into somewhere else where they can do a little bit of the reset at the same time getting information. Now looking into Geek, now this is something different that they are doing now. They are not taking the vantage points. Though Sonic is somewhere, I would say a bit of the vantage, but not pretty much to see everybody else, but probably to see 1 or 2 threats here and along the way. Mika has already strike open on towards the vehicles that he spotted over in the compound, but no available teams that will come out here to go into his target.
Geek fam though, they've got eyes onto Ban-Am. Doesn't seem to clip onto anything, but they are pretty much spread out. Would come in with the crossfire if they're looking for trouble here. Meanwhile, Bacon Time takes some member of the Infinity out in the process. Still on their knees, still very well recoverable, but they are currently, both of those teams, Bacon and Infinity, tanking in the blue, so it's probably not the best of fights to take.
Not the best of fights, but what happened to Mila here, probably because of the shots of coming into Bacon Time, having a little bit on the higher leverage to look into opponents that is coming from the bottom portion of the current circle. And yep, they are currently guarding the top. Even though the circle is not on them, they are looking into rotations and seeing which one that they can pick on to. Like now they are looking into Nova, who's making their ways across the areas of Jogopol. And now looking into the target, this is the right time to shoot. And there you go, sprays over. Will that hit the ground? And it will just hit the vehicle for now, not hitting on towards the damaged players at all.
Actually, the car seems fine.
Yeah.
It's not even like catching on smokes or fire, but now Bacon Time, a little bit of a dishamble here as they collide onto each other. Now making a move down onto the foothills. Meanwhile, LGD gets taken out by DX members within the area. LGD, they flee away from what seemed to be a boom compound and find themselves surrounded with the rest of the teams within this battlefield. And now Nova just joined in on the equation.
Yep, there you go, the equation here, where there's more than one team. We can see the overpopulation of teams coming into the areas of Yasenaya. Something is telling me that the circle might just close in into a compound circle, where I honestly hate circles in compounds because it's really a lot of steps. It's so hard to say that who might take the lead here. And we know that compound fights is something like, you know, a TDM. But looking into this TDM, I don't want to be part of it because it's definitely pros after pros. But again, a lot of these teams coming all the way down from the vantage point, and again, they are just going to wait for one another to linger out. And a whole lot of throwables would definitely be utilized in this area.
Yeah, they have to indeed. Looking at how saturated this map is, throwables would be the best option right now to flush people out of the compounds that they're currently playing within. Yasenaya Pollyanna. A very dense location here, and as I talked about it, Frozen finally getting thawed, finally getting the heat up. Sprays down onto members of Yangon, looking to maybe push on forward. Orders already coming in with the aggressive movement forward. Shoots onto Godtuni, prevents him from taking it out, and it is Envy Nova who comes in to secure the kill.
They gotta be careful. Can't overpick this time. But Nuzi going on the push towards Yangon. Again, this guy, he is the man. He do not need a squad sometimes. He can act on his own and be able to carry the clutch. Yesterday we did see how he beautifully clutched a team, and true enough, right now, even though there is still 16 teams in the lobby, he's pushing all by himself, throwing grenades, and he did hit Marnet a little bit, tanking off the damage. Nuzi still okay with his life. Now deploying a smoke here. At the same time, he is still working on his own. Though, on the other hand, FaZe has already brought Appy on his knees. Will this be the time that 4Rebels will do a push? But honestly, right now, they are being targeted by 2 teams.
Well, they have to address Bacon. Surely, it's an easy push into the downhill against FaZe Clan, but they cannot, you know, take too long of a time. Otherwise, both teams will kind of creep their way onto them, put them in a bad situation because they are sandwiched right now. Look at that, FaZe recovered. Immediately goes into the compound, secures the kill, takes over this little hut or little abandoned house here. Looks at Ban-Am, actually. Maybe they might just peek out a bit, gets punished. But we'll see how Voki tries to play this one out against Bacon Time, who is priming up a nade. He's going to toss one forward, though. Will it connect? That's a story to tell from another another chapter.
Yeah, another chapter indeed. Nova is right now pressing and putting pressure on towards SMG. They know the arrival here already. Now they're going to try and find one another in the third level. But here we go, CQC's Volke drop on that one for with Bacon Time, and he will definitely go down. Now Pumburu is the next one to go in neck on neck with Bacon Time. They are pushing great right now, and the trouble has been tossed in. Pumburu still throwing on towards grenades. Yeah, he has to be careful. DBS is armed with him, and now doing the CQC, but that's it. Apple goes back now, leaving Pumburu. He has to go and hunt for more, but it's just too much for him. He's cornered in the angle, and already knowing exactly where he is, he will go down. Back in lobby, number 15 for rivals.
Yeah, and the fight's not over yet. SMG, already one member being traded out here. It is Paraboy. He gets the knockdown. Might even look for more, but they're going in with the revive. Can Nade be primed up forward? FaZe Clan still not down just yet. Going up against Bantam now. Pushing into the likes of them. Infinity up against LGD. Fights going across everywhere around these maps. They're playing block wars at this point. Trying to trade one member after another. Now it's go time for LGD as they got enough members down to be confidently pushing in. Recognizing that it is only Logan. But Logan wins off on the trade, tries to go in for the flank side. It is LGD who takes them out.
LGD already know exactly what to do here. They still have three. Oh no, you know what? They got 3 men back in the lobby already. Now leaving only with 1. This is going to be the survival stage for them. But Bao now getting knocked from another angle. Now this is really looking into a compound circle. Again, people are just looking into areas where they can probably see opponents right now. Bacon Time already knowing exactly where Bao now is knock after knock that he's being knocked here right now. Nowhere to go, but go into the buggy and immediately wanting to get off, but not enough time. Grenade has been prepped, and you know what? Back to the lobby for Banam.
Banam United, everyone, this team right here, we're looking at BAC, Bacon Time. They may be food, but it seems like they're the ones eating everyone in the lobby. They're taking them down one after another. Already 5 kills, still 3 members left to play. Even the likes of Nova is struggling to keep themselves in this game. It's a high-intensity one. LGD coming in next with the 5 kills to match, but they also lost 3 members already. So Bacon Time just looking like an absolute beast at this point.
Yeah, definitely looking like an absolute beast, but something is working well for Geek fans. Somehow the trade works, and they are currently picking points along the way in the compounds, getting in the apartment, one of the tallest buildings right now in Yasanaya. But looking into Bacon Time, still not ending with the battles here. Now looking into GIDS straight, tapping on towards them as Blues comes in, and they have to get into the circle currently because it has shifted, and people who is currently in the compound is Nova and SMG. But you know what's the odds? Each of them are only 1 player for the team.
You want to know what's good though? Geek fam, they're the ones playing from the outside in. This time around, they might have to go up against Genesis Dogma. But if they can weather the storm, this could be a breath of fresh air, actually, for the likes of the Geeks here. It's about time they leave their mother's basement, get a little bit of fresh air, turn things onto their favor, especially with the new composition that they're running within Erangel, the first Erangel of the day. We'll see how they play this one out. Meanwhile, Bacon Time finds themselves on the sniper's nest, has got scopes as well. They can play the open fields.
Play the open field definitely, but Sonic's eating a little bit of the Blues here. They gotta be ready with the plan B, because right now in front of them there's no vantage point, and we all know clearly Geek Fam works very well with a little bit of vantage, but right now they are all flat in no man's land. But no cooking a nade here, boom, managed to get some damage over to LGD, again being the only player for his team right now. Will try to exchange throwables on which one will go down first. Jump, doing that jump punch, trying to hide that movement, but I think Okta will already have a clue exactly to where the player might be right now. Again, we are looking to a 1v1 situation.
Well, he's primed up the throwables. He's got the nade. Surely he's got an idea on where the members of Boom might be. Tries to bounce it off the wall. Catches onto no one. So he might even try his luck on a different window here. fortunate enough for Boom himself. But Sam9 now up against SMG. SMG, only one member left. But can he trade this one off in a 1v1 trade? He does. Does he confirm it? No, he does not. And falls down is SMG. Moving under gunfire no more as they get themselves out of the lobby. And LGD will try to prime it against Boom. But Boom comes out clean on top.
LGD no more. Boom will take over the compound. The question is, will he be in the circle or will he still be outside? Looking at things, I think he get a little bit of that circle. Now Geek fam, again, this is not a place where they are having the masters on them. This is a flat land, no man's land. Again, trying to look into that vantage point just a little bit more to farm a bit of that farming, but not going to get any because they can't see anybody with that red dot within the reach of where they are right now. But Alter Ego though, trying to bring them down through exchanging throwables. Bacon Time seeing other teams that is currently outside in no man's land.
Bacon Time, they are the tempo dictators at this point. They see all, they're just sniping from the above, and Sam9 doing the same thing. GD losing a member with those taps coming in from Butra. It's pixel perfect as he takes a member down, but Adips gets traded in the process from the B line. We'll have to address.
Yeah, and now as the heat gets heatier or hotter, a lot of these teams are using the compounds as a leverage. But how long can that last? Because all of the teams that is currently in no man's land, they are taking control of it, trying to hide one another away before the great fight happens. If, yeah, there you go, the circle has shown itself and it's on to cover nothing, not even a single compound we're talking about here. Everybody has to come out and play, especially people or teams that are currently in the apartments. There's going to be a huge skirmish right after this.
But look at Bacon Time. They still by the edge. They can stay a little bit longer if they want to. Play with whatever little compounds they have for the time being. But Alter Ego now going on for the push side up against Geek Fam. Geek Fam has to weather the storm, but they're dropping like flies. That is Micah OP immediately. Alter Ego moving in. All but none left alive here as Alter Ego will wipe out the entirety of Geek Fam.
Looking to order, taking control of things and now trying to hide on towards one another. But Lamborghini is going to do a CQC right now, right in front of Order. How he actually flagged that out. That's the reason why Order is a player that we don't want to mess with. He is so on point when it comes to CQCs here. But looking into eyes from the distance, having the eyes from the distance. And you know what? One after another goes down. Again, these are the people from the compounds.
Law and order. That's exactly what he did. Nailed that one down. He dictates the rules on who gets to live and who does not. He is the what was that? The executioner himself. Yeah, he dictates. Meanwhile, Sam9 though, right next to Order. He's about one man. That's a plus side, I guess, for Sam9, but this one man is no man, he's a machine. So if they were to try and do something funny, Bacon Time is also in the prime position to come in and pick you off. He's got to remember that.
Yeah, he definitely needs to remember that one. Trying to cook a nade and he's tanking a little bit of the damage. I think Putra has already known exactly where he is. Trying to do a little bit of the flanking here. Throwing trouble still. Trying to bring down one man. Order. It's like as though they're trying to bring down the entire squad. Now Order is trying to do the exchange of trouble. Still, he has 4 grenades left, guys. He has all day to play with all the troubles, but they have hurt him. He knows exactly where he is. Now looking at this point here, I think it's the disadvantage because of that molly that was being prepped smartly by Sam9.
That was an interesting play there, and nevertheless a great one from Sam9. 5 kills and still 4 members left to play the field. Looking like they have a chance at a chicken dinner. One for the Malaysian team for the day. And they are by far the most performing Malaysian team, if I'm not mistaken. Was it 4 rivals? It was 4 rivals, yeah. They're not doing not too bad themselves. They have quite of the highlight in day number 1. And this might be them back in that trajectory. They're holding that flag up high. Meanwhile, Genesis, Dogma still here. Thorn in the bush. Bacon Time cannot look to make any sort of aggressive plays, not without getting punished. Same goes to the Sam9.
He definitely needs to get ready that wall of smoke in order for them to, all of these teams to cross into the current circle where we all know it's right smack in the center. No man's land, a flat terrain indeed. And all they gotta do is just prone, exactly what is doing right now. He is proning, playing a little bit of the terrains, but the team that has the most prestige position right now, I would say is GDGID. They got a little bit of the cleave to play with, and they are still not being spotted. They got a shed, and it's not going to be easy for these teams to reach upon them. And looking to Sem9 has already lost 3 members just because of getting contacted at the right timing, and now Manpa has to go out by himself.
GDGI right now has got to focus on the bacon time though, so this might put them into a tower situation because the fire did come up from their end. So bacon time will have their eyes on GD. Same goes with San9 looking at GD as well, and so they now find themselves 1 versus 2 because they decided to reveal their location, and now who's gonna get them first? Will GD hold their ground here, or will they falter to the likes of the 2 and going out at the 3rd place?
It's all about the timing, guys. We all know GDGID. They will not leave this particular place that they have. It's such a good place to be. Look at the terrain that they can play with. They have a little bit of that leverage, you know, to play with the terrains. There's a little bit of the regions we're talking about. But look into bacon time. The confidence after one haystack after another. They know exactly what to do. Prone and then use the leverage that they can have from the distance. But Alan here trying to do a random spray from the distance, knowing that Manpa has been trying to hit on them from that long distance, but he's already have gotten over that wall, so it's going to be a lot of this not getting compromised in by the positions. And we all know it's all about proning, and a few of these teams will try to get information by jumping behind the haystack.
Yeah, they're just covered with haystacks right now, or wheat fields. All these brown, and you just need to spot the green snake within the bush. But none of these teams are budging or giving the chance, the opportunity to get shot out and bow out too soon though. However, bacon time, they're turning their backs onto GD and immediately gets punished. It's Alm style. Knocked out in the grass itself, gets picked out here. None of that parasites index crop fields. And so Genesis now finds a leg up against bacon time themselves, and they're taking more members down as they've got the general direction all locked out and centered, and Manparang to go out with. That is Sem9 down, so bacon time secures the 2nd spot. Surely they cannot push against Genesis, who's got all the manpower in the world. They're shooting that one out, and it is unstoppable with a 10 elimination streak onto the side of Genesis Dogma.
Wow, what a gameplay that was, because we did see how Alan kind of spotted out Manpa, and that is not by the size, by his game instinct. And actually, Alan won for SEA Games, the solo player. He won for Indonesia. So definitely a lot of skills coming from an Alan. Because of him, it kind of gave GDGID that lead start in getting that chicken dinner when we did see there was 3 teams left.
Insane plays. They were patient. It seemed like if they would have, shoot and play on the aggro way too soon, that they wouldn't have ended up in this top 3 finish. Rather not even a top 1 finish, right? But they played it very patiently. They took fights that were unnecessary, and they allowed the things to play out and let teams take each other out before they had to even crawl their way into the circle, and perfectly played out with this match alone. So the streak for Yangon Galacticos has been broken. But man, it is great to see a new victor, a new chicken dinner up on the screen.
Yeah, definitely, and it takes a lot of patience, like what Keith mentioned. You know, they got themselves the position. There's not a need for them to push. They did not push at all. They just played by the timing, by the zones. They keep getting the circles, and all they gotta do is just come out to play and push when it is coming towards the right time. And we did see that happening over to GDGID, even though they were pressured along before that. But looking into this, SMG being taken control by SM9 again. Teams are trying to push each other in the compounds because the circle was closing in towards the compound area, and we know there was a great number of teams that was coming towards the compound areas as compared to the teams that is currently outside.
Yeah, look at that. Every single time you see GD, you see them being pressured in the map. They definitely did not have the easiest of times here, despite them already getting 5 kills when we're looking at them. That means they have been doing damage from beyond our eyesight or our own visibility. Here they are again, coming out clean. And despite being pressured the first few times, now taking things onto their terms and sealing it out with the additional 5 kills necessary to bring that to a 10 and a chicken dinner. So that brings them to a full 20 points.
And this is our top 4 teams to focus upon, which we just witnessed earlier. GDGID, again, a whole lot of these teams are using the same distance for traveling, and a whole lot of throwables is being used this time because, like I said, this was a compound fight, and the only way to push each other out is by throwables, and of course for them to lay that wall of smokes in order for them not to get their position compromised. But then again, a lot of these teams, even though they took that double-edged sword when being in the outskirts, they had to tank it out a little bit, and the only team that tanked out was actually GDGID with 12 elimination points and 22 in total. That's something to brag about, at least when they didn't get any of the compound areas.
Here they are, furnished upon the screen here. 22 full points. Bacon Time can't knock at them. They've got tremendous efforts as well. 12 points on their end. Zem9 pushing into a bunch of team, winning the clutch against SMG. Nova, although they showed a little bit of promise this time round, still not enough to actually close in into the top 1 finish here, although they are the pride and joy for China right now. Same can be said about SMG, coming out as a fresh victor within the scene. But let's take our eyes onto Bacon Time. It is 9 Noise coming in as the MVP of the match. 1,001 damage, 52% team contribution, 153 longest elimination distance, and 4.6 MVP points.
Yep, a little bit over average for damage and team contribution. So we can see that he is definitely a good support when it comes to this. He's always there for the teams and getting the damage, and somebody is getting the job done. But here we go, looking into the overall rankings. Infinity still not budging at all, even though they did have got a good play. Only today, they started with 91 eliminations. They didn't really get to farm a lot as compared to the last or yesterday we did see them. They're still comfortably at number 1, but teams that have managed to push their way up is actually Bacon Time, GDGID, Geek Fam. These are the 3 teams that managed to push at least a level up.
Yeah, luckily for Infinity, the second challenger isn't having such a great day as well. Otherwise, that gap would have been closed a long time already. They're only 2 games apart, 2 good games apart for Nova to come and surpass the likes of Infinity. And so their only win condition is to make sure Nova doesn't have a good game, because everyone else is at least, it's a little bit far, too much of a stretch for them to catch up, at least within this day itself. They can come in tomorrow as the final day, and so none of these teams should be comfortable with where they stand. But first, let's take a look at some of the what entails in this match alone. Sis Jenny.
So we can see the top 4 teams here, and a whole lot of distance that has been traveled, because we all know exactly where the circle kind of ended. It nearly showed as a normal circle until it had a hard shift towards the north of Servani and Yasenaya. So a lot of these teams were stuck by the compounds. Hence, if you could see earlier, we didn't see too much of a holding on fights. It was more of a pushing in game, because we know how the circle kind of ended. We can see the rotation coming from, I think it was Sem9, who had their ways all the way from the bottom, and then they managed to squeeze their way all the way on the left-hand side of Yasenaya. But a few of these teams actually went in and out. Like, for example, looking into Bacon Time, that has moved into Jogopol, and they managed to go from the top part of the current map, which is, we all know that Erangel, coming from the north, it's a downslope coming down. So at least they get that information and knowing exactly where to crash upon.
Look at that, Nova had got first entry within circles. Bacon Time was right next to them. I think they went into quite of a conflict there. They get wiped out in the process. I don't recall what actually happened with Nova. I believe they got punished somewhere in the process here, I remember. Meanwhile, take a look at all the fights that had to happen. Yangon, unfortunately, only had 2 members try to play it in a late game, but Infinity was there. Meanwhile, Genesis staying out of sight, out of mind in, the lesser dense place within the circle. If not, there's no one there either.
Yeah, it was a double-edged sword. That's the reason why we are seeing a lot of the teams who prefer to be in the compound, because they can play with walls, they have time to reset, even though there's going to be a whole lot of population over into that area. So there was only a couple of teams that decided to be in no man's land, which is GDGID, Alter Ego, and also Geek Fam. But the only team that managed to get out of that was only GDGID, because they played that double-edged sword kind of mana, and they managed to win that fight. And not only that, they brought home the chicken dinner with extra bonus points. That's the reason why they got themselves 12 elimination points. So in a way, they managed to outsmart a few of these teams, even though they know, hey, you got the compound. It doesn't matter because we have a place to reset even longer.
Yeah, and more, I think it's more of like reading, understanding within that circle. If that is the only potential compound, then everyone's going to go to that compound. We'll just sit this one out. And for the most part, they were being pincered down, being in the open. They were punished. They weren't doing anything within the last few circles. However, they eventually, teams ended up fighting each other, and that gave them the opening to do so. Anyways, let's talk about some of the good things PUBG Mobile has got for you, and that is the upcoming PMCC. Hashtag one squad, one goal. It is your chance to make it to the pro leagues here through the community or the campus championship. So why not just scan that QR code? I keep saying sign up, but yeah, scan to sign up in that with that QR code and be in the first qualifier of the campus leaders with a 40,000 ringgit prize pool. So a pretty hefty one, and it is your last chance to get into the PMNC 2022.
Yeah, and of course, if you guys are in your own campuses, you need to submit that identification card. So you need to check back with the rules and regulations. But you know what? New Ultimate set is coming. So those of you who are the collectibles of all our cosmetics that have been given so far, this is coming towards, I don't know how many updates and seasons already. This is definitely looking super sleek here because every update, we all know it's going to be cool. And right now I can see a little bit of that, I don't know, it has that
sci-fi vibe.
Sci-fi, and you know that thing in Norway, that lights. Aurora.
Oh, the Northern Lights.
Yeah.
The Northern Lights,
Aurora lights.
Aurora.
Yeah, but you know what else is beautiful? It's Nusa. I'm pretty very much it's actually influenced by Bali because you know the name, and there are a few places here which reminds you of Bali itself. Especially go to Crystal Bay, guys. Go to Crystal Bay because that's the only place where you can get that tactical firing bow. So you want to put on fire with that Flame Village, go to Crystal Bay, get the key, and you can get someone on fire in the house.
It sounds like a recipe for disaster, right? For Flame Village to be positioned right next to the scientific center. We've seen that one played out before. I'm talking about Chernobyl, where a nuclear plant just blows up and an entire village just gets mutated in the process. And it's pretty much similar. You're building a Flame Village right next to a scientific center where all sorts of experiments takes place. But let's look at the experiment that counts, and that is to put 16 teams within a map and see who comes out on top. It's called the Battle Royale, and GD, this is what they pulled previously in that match number 3 here. 12 eliminations to the 6 of Bacon Time.
Yeah, we can see actually Bacon Time did a whole lot of work, but most damage belonging to 9 Noise. That's the reason why he got himself that MVP. GD booms with 904, and Adips again coming from Sem9. It's not a surprise, it's him or Putra will try to get the most damage most of the time because usually, if you recall in Sandhawk, Adips was the first guy to rush in front. He will be the one to tank at the same time, take down whatever damage that he can and get support from the back in Sem9 itself. So probably that's the reason why we're seeing them here. But look into today's match so far. The first one we started was a show match being bought back by Team SMG with 1,000 USD and a back-to-back chicken dinner from Yangon Galacticos, and of course the GIDS coming for Indonesia with 12 eliminations.
Yeah, 12 eliminations. The second highest eliminations today for a chicken dinner. Yangon definitely with their 15 of their own. We're down to the last 2 Erangel of the day here. It's match number 4 commencing in just about a bit. Oh my god, that started off with a very intense event. I'd like to see even more crazier circle, and maybe, just maybe, with the remaining last 2 Erangels left within the day, I want to see Choo Choo and Sir Cloud get happy. I want to see a Sosnovka circle played out.
Yeah, that's their wish list. So hopefully we get to see that. Even though a whole lot of the players will be like, no, because they know probably the strats there. When you you will be gatekept. There is no exit. You know, even if you're in the waters right now, if they know exactly where you are, even though you know now that Kiev, when you get knocked in the waters, you still can swim all the way to the shore and somebody can revive you.
Oh really? When you're knocked, like on your knees knocked?
Yeah.
They just, wow.
Yeah, it's a.
So you're saying
situation.
if you're knocked out, you can't crawl, you can't wake up, you can't stand up.
Yeah, but you can.
But you can somewhat do a more tasking task, and that is to stay afloat, control your breathing, and swim to shore against resistance.
Yeah.
Yeah, that totally makes sense.
Yeah, and you can revive somebody when you're in the water.
Totally makes sense. How does CPR work? I don't know. Just opens his mouth, get water in, get drowned. At least that's what I'm imagining here.
Yeah, it's more of like a cheer, you know. You know, when you look into somebody get knocked and you actually touch the shoulder and you're like, hey, you're okay. You can give me up.
You're all right.
You know?
That's just a bullet wound. You're all right. You're all right. You get back up here, man.
Yeah,
You get back up here. Then with enough motivation,
you can do this.
the pain's gone.
Yeah, I mean, that's the action that we are seeing in PUBG Mobile, which is kind of cute. I mean, imagine if they had more actions and you can't really see where the enemy is at. Like, hey, your head is in the way, I can't see. You know, that's good enough to touch by the shoulder. So if somebody get hurt in your life, do that.
Healing hands. Yeah, healing hands. Put healing hands on people. But of course, don't do that if you don't know the person. Otherwise, you end up being a creep. Take it from someone I know.
What?
Someone I know. Someone I used to know. Well, that's a story for another day. You guys don't have to find that one out. But hey, down to the last two maps.
Yeah.
Down to the last two maps. What are your expectations? Who do you think might just come back, bounce back? Who do you think has had an okay run today, but still has a chance to bounce back
I think
later on?
Sam9 probably. They would probably wanted to have a chicken earlier, but Sam9 usually when they have a little bit of that momentum, they would come back the same. That means they would probably get into top 5 and try to push their way all the way up into a chicken dinner. And probably teams like maybe Yangon Galacticos, the meta that they use in Sadhawk and Miramar might not work in Erangel, because we did see they use the same kind of understanding where they came in at the corners, but they were being off guard by a few of the teams and they couldn't pass through after that. So probably teams, I would definitely want to see Team SMG.
Team SMG.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they've been struggling for the longest time.
Yeah.
Ended off yesterday at 19th place. I don't think they did too hot here either. I mean, you're right. If anyone's gonna have the chance to bounce back, it's probably the Sleeping Tigers right now. Because if they can be champions in their own region, and that region is called China, then you expect a better performance from them. Or at least they're not showing what they're truly capable of just yet. But this is who we think is gonna get a chicken dinner in this next match here. 4 rivals for the side of Sis Jenny. I think D Xavier has been pretty much on point today at the very least. A couple of top 5 finishes. I could be wrong, but if memory serves me well, then that info was right. But we'll see how this one goes in the second last Erangel of the day. Any last words or thoughts you'd like to say to the audience?
I would like to say, who's your bad? I mean, guys, it's Erangel. I kind of like this new format because when it comes to Erangel, we get to see consistency of teams, you know, because it has a repetitive map, and of all the maps that Tencent decided to pick on is actually Erangel. So it is our OG map. It is the map that can, you know, show us the potential of each players and how they actually use this map in a sense of how quick and witty they are when it comes to rotations and angles that they used to put in, because we did realize a few of the areas that was being pushed in whenever the circle decide to close in at number 4 or above, a lot of these areas are being taken by a lot of the teams. So not a single place is like, hey, nobody knows I'm here. Nope, everybody knows you're here.
Yeah, I mean, for it to be an OG map, I think it's much respected. There is not a single team out there who cannot play Erangel. Yeah. Right? Which eliminates a lot of the luck factor. Right? Like Nusa, you win that one. Let's be honest. It's a new map. Some people don't even know what corners exist here. What things you can shoot through. Maybe one of these little nuances out, but that's why it's not in the official competitive rotation. But Erangel, to see it 3 in a row, that speaks something. People, they're trying to get the strongest player and the strongest team off them all, and they're rooting out in a very, very meticulous manner, and that is to keep everything else the same.
Yeah. and not a single meta is utilized very well, because you keep on changing their gameplays. If you see whether it's a back-to-back Erangel, because even the unorthodox movements, it doesn't work anymore. Everybody who is gonna caught off guard by the rotations, they will just go for it. We did see how Infinity pushed into booms earlier in the first few circles, one of the first few battles that we saw earlier in the previous Erangel. So when they hit the target, they are going to come for that push, and that was only the second circle. So, you know, even if you're going to do unorthodox rotation, when your car is being hit and you are going to get knocked, they're going to push for you. That's exactly what happened to Sonics also when he was doing a rotation. He was tanking a lot of the damage, being spotted by one of the teams that saw him rotating. So Erangel is all about when you get the place and the circle is on you, it's considered loud. You don't move.
You don't move. I mean, that's exactly how GD got their chicken dinner.
Yeah.
Under gunfire, we don't move. Let's just stay in sight. Well, I hope to see a more, eventful Erangel this time around. Maybe one that's introducing a lot of firepower trade-off between two parties. This one was plenty as it is, all happening in Yasnaya. I like to see that on bigger scale for some of these teams here. And Nova, come on. My guys, I know that what they're made of. Where is the aggressive Chinese style where they get into vans or vehicles, immediately starts hunting? That used to be a thing.
Yeah.
That used to be a thing from the region. But it's like they've toned down since they've come here. Yeah.
I think they are not able to do that because a few of the teams, like I said, they are doing as early rotation as circle number 2. Basically, circle number 2, we already start seeing teams moving around, I mean, not saying that all the other tournaments, we have not seen them move around, but it's not as early as circle number 2. Some of them decide to move as early or later as number 3, number 4, but this is as early as number 2. You already seen teams not only just moving around, they're already purging somewhere and trying to attack somebody. But here we go, let's rise to the land of Erangel, and it's going to start from Sovnovska and into Jagopol near where shooting range is. And we are going to see this exact flight path all the way on towards the left. And I don't know exactly where the circle might be. And this might just be a Sovnovska circle.
Well, if it is, then, count as lucky ones. People waited 2 days to have that bestowed upon them. But here we are on our first day, first appearance within this entire run, and already getting it. So, whoa, look at that, Bandem making it down onto Sosnovka. It's one of the more comfortable spot. I've seen them play down here over in Nova Remnoye. Alter Ego now takes the Sosnovka military base for themselves. Geek Fam's going to be happy because Very Pure is right there. And all the south and side teams will get to, pick their pick. Meanwhile, Hospital now given onto the side of LGD and FaZe with Bacon Time and Yangon Galacticos playing over in the northern side of Georgia Paul.
This is where exactly it will end, and all these teams will be having their own contestment. No, this circle, it's not going to go into Sovnovska's story, Choo Circle out. It's still going to go into the
We have one more. Don't worry about it.
But not this one. Not this one. But it's almost the same kind of circle like in our previous Erangel. But Vin Torres will get away from Pick Fat, and he will, order. Putting down Manpa already somewhere, getting into that small accident, and he's going to get run over, and he will be back in the lobby. And this is actually getting harder to actually bring someone back in the lobby with a vehicle,
Yeah.
after the update.
I noticed.
Yeah.
Now he's going to punch him to death.
Yes.
Because that's all he can do.
Yep. He is going to get himself the first elimination, and he's going to get that point. But, on the other side, Infinity got Tuny being spotted by Dark here, and he's going to be the second player who will be back in the lobby. Unfortunately for Infinity, they are being spotted quite early, but 3-man doesn't mean they can't win a chicken.
Yeah, 3-man is still a plenty. Still quite the crowd. And that is an awfully shaped vehicle. I don't know, the tires looks too small for its entire body, but that's just style choices. Meanwhile, here are the switch that have been made. Harm is back in. Adip's now out. But Manpa is also out because he died on way too soon. And so, they're playing a 3-man squad. BN gets their way onto Nova Remnoye. Circle is closed down to the northern side, similarly like previously. So they will have to find their way out of here. much sooner before Alter Ego choose to gatekeep them in a process.
Capone. We'll just do a little bit of that waiting for a while nobody is here. Similarly to Alter Ego, they're gonna slowly do the looting stage. As of now, nobody's in this area. These two teams have a gentleman agreement on not to push one another, even though they are at the island of Sovnoska. Now moving into Rozhok, and a bit of the wetlands will be for rivals. And looking to Pemburu Apple, they have yet to switch into Jumper. So they're going to stick into this lineup for the whole of today. Probably we are not so sure about the fifth map, but so far things have been looking, I would say, I mean, it's okay. It's not like remarkably good or something for four rivals, but probably they got themselves a little bit too soon in the previous wrangle. So hopefully this wrangle, they can get themselves somewhere in the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, they could really use it. They were the most performing Malaysian team, now getting surpassed by Geek Fam, which, I mean, to be honest, it is Geek Fam's season, at least in the MYSG PH League, right? So it's only natural that Geek Fam ends up on top of them. But the difference are only by 2 points. Definitely can still turn the tides into their favor here. Meanwhile, the boy with many promise, it is Tony K. Now looking more and more aged and mature each time I see his profile picture right down here on the screen. I remember his first debut and you knew it was a kid. Now Tony K looking more like a teenager as the entire league grows by with him.
Yeah, and you know a fun fact, Keith? Tony K has a brother. I mean, it's not a real brother. It's like blood, I would say a PUBG Mobile brother. They grew together, Finn Torres.
Yeah, I mean, they've always been the dynamic duo, I guess.
He was the one who like, hey, play PUBG. And then this guy became better than Finn Torres himself. But they are a double duo, like you know, Damroot and also, who's his sidekick? I don't know. He's just good with everyone else. Damroot, Yuhai, Damroot, Snipes, and the list goes on.
That's true. That's true. Is Sonic's in that list?
Yeah.
Well, I've never seen that combo before, but I would assume so.
Do you know another fun fact?
What?
Damroot and Sonic are from the same village.
Like in real life?
Yes.
Why did you call it a village? Isn't he from Sabah?
Yeah, I mean, that's what they say. I mean, I don't know how to translate it. I mean, I heard it in Malay, so of course I said village.
The same kampung? You mean town?
Yeah, town. Something like that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's a direct translation. I get that. Meanwhile, scan the QR code, be part of the run into the new generation of gamers or competitive PUBG Mobile players here. Right on the left-hand side of the screen, 40,000 up for grabs. All you have to do is flip a phone out and scan the QR code. Meanwhile, Baby Loki, still mischievous as it may be, as entailed by the Lord themselves. Now Frozen will find his way right next to FaZe Clan. Don't know if they do see him, not with a haircut like that. It's a bit shaded. But this guy, I guess, closing off the distractions up on the screen, eyes only onto the crosshairs, staring down onto the enemies.
Staring down, and Frozen is probably one of the players that we have to look upon for. We know Paraboy, we know Jimmy, we know Order, and Frozen has his own special skills too. We did see how well he managed to have a good trigger discipline in Sandhawk. He stayed all the way when there was like 10, 15 teams, and he stayed there all the way till number 4. So that says a lot about the player itself when it comes to trigger discipline. And now looking into GIDS, again, teams are just doing rotations as early as 7 minutes, guys. The first circle already moving from one place to another. And BN will move out from Novo, Repno, and make their way into the mainland of Erangel. And now looking into the circles, it's still almost the same as the previous one, just that leaving out the options of getting into the portion on the northern side of Erangel where there is more vantage point as compared to earlier.
I like how you pronounce Novo Repno, yeah. Nearly sounded like if it was Australian, it would have sounded something different, wouldn't it?
Oh.
Novo Rep, nah, yeah. Oh, that was so bad. Can't believe I cracked that one out.
Nah.
Nah, nah.
I got you, mate. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
let's move on. I do not want to be reminded of the bad jokes I make online.
But yeah, I kind of like how, okay, you know what? There you go. Influence of their accent. But no, Jenny. I'm not going to go into Australian now. But now looking into SMG, they are trying to tap onto a team that is seen from a distance. I'm not quite sure exactly who, but it seems like it is Infinity. But way, bro, that is way far. At least about, whoa, looking to 400 meters here. How in the world they can tap onto that? But yeah, SMG is one of the teams that probably desperately needs to get back on top. I mean, they got themselves a good start of the day with the show match.
Oh,
and
game
the
circle. Oh, it's the same thing.
Is this a rematch?
Nah, it feels almost like it. I mean, they have more compounds now compared to barren lands as they were in the previous one. Already, gunshots have been fired at the SEM9 against GD, the previous chicken dinner winners. And they will just find their way out of sight, out of mind. No casualty in the process. Still 16 teams to play the lobby.
With DP arm 4 times, trying to spray away. Putra managed to get a good damage out of the player, but not going to get any knocks from that. Now FaZe taking control of School and Nova. Here, Order trying to spray on towards FaZe Clan. And you know what? Geek is just on top of them, so they got to get ready for this. If it going to get a third party, now this is not the time. There you go, already third party indeed. And this is coming from Yuhai, who decided to stop for a while and decided to spray on them. Got a hit marker, but both of them decide to separate on the way to a better place to be. And it seems it's gonna be a good call here, at least for Nova, because they got a little bit of the shade to cover themselves from Geek Fam.
Geek Fam's not done just yet though, and same goes with Nova. Nova up Noya got the best of me. And Yuhai now shooting on the side of Nova. Nova himself onto FaZe Clan, but they're taking a bunch of shot back. An Order taken out on his knees. It's this one from Beer 11 from the far side. MR5 now tossed in smokes, trying to go in with the revive. Nova now coming in with the pickup. But where are the rest of the teams of Nova to try and defend the likes of thee? They are outnumbered and outgunned. It seems like the rest of Geek Fam, who now closes upon the duo. That's Frozen and Order will now go out in that order, respectively.
Yeah.
Spray them down, both on the coffin. At least you've got a buddy back in the lobby.
Somewhat. I'm sure they are pretty much angry now, leaving only 2 players of Nova, which is actually, I think it's going to be Jimmy and Paraboy alone here. Yep, there you go. They are over in the areas of School trying to do a rotation, but they managed somewhat, played. They are usually doing this by a pair, and we're having the other pair who managed to stay alive. So they're going to try and take control of this huge compound, talking about entry points and exit. There's too many when you want to talk about School itself. But then on the other hand, looking into depth here, I'm not sure why he's still lingering right outside. Okay, so probably he was just trying to adjust something, and that was pretty dangerous because we did see Alter Ego somewhere on top. But boom, you're trying to do a TPP, looking into where BN might go. He knows exactly there was rotation being made here. Probably the scouter that he is going to get information first, and probably will try to do that late game play and give them a surprise a little bit later.
Yeah, he was standing right awkwardly in the open. It seemed like they would have just shot him down if they got them the chance to peek him out here. Fortunately for him, he will live to tell another day here. Meanwhile, circle closed on into a more denser part of town, evenly spread out at the very least. Plenty of compounds to be played around with. A lot of natural grooves within the map in which they can turn into their leverage. So I guess we kind of got like the fair fight that we've wanted, like you mentioned.
Yeah, it is definitely a scream circle. Everybody is so used to this circle, at least. It's going to be a harder wrangle, at least for this round, where a lot of these teams will know exactly where to be, where to go, picking awkward areas, and it's going to be out of reach for some of these teams. We'll be getting themselves a bit of a tanker, but boom, coming right smack in the center with a boom explosion immediately. Not enough time to get that reset here, but I think Reezy knows exactly what's about to happen. This is the team that actually waited for Bound now. No, they got the information. They're going to take them by surprise, and true enough, though they managed to get one, it's not a good trade because one of them went down immediately. Now the rest of the boom needs to get ready before SEM9 comes in.
Well, they're going in for the push though. Boom immediately tries to go in with the beeline, spots one out, gets knocked out despite the tag team duo. That drive-by did not pan out the way they hoped things would be. And now Banam can actually just go in with the pickup, but not if they're throwing bodies as such. 3 members down from Banam, only 1 member left.
Yeah, but now third party here we go. Sam9 as we speak around the corners. They know the fight that's about to happen. And getting tapped here. Dab is taking control over things here. He's going to take over 2 teams at the same time now. Looking into Racting, not exactly sure where he wants to be. But there you go, the entire team. Unfortunately, they wanted to surprise Bao now. But I don't know what happened. There was a miscom somehow.
Yeah, DX can now look to dig into the bowl here if they were pay a little bit more attention, but not just scouting out within the area. He sees the smokes. They know that they're still generally in this area. Takes one member down. The rest to follow down with. And with that clash, that collision. Now this is why it's called the regional clash, because they don't care. They just jump straight at you. You saw that car. Brakes did not hold it back.
That was a car hit shot. It was right on the head, man. Oh my god, that was epic. But anyways, there you go. D Xavier taking advantage over towards other disadvantages now. Looking to 9 Noise, the previous 9 MVP, striking on towards Sam9, getting a very good place to be in the current circle. This is actually a very good place to be where you get information, you get to farm. But I think D Xavier will get enough time to reset. Seeing this, there's a lot of crates for them to loot, honestly.
They will try to loot that right now. Cooling off from that sort of stunt, man. Now, Alter Ego has got to go up against GD. I believe he might have saw a little bit of a hits being popped out here. GD might have gotten an info as well, because the way they're pathing through seems to be very, very conservative. Not even showing a little bit too much hit or so. But it will drive away from the circle zone. I mean, away from the blue zone. Make their way within the circle and just reset the fight from there. I think if GD, hold that thought, SMG now against 4 Rivals. 4 Rivals gets the entry onto them. Remember, a friendly grenade onto Appy himself.
Oh no, that wasn't planned at least. And this is supposed to be a takeover for 4 Rivals. Now Voki has to plan this well, because there could be third party any moment now. They got to get their man up there on the feet. But looking into this, looking to Apple and Voki left, having to tank everything else. Remember, he's just here guarding on towards Appy, who's currently on his knees. And SMG wants to win this fight versus 4 Rivals, but both of them are on the reset mode. They're not going to come into each other. And this is going to take a while, because it might come into third parties here. They're right smack in the center. It's calling out all these other teams to look into them. And Voki and Apple won't budge.
What seemed to be a very, very good intro for them now just seemed pretty sour in the process here. Now losing more so than they thought they would have gained. Still in a deficit trade at that point. Meanwhile, Infinity and FaZe will have to face each other. Sam9 and Alter Ego will have D Xavier to handle with as well. Meanwhile, it is Eagle Esports now playing from the outside in.
Yes, we're looking into bacon time here, lurking into people's contentions and fights along the way. That's probably the reason why 4 Rivals and Team SMG couldn't budge, because they are getting tanked by other parts also in the damage. But LGD or MVM trying to put in some towards GDGID, who is currently proning with a whole lot of smokes around them. They are in the open. They are pretty stuck here in front of Nova, and they're getting shots from LGD at the same time. They're pretty much squished inside. But looking into these 2 teams, they're not going to budge at all. At all.
And sometimes that is the better strategy.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't move a muscle.
Oh,
Everyone's not moving a muscle, actually.
I know, right? I mean,
wait, is that a thing, or are we looking at something that's wrong here now?
I think probably the both of them wants points. And looking into 4 Rival, they are neck and neck with Geek. It's like almost, I mean, they are from the same country. Probably they had a bad game before this. They want to come up better. And now we already lost 2 men. So yeah, and looking to SMG, they are currently at the bottom tier. So obviously they want points. And the 2 of them are like, hey,
let's not move a muscle.
You move first.
You go ahead. He's taking on the advantage, but meanwhile, First Movers does get an advantage here, as already they're taking out members of Sam9. That's Putra taken out in that advancement alone. Now does his brothers look to avenge his very soul, or maybe not even necessary, as Vengeance are up to get his entire squad. Sam9 has to book a ticket to get the heck out of there.
Yeah, trying to get the heck out of here. they had a good game before this, and they definitely want to go for another one. Unfortunately, they started with one par back in the lobby, and now they're being sprayed over different angles. Look at how they're driving super YOLO right now. They're going to be targeted from different angles here, at least. And Geek Fam is the next one who will spray towards Harm, and he will get fired. Oh, no, he will survive by the shed here, but it's not going to be a good place to be in. All of them are at the perimeters right now, and Apple and looking into Pamburu or someone. Oh, no, it's Volky. I think they are deciding to go elsewhere. It seems like that. But anyways, a lot of these teams are still currently in the circle. And we're looking into another crasher, Yangon Galacticos versus LGD.
LGD definitely gunning them down here, as well as Nova. Looking like they're getting kill streaks up across the board, but it is Yangon who's had 2 good games today, now seemingly out of momentum to push on forward. More dropping out like flies, but it is the Xavier. Again, the team that I voted out too soon at 14th place. Sorry for the curse. It's just one of my own. Meanwhile, Beer 11, pulling the pin, but not throwing in the nade, gets blown up on himself.
And dominating is the Savior from another angle, gunning down teams that is along the way here, and managed to get a few strikes here. Infinity managed to see Geek Fam somehow by rotations, but Return Fire immediately snipes with that motion in hand, and that's exactly what his role is, a sniper in hand. But Logan trying to farm onto FaZe. 2 of their men is trying to prone inside, or at least crawl in, being knocked somewhere. But a lot of these teams right now are trying to crash onto one another because it's already the 5th circle, and it's not going to look good for a lot of them, because you look at where the circle is. It is going to be right smack in the center with very, very low compound areas. Now Marnet will try to gun down, or at least cook a grenade for Mika. And Apple goes back into the lobby. I'm not so sure if they are still alive, but shots are fired from another angle. Oh my god.
Marnet survive against the rest of Geek Fam, being the only member from Yangon Galacticos. That was great play, and I think he lobbed that nade, bounced it off a little corner, and bounced onto Mika. Mika took a heavy hit, and a few bullets from the far angle conceals them into the coffin itself, in the graves, into the lobby they go. So that was great plays coming out from Yangon Galacticos. Definitely doesn't look much on paper, but in that situation, that's what you take what you can get.
Yeah, definitely trying to take it in. But also taking it in right now is actually Infinity. They are building up those wall of smokes. Woo! But Logan being spotted here. But just by an inch bit, that terrain helped Infinity to crawl over to Sam 9. And there you go, Mila striking off the first one. And will try to take down the entire Sam 9, who's currently on the buggy. And that did not work for them, because they are going to go back to the lobby. But just immediately, LGD takes control of someone's advantage, and immediately take it as a total disadvantage for them. One by one goes down, but they still are alive with that smoke, wall of smoke in the shed.
LGD 4 kills already. Still 4 members strong. Infinity has the 5, but only down with a single member, unless he can go in with the pickup. He does. And it's LGD who's got eyes onto them. So Infinity again finding themselves pincered in positions they know not how to play out from. Immediately, there we go. Taps and taps. Going on the side of Infinity. They may be called Infinity, but this is looking like the end of the entire squad as they get booted out into the lobby, 9th place, although they did have 5 eliminations.
Yep, and now slowly building up the circle, heavily concentrated, again in awkward places. This is again no man's land, not many vantage points as we can see here. A lot of people are just holding on by compounds, just hiding on towards areas where there are small defense mechanism that they can use, like little grounds, terrains that they are able to use. But Marnet trying to still stay alive here, even though LGD is pushing, but that DBS make that knock here. He is tanking a little bit of the damage also. I'm not so sure if that is going to be enough time. The space has gone in with the Vector back into the lobby for Marnet.
Wow, Marnet. He's held off long enough for Yangon Galacticos. It's the best out of the worst situations ever, so he'll have to be happy with that. Come in content, maybe do better in the next round, but still up in plays. It's Nova, Bacon time again. Eagle Esports, LGD, 4 rivals, Alter Ego, and Team SMG.
Yep, it's all about who will make the first move first. Again, a lot of these teams are just holding on to areas where they can get a little bit of that defense where they can hide, not over compromising positions. Exactly what Forevers is doing. They are right smack in the center. And two Eagles here trying to make something smart, playing by the shorelines. And they definitely have a place to reset, though it might be a problem for them to come into the circle later on. They have to definitely extract the opponents right in front, which is LGD, and also Bacon Time lingering over the corners.
Yeah, I feel like Eagle Esports right now, they've been pretty silent as Eagles, but it's about time that they leave their nests and learn how to be the predators that they are. Swimming in water, that's Namshin trying to find a flank side into this entire battlefield, creeping closer towards the center, but they have to be careful because Bacon Time, they have eyes across the valleys, and any overstepping will get punished. Four rivals finds themselves in sticky situation, but the fight will prevail here onto LGD versus Eagle Esports.
We're looking to 7 teams left in the lobby, and that first one will go into a Kobe mode for Eagles. The next one will hit again. Namshin trying to get a little bit of that leverage, but he gets tanked a little bit more, and LGD immediately pushes. Oh my god, this is going crazy. They are so hungry for some form of eliminations here. One by one goes down like a domino, and then you go, here we go again. They are still on the hunt, but still looking to a trade here, but the trade is coming off well. Namshin trying to tank a little bit. Now LGD gonna go head to head. Now who gonna get Stills first, but he goes down next. Now one more to go. It's a 1v1 situation for Sukik, and he will try to do a revival just to do the reset.
Well, they've got the nades and the Molotovs right there just to discourage any sort of overcommittal, but it is LGD that gets taken out because Bacon Time was in the area, and it's time for them to feast, and feast they shall as they try and get more pointers onto their name. LGD, they did pretty formidable themselves, but have to find their way into the lobby. It's time to make way for Bacon Time.
Bacon Time always striking up first, and it has been quite a consistent today's battle. We did see them always approaching or, trying to poach over fights first. They get the vantage point. They will try to, do the pressure fire on towards teams that they can see and fit on. They are the ones pretty much freely moving around, roaming around these areas. And now looking into Alter Ego, having spotted Nova. This is the other two combos that we're talking about. Jimmy and Paraboy now neck on neck now, standing. He was just standing in the middle, not doing anything. He managed to dodge a few bullets, and he got the tank of that grenade that was being tossed over by Paraboy. And now getting third party, it is Bacon Time. Again, this is the team that has always get into people's or intervene in a sense.
But look at Nova though, they're two men up against the entire world. That is Alter Ego. They've already neutralized a number of the threats here. Only two more left standing to shoot, and they're running straight in, securing that kill. One more behind the door. They're going in with the peaks. Double peaks was there, but coming in from the flank side, he will trade that one off. Jimmy, he has to be careful for one more member. Or will that be it? Alter Ego coming in from the outside. He is trying to stop Paraboy in the process here. They know one member still lives, and he has to outplay this way if he is looking to still save his ally and maybe go in with the pickup. Meanwhile, Bacon Time already shooting down onto the Eagles, but it is Paraboy who gets confirmed first, sending the message that one more member is well within the area. Jimmy, can he clutch these up?
Trying to do a slow-mo here, building up the game, throwing a nade towards them, and will tank a little bit of the damage, but that will not bring Jimmy down. And Jimmy will still wait for opponent to come in, but from a different angle. He's getting shots again from the angles, and Jimmy taking control, taking advantage over the shots was given here, but Namshin getting spotted from Aum, but he's still surviving. Eagles from the distance, proning away, but now already outnumbered. One man, you know what, back in the lobby they go, because Bacon have this vantage point. They're taking precedence of it, and now they're just going to control one portion after another, and suddenly we have only 3 teams left, which is Nova, Bacon Time, and SMG.
Bacon Time, they were robbed from the chicken dinner previously, and now this looks like the closest chance they can get again towards getting the chicken dinner. Have to be careful of SMG though, they're formidable, and now they are directly up against them. Nova is going to play snake in the grass at this point. But Bacon Time, they cannot be denied for a chicken dinner here. They've come in close once. This is the second time they have to close things off.
trying to close it off, and they definitely know the existence of Jimmy. SMG, at least, this is the round that they are going to prove everybody else wrong. It's not only Nova and LGD is able to make those promises, because SMG, they managed with that trigger discipline, they build up the game, and now they got themselves a fraction of that circle and they're trying to take precedence out of it, but headshot in the head goes down. Pick feet will pick on towards Jimmy's head, and he goes down first, but Bacon Time already got the information and will try to go into the direction of where SMG is in.
Yeah, it's go time for the likes of Bacon Time here, but SMG, they've gone in with the reset. They're tossing more nades on forward. He does see the hit marker there, so he's kind of gotten an idea of where these members might be. It's Ice, who is right there, getting knocked out though. It is Shirty S, and now that is information transferred. It has turned the tides into a 3v3 battle. Bacon Time cannot afford making another mistake.
Looking to the Bacon right
Hold it right there. He saw one behind the tree. He's spraying on forward. It does clip with the marker there. Memory has got good ones, and it was passed over to Remember. Showed them time and time again why they are China's champions right now. Turning the tide onto their favor. It is Bacon Time falling one after another, and it's looking like they might just come in and close it all off, although 2v3 still very doable. SMG now pressing the issue, shooting across the smokes, blindly just wishing it hits. But they have even things out 2v2.
Now we're going to do a little bit of the reset here with a Grosa on, but he gets short for Shirty, and this is going to be an outnumber thing. We're looking into a 2v1 situation. SMG will go on a hunt here, but as remember, we'll know exactly where to hit onto, and there you go, winner, chicken dinner for SMG from China.
My God, unfortunate it may be for Bacon Time. Twice now if they've gotten close to a chicken dinner, but it is SMG who snags it. 2 chicken dinners for today, although the first one being just a show match, but here they are to show up when it matters the most. Match 4 out of the 5 games to be played today. It is Team SMG showing once again why they are China's champion.
Yeah, man. And they definitely decide to do a tweak of their gameplay earlier. You know, they were pushed by 4 rivals, but the both of them had a gentleman agreement. But unfortunately, it's SMG who bite 4 rivals in the back. So it's still, they met up somehow. But because of that, it gives them that time to compose and reset. And not only that, they managed to get an advantage ahead of Bacon Time, who has been the one biting each other's backs over all the other teams that they are able to see from where they were.
Yeah, man, that's exactly what they did here. Looking very scary. But let's take a look at some of the highlights that you might have missed. A lot of fights happening in this crater field. I believe it was initially between 2 teams, and TX just comes in as a third party, ramming through the skulls of the member of Van Nam. They could not stand a chance. Meanwhile, Infinity pushes onto Sam 9 in such in the phase of the circle where everyone was just not moving around. I guess the first mover will take the action and get things done. LGD had very promising round this time. It looked like they were up for the chicken dinner, but I don't know what happened to pan out within this fight here. What that got pretty sour, and they got taken out in the process.
Definitely. You know what? Initially, when we saw that the car that was moving towards the head, I kind of moved also. I saw the car was coming out of the monitors, but that was a kind of good start here. But Aumir, again, this is the team that has been barking, or I would say snorting on towards teams that has been, you know, coming into their angles. They have been pressuring fire over Eagles, over LGD, you name it. Everybody, they have been tapping onto. I'm very sure they got a great damage when it comes to Bacon Time, and I'm not surprised if the MVP actually came from their team.
Well, only time will tell, as the stats will be up across the screen here, but it is Bacon Time that made the most movements, nearly a minute, nearly a 10,000 mark here. And meanwhile, second to that is only going to be Eagle Esports, who's played it very passive this time around. Not sure how in the actual world did they won, going up against I believe it was LGD.
Yeah, you're right. Like initially it was LGD and then it was brought over by a few other teams that was in the line along the way. But here we go. This is a chicken dinner for SMG with 11 elimination points. Bacon time. Again, we all know how much they have been taking control of the circle with 14 in total. Nova with 11. Eagles with 8. LGD with 8. Alter Ego with 6. Infinity 5. D Savior with 5. 4 Rivals 4. Bow Now with 4, Geek with 3, and then this is the play of the match, and it's not coming from Bacon time. It is actually from Nova Jimmy.
It is Jimmy. Nova did have a spectacular game this time around, and Jimmy did clutch it out against that push that was pressed onto them, and so well-deserving MVP of the match it is. Although I think we would rather see on a winning team itself, but hey, numbers can't lie, and he's contributed more than half of the team's effort here for eliminations.
You're right, but here we go. Overall ranking that definitely push a little bit of the teams up here, and we are looking into the rest of them getting a little bit comfortable. LGD definitely pushed up into level 8 into position of the 8th position. Geek Fam on a kind of consistent. Alter Ego got himself up a notch similarly to SMG.
Also, I have to point out, apparently production told me that 4 Rivals actually got, was it 4 Rivals that got deducted 3 points? Because they weren't wearing the skin, the official skin, right?
Oh, really?
Yeah, so
today?
Unfortunately. Yeah, today. So unfortunately about that, like it's just 3 points. It's not much, but hey, we were told that we gotta say it. Just so you know why the number is as such across the screen. Don't question us. We don't know anything about it. But right now, Infinity and Nova only 20 points apart. Very doable right now. Nova from China can look to actually maybe even come in, take over the #1 spot by the end of the day, because remember, we still have one more game left for them to play, and a full cap out is about 25 points per map. So let's take a look at a post-match recap on how the chicken dinner was earned. Sis Jenny, walk me through this.
Yeah, we all know SMG will be comfortable in areas that they are in, and currently because of the rotation that was being made here, even though they kind of favored a place where, you know, the hot spot is Pochinki, because the rotation, they didn't really have to go too far. We all know exactly where the circle was. It was right beside the areas of school, Yasinaya and Shelter and those areas basically. And looking into Eagles, they came from the top. Even though they got themselves maybe a little bit of the information, that's probably the reason why they kind of were around the shorelines and waited for opponents to come in. While we see this contention happening over with Nova, they had to keep on having on towards fights after fights as compared to SMG. Their first fight was with SMG, was with 4 Rivals initially, and then they didn't do the push. They were just like, you know what, we're gonna wait for it. And because of that, they kind of took the leverage of the place that they gotten. There you go, that's the one that I'm talking about. They took the place of they gotten, and then they use it into their own benefit, where they just push it in front just bit by bit, while all these other teams had another fight on their own. Hence, they don't really have to take so much responsibility in their hands for SMG.
This was what I wanted to look at, right? LGD pushing against Eagle Esports. I feel they made a mistake. LGD pushed in with the car when they didn't have to. They were just trying to confirm some kills with the car, but they missed, and then they got shot, and then they traded more bodies than they should, and gets taken out eventually by the third party, that is Bacon time. But man, Nova was too up against the entirety of Alter Ego and came out on top of that trade. That was spectacular to say the least. And of course, it was Jimmy who clutched things out, and henceforth the MVP title, eventually to take it out this 2v2 situation. Unfortunately, big in time, it's 9 Noise who tried to go in with the prone, but I think he was clipped by two structures within the map that pushed his head up top, and it was easily spotted out by Remember.
That was exactly how it was for the chicken dinner, and honestly, it was another chicken dinner being revoked. For Bacon time, you know, they managed to. They were the team that made a whole lot of noise. You know, they were like shooting. You saw that they had the time to change their guns and do that. But that's definitely a bold move for Bacon time. It is only known and shown that they are the predators, while the rest of them were prey, were trying to prone and get into the circle. But unfortunately, because, you know, having that confidence to push. At the same time, SMG, they kind of know exactly what to watch out for, and then they just had a good neck on neck. And then we did see on head-to-head which team was better in that sense when it comes to that particular scenario.
Yeah, man, that was a lot to be broken down. So thank you, Sis Jenny, for that. I definitely do not have the brain capacity right this very moment, and that's why we are going into a quick break before we head on to the last Erangel match of the day. Once again, you're watching the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. This is Jenny. I'm Keith. We'll see you in about a few minutes.
It's here! The long-awaited new Nusa map is finally here! With a size of only 1x1 kilometer, Nusa is currently the smallest map in PUBG Mobile. It may be small, but it definitely offers a massive amount of content. Not only are there new firearms, what's more, there's also the highly interactive tactical crossbow. Setting huts on fire and repairing zip lines are not a problem. Speaking of map interactivity, Nusa is simply full of surprises. An elevator that lets you go to different levels of a building, a pool that restores your health, fast-moving zip lines, and crates in the wilderness can all better assist you in drawing up tactics to defeat enemies. Even if you get careless and get defeated, there's no need to let it get you down. Nusa's Super Recall will allow you to respawn once more. The small, fastest-paced map lets you rank up faster. Alright, I'll leave it to you to explore the rest of the content for yourself. Hope everyone ranks up and gets that chicken dinner. The new map officially launches on September 13th. Stay tuned.
you know what they say, time flies when you're having fun, and just in a blink of an eye, we're down here today for the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, and already last game, last map of the day. My name is Keith. Together with me is Sis Jenny, or to be exact, for sure, Jenny.
What?
I don't know. It's in your IGN. It's in your tag. It's right there.
I know. Your tag is Keith Eliso, right?
Yeah, which is literally Keith. Yeah, so I didn't change much.
Yeah, I changed.
Yeah.
Things change.
She's like, for sure now. Back then, she was not sure that she was Jenny.
Ouch.
This time around, she's sure that
Sure,
she's
I'm
Jenny.
I'm sure. Or to be exact, Jennifer. But no, anyway, guys, what is sure is actually right now to show you about the collaboration that we're about to have, and that is Papa Boy. There you go. And we're looking into a glimpse of the future. Or it says here, akan datang. Akan datang is incoming.
Upcoming.
Oh, yeah.
Incoming.
Yeah.
To be coming. Wait, what? To be continued. I don't know. Whichever you want to be. It's a teaser, guys. It's a teaser of one of Malaysia's beloved cartoon character, Bobo Boy, and PUBG Mobile themselves. So I guess that background right there that looks like something from Doctor Strange is an indication of a crossover universe between PUBG Mobile and Bobo Boy themselves. But I do wish that one day we'll have a Marvel character up on the screen.
Ooh, and this is Nusa. I love this map, guys. Really, take it from me. I play PUBG every day, and this is one of my new favorite maps to play. I would play this map at least about 7 times. Yeah, and you know, I try not to get responded, because when you get responded, what will happen is that the person that shoot you will try to aim where you go. And when that happens, you will see in the elimination feed, that same person who eliminated you again. And I get angry because of that.
So Nusa, Love Island. You said you play this map 7 times a day.
Yeah.
Why didn't you ever drop by the Love Island instead?
Because I don't have a lover, but anyways.
But that's why, because you're not over at Love Island to, you know, mingle around. But anyways, this is the most elimination from the previous match itself. We have Nova Jimmy coming out on top because of the way he got that clutch down. 4 kills under his name, tying that thing with SMG member Pickfeet. And, well, remember.
Yep, and the most damage is being, there you go, is from Bacon Time. I mean, initially we saw them making a whole lot of noise, and true enough, it's coming from noise. With 899, and also being accompanied with Om with 737, and Jimmy slicking in the middle. Even though he was the only person to be alive with Paraboy, he managed to do this outstanding work with the most damage, so we can see the skill sets of that person himself. But now we already know who has brought home the chicken dinner, including the show match, which Team SMG not only just got a chicken dinner, they got themselves 1,000 USD because of that. And that's the only show match that will be happening in PMRC. And a back-to-back chicken dinner, Yangon Galacticos, GIDS at number 3 on the 3rd map. I mean, with the chicken dinner, and then Team SMG coming back on top. But who is going to be the next one in Erangel to bring home that chicken dinner? There's a lot of possibilities right now.
Yeah, but the narrative I would like to go on is this. 2 for Myanmar, 2 for China, 1 for Indonesia. Is Malaysia going to get a winner chicken dinner today? Or will we save that one up for tomorrow?
I mean, they got themselves only 1 chicken dinner S4, which is from Sem9 in Sandhawk. And hopefully, if they get to close in a chicken dinner this time, at least they will be at par with the countries that have already gotten themselves a chicken dinner. And hence, my talent prediction will be for a Malaysian team.
I will stick with Infinity.
Yeah.
Nah, I think if any team deserves a chicken dinner today, it has to be Infinity. I think they played pretty much spectacularly. They got a decent amount of run. It's just that never closing things off for a chicken dinner, and I think this might be it. Infinity.
Wow.
No, actually, to be fair, they weren't that hot, right? They started the day off with 132. They ended up at 148, 147 actually. That means they didn't get much points out of the 4 maps that were played. But I think that's a driving factor, right? And for Infinity, they'll go like, hey, we can't be too comfortable. We can't keep losing this map, because now, as we speak, Nova is already creeping close, only 20 points away, and they have to come in and solidify the lead at least by the end of the day, so they can come in a bit more comfortable tomorrow.
Yeah, I would second that if I were you too, Keith. Infinity is a team that we don't want to mess with looking into their elimination points. They were farming a whole lot. Starting the day with 91, and the next team that had the elimination point, which was at number 2, was 51 or 56. So the difference was at least about 40 points away. And this we were talking just by elimination, guys. So Infinity probably, today is not really a good day. I would say it's a normal day for them. And hopefully if they get to win the one chicken dinner at this point of time, they would still be in number 1. I mean, right now they are still consistently at number 1. But for me, my defense for rivals, they have always, they are there, but not there yet. So close yet so far.
Yeah, that's like bacon time.
I mean, bacon time is in Thailand.
I think it's painful for bacon time
Yeah.
because they literally are so close but so far.
Yeah.
I think they got which was the one that Bacon Time got in top 3 before this previous match?
Miramar.
It was a Miramar match. Yeah, that was it. That was
the
it.
one that they were tossing in the grenade and being still by Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah.
So close but so far. So there are 2 teams that possibly could have won the chicken dinner, but our challenge prediction said so. So hopefully one of these teams will not get too soon, because usually there is the caster's curse. Whenever we pick something, they are the first few ones to go in the lobby, and I'm sure we do not want that. So far, at least, the caster's curse is not like the casters, the both of us. There will be one person that will not get that.
It's me. I admit it. Yeah, why am I hiding about it? Why am I being so defensive about it? Yeah, I voted for the teams, and most of the times that I vote for teams, they out too soon. So, hey, I don't know.
Hey.
That's not my fault. If you stand up, you look like and the strongest of teams. I am gonna pick you in my prediction. So if you don't want me to pick you, then just
Don't be strong.
No, throw the game piece. Suck at it.
Oh.
I don't know.
Probably, yeah, maybe. But all of the teams are strong, that's the reason why they are over in PMRC, or in the longer format, it's called PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. Yeah, so there's gonna be we are seeing a lot of the teams from Southeast Asia. They are from top 3, most of them, and also accompanied by top 3 from PEL or from China region. So there is a difference in gameplay. They are adapting to one another, but we can see who has been the most consistent and showing off boldness from themselves in the current leagues that has been happening already, not in the previous league, but the current one in season. This is season 6. That is for all these different regions. So we are seeing all the domineering teams that is on top right now. That's why they're there.
Yeah, man. I just gotta give it hats off to Tencent Games themselves, right? Like before this, you would have never gotten the exposure towards like China region unless you made it onto the world stage. Like the fact that now we have an IP or a tournament that actually introduces China with the rest of Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
Southeast Asia is going to get the exposure of what China gameplay is like.
Yeah.
Maybe learn a thing or two, and that would eventually, in the long term, equip Southeast Asia to be one of the top contenders within the entire scene.
You're right. In fact, before this, they always met one another in PMGC, but this is like the pre-sequel before PMGC. So they met together right now in PMRC. But here we go, the last match of the clash that we're about to see. We're going to fly over the OG map all over again in a wrangle. Who's your bet? Going to be at least in the top 5 or winning that chicken dinner? We do not know, and I don't know if this is going to be a wish list for Sir Cloud and Choo Choo.
But Sosnovka military base looking very lonely right now. We need the circle gods to close onto Sosnovka to draw everyone else from the top islands downwards, and I don't know, play in that field. I think that place is a very interesting place, although it may not be the fairest of place because teams would have to go through so much hardships, but that makes it even more enjoyable because in the end of the day, I'm here at least to watch a good game. It doesn't really matter who ends up on top.
Yeah, right. It doesn't really matter for us as long as the teams will show us their strides. And I would actually be surprised if it's the teams that will win the chicken dinner who did not come from Sosnovka itself. But here we go. Let's take the flight up into Erangel, the last match of the day. And it seems like this flight is coming towards the area of Jogopol, all the way down into Milta. I don't know if I'm right, but there you go. On the dot.
On the dot we go. Zaki down to Milta Power here. Well, that's going to give a little bit of a far stretch travel for the likes of the team who likes to play down in the southwestern side, Geek Fam included, they like to play Fairy Pier, Primorsk, and even for the likes of GD, I don't think they're going to get Primorsk actually. So unless they find a vehicle to travel all over, we might just see some brand new drop spots, and some of them might just have to clash within the said same compound.
You're right, and then there's gonna be a switcheroo probably, or they might just be comfortable in each positions. We're looking into break in time. Yeah, I think they're not gonna trade in anymore because this is the wrangle, and they want to try and get eliminations, not rotations. Actually, I doubt actually to see a few teams. Honestly, for me, when I see PMRC, the difference here is the meta. We don't really see the survival skills right now. It's more on towards eliminations. It's very obvious that a lot of these teams, I would say, they still care about survival, especially if they're outnumbered. If they have manpower, they will still go neck on neck with one another, regardless which team that is. But no, Choo-Choo Sir Cloud, it's not going to be a wish list again. It is going to go all the way up north. And Rivertown Ozaki. Wow.
I like a Northern Circle. Which means Severny now looking super, super sexy right now.
Oh, wow.
For the rest of the teams to come in. They're attracted to that loot zones. And now they have to push in pretty much the worst place on earth, the northern side. Nobody likes to go up there.
I do.
Really?
Yeah.
It's so barren.
I mean, there's not much place to loot.
Exactly,
but
it's so barren.
Yeah. But it's a good place to, you know, get information and wait.
Okay. Well, that's like Zarky in a nutshell, right?
Yeah.
Just wait. Just disappear.
What? But kind of. I mean, at least it does give you that compensation in a sense of who gets to stay longer. But Yuhai here probably trying to cry out for mercy. I don't know why is he here. Probably he's trying to get a vehicle. So, you know, some of these places, there is already a vehicle being spawned. Ah! But look, there's another car coming in nearby. I hope he knows and he won't run into the snake pit, because these two teams keep clashing, you know, Geek Fam and Sem9. And now looking to LGD, even they themselves can get themselves a good transportation. This is just a motorcycle. I'm sure they are looking for buggies, they're looking for co-ops and what is that? Okay, I thought it's a blind vehicle.
So because Geek Fam, hold that thought though, he spots on out. Dab shoots him, clips him by the edge, and that is snipes with 0 armor. We'll have to immediately take an early bow out here.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately for Geek Fam, like I mentioned, Fairy Pier was just too far, too inaccessible for them to play this one out. But Micah OP coming in with the trade. The members of Sem9 are there to come in with the, well, another equal trade-off here, which means Geek Fam now has 2 left to play within the area. Do they really want to look to push and confirm the kill onto one member of Sem9? Is he really worth it? Or should they just book a ticket out of there?
I think it's worth it for them to push because, you know, they are equipped with a double Bison, and after the buff, actually Bison is almost as good as a UMP. It's quite sturdy, and you know, it's when you press the trigger, it's a burst mode, and this burst mode, if you get to master it, you're gonna hit on the spot. It's gonna hurt so much. And looking into Yuhai, he only has a pistol to be on the defense as compared to Sem9. Oh, he has an Uzi. Sorry guys, my bad. But yeah, Uzi versus 2 Bisons.
So what?
I think it will help.
Paranoia got the best of them. They thought it was in this area. Oh, but with the pistol shots here, seemingly doing enough damage to maybe take one member down, crippled as they might be. One member still on top of the roof side. He's got to be careful. Coming in from behind the doors itself. Members of Geek Fam trying to play this one out. Oh, but they will with the sheer numbers. Sem9 secures that victory.
Man. If, you know, this was a chance for Geek Fam to climb up. And right now, the battle between 4 rivals, Sem9 and themselves, seems like either of these teams would take the lead. And oh, looking at the lonely crate. Okay, no, we got over that. Yep, but they will come back stronger tomorrow, guys. Don't worry. We don't say goodbye or condolences to them yet. There's going to be 5 more matches tomorrow for Geek Fam. So I've seen how they come back. I've seen how they rose. And I'm sure it's not going to be impossible for them to come back tomorrow. We'll never know. I mean, they might just perch into number 6. I don't know. A lot of things can happen.
They might just, hey, nothing wrong with optimistic thinking, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You need a little bit more positivity, and I guess that's all we can give them at this current point in juncture. But we know they're a good team. Just they're not finding their strides just yet. This is a different league that they're in. It's Southeast Asian, and so some of these movements they might not be familiar with, but man, Thailand just running away with it in the top 5 position. Only coupled along with them is China and Myanmar, Yangon and Nova, respectively.
Yep, and that view, initially there was a graphic, most throwable being used. Again, probably a whole lot of them came from the previous Erangel. The very first one today, where it was a compound fight, we know the fact that they needed to use a whole lot of throwables for that. And probably looking into this particular circle, I doubt we will probably see, maybe we would see more of the smokes instead of the other throwables, as it would be quite vulnerable if they were to toss, trying to cook the grenade, they would be spotted, the hands would be spotted, and then they would get a knock here. A total healing goes to Ranel 5x with 5,268 of healing. I'm not sure where did he actually heal that. Is that in Sandhawk?
Most probably, yeah. I don't know. Alter Ego has always been playing on the outside of the circle, so it literally could be anything. But now Sem9 might rake in more of the points because Bandam just chooses to make the great escape, but they're right next to each other.
I know.
And he's not giving that one up. Harm is really in for harm's sake here.
Ooh.
Trying to chase him down. Surely he gives up midway through, but what is that jump? Oh, he's going to catch one up.
Yeah.
Right on the eye. It's in the crosshair. Does clip.
So close.
So close, though. And they will get it by one cause. Munbar gets knocked down. And now Max LV here to trade the body in the process. So Depp will have to come in and make it worth it for the likes of Sem9. He's got an... goes in with the peak. But fortunately for Sem9, Harm, he is the lord of them all. And really does a lot of damage.
Wow, Sem9 is back on fire. They won points and they mean it. They mean business this time. And they're going to go from one team to another. They got themselves 2 out of that. Initially got the entire Geek fam, and now they're going to go for more. With 6 elimination points already for Sem9, and they are in the blues. They know how to call it quits. As of now, they're going to take precedence, or they will try to prioritize the looting first. As we all know, they don't have enough items, but from the distance, silence. We'll try to keep it silence on the cool right now to get on the backs of Lord or Harm initially. And there you go, Nuzi getting on towards Baunam from the other angles. Yeah, again, these are the teams that is trying to come out from the blues here, and most of them are situated in Farm and Milta, trying to rotate back up. But Infinity might just be the torn amongst all the teams right now who has their own contest.
Infinity still playing in the blue. They have vultures at this point. Scavengers taking of whatever's wounded soldiers well within the blue zone. It was low-hanging fruit, and they will take on that easy pickings. But let's look at the circle. 40% water. It is cut to play that way out. And all these teams rushing from the southern side, I would see loads of trouble happening over in Hospital, where it's going to be quite the choke point and an open rotation for some of these teams to make it up north.
Yeah, open rotation indeed. And now looking into GDGID over in the areas of shooting range, and now gonna get hit hard by 4 rivals who's also at the corners of a shooting range, and they have 2 teams to eye upon here. We're looking to GDGID, and boom, again taking a fight with one another, trying to do the hit marker. Snitchil will get the assisted fire from the distance here. Okla will go down first. Booms again. This is concentrated into a few teams right now. Now also getting into the targets of them. This is pretty open. Too early to be in the open. Quite exposed right now. Paraboy on the other hand hitting Loki, and now looking into Twans coming from Eagles here. A lot of these teams are getting quite vulnerable with being in the open, but this is exactly what I mean by early rotations.
Early rotations paying out not so much dividends, if not GD finds themselves in a huge deficit right now, losing nearly 2 members. They did get the pickup though, but right now they should be looking for the push to secure some of that kills, and they will. That is 4 rivals taking 1 member of GD. Can they look for more? Because GD, they're stuck in between and can't really make an exit. If they do, boom, will be prepared for them.
Yeah, now gonna do a quick looting for Appy. We'll confirm that position first, and then they will not push for more because they know it's in the open, very vulnerable. They got a hole being greedy. There you go. Apple being spotted from the distance here, and this is talking about the areas of shooting range. They got themselves the underground pass here, and they will have the time to revive. No problem with that. Doing the reset while Apple is being the scouter on the hills. He will make a way back home. There you go. He's gonna come back, and this is gonna be their safe grounds for now, safe havens at least. And Appy will go on to another angle. We'll try to confirm the position of Yangon Galacticos at least, sharing on towards the same compounds.
Sharing is a good thing to do, but unfortunately in PUBG Mobile, that's not an option. Space ain't big enough for the both of us. And then someone will have to bow out. And will it be Yangon, who was here first, or will it be the invaders, 4 rivals themselves? Meanwhile, Sem9 tries to break in, make their way into the circle side. Surely don't want to take the fights right here, right now. It's only a futile effort for them to do so, since they will end up themselves within the blue. And so they will choose instead to make a move here. Meanwhile, SMG now gunning down members of Nova. Losing one after another. One confirmed in the grave. I forgot to see who that was, but if that was Order, that's a lot of firepower now down for the count.
Now for the count indeed, Sem9 being targeted in different angles. They try to make that late rotation, but at the same time being gunned down by a few teams. Initially it was gunned down by Banao. Now they are going to be gunned down by FaZe Clan. I don't know how they're going to make their rotation possible, but it seems like they will get caught out for a while here. We're not seeing them in the current circle. They are still in the blues. But right now, this is the circle, not totally focused towards the waters anymore. It's just at least 5% as compared to the mainland here. And places that I would say is a prestigious or prime position has been taken over by D Xavier. Coming in towards is Nova, 4 rivals having all this prime position. Now trying to corner down Yangon Galacticos is Voki and the entire team of 4 rivals, but they gotta be ready because Nova is actually ahead on top of them. So they gotta be ready and they have to be wary of their heads.
They will be wary of their heads, indeed, especially with Nova being on the top hill. They have eyes onto the members of Sem9 here. Should they overpeak, they will get gunned down in the efforts, but they will have no reason to do so because they found themselves inside this circle for the time being. They can look to play things a little bit slower, but with Nova occupying the top ground, it seems more likely than not that Sem9 might have to push onto the more often than not.
More often, we're talking about here Paraboy getting ready. He's definitely getting information, at least in the positions of Yangon Galacticos and probably also the location of 4 rivals because of the vehicles. But it's hard to see them because the position that they are using right now is very smart. They're using the terrains, right? And I know this is quite a few slopes and areas where they can just hide onto, and it's impossible for teams to actually hit them on that particular area. So it's a smart place to be in, and especially coming into circles like this, it's pretty much you have to know the terrains very well. Like, you know, the places that even LGD is choosing.
Yep.
I mean, the only angle that can reach him is only from the sides, yeah, but he is making it, trying to keep a close counter of that. But Sem9 managed to get into the circle. Although they are one of the last few teams to get into the main circle, they're going to try to play it by the back.
Yeah, but they have to go uphill. It's going to be a hard push for them, I would imagine so. But let's take a look at GD right now, losing 1 member. Still very, very formidable at this point. 3-man can do damage as they speak, but if he crashes onto Alter Ego without knowing first who resides on the inside, surely he saw a glimpse of them by the window. That's why they're moving on backwards. And with that nade, that would confirm the position of Alter Ego. And now they have to make the decision, the executive decision, to whether to push in, force the issue, or find another way in to rotate.
Yep. Trying to find a way to rotate here. Pretty much stuck. Some of the teams trying to take control over Servany, but we all know even though you have a compound, especially coming into circles like this, there are still vantage points available. Hence, they can't pop their head anytime. You know, it's going to be vulnerable, compromising, showing off exactly or giving that information towards teams, and exactly what D Xavier is doing, something smart here, just holding on to the grounds. Although they can do a little bit of the peak, they're not going to release any form of trigger at all. But all of a sudden, Now Nova will have to go head-to-head with FaZe Clan, and this is going to be a knock on the door for 4 Rivals. They are very close to one another. You can see there's a stage here, and in fact, 4 Rivals giving a shot over to SMG elsewhere, and that's quite a great distance here. If you were to look into the mini-map, or you can say the big map right now, they have been seeing one another and confirmed the kill, but it's not from 4 Rivals. It was a kill still, in fact, from another team that decides to see that knockdown. But as we wait for the build-up for the fight to happen over in these areas, they are still waiting for a lot of the times to, see one another. This is still quite a big of a circle, and if they get to see one another, they are just going to dodge the bullet away.
Dodging bullets. That sounds almost impossible, but that's exactly what's happening for Infinity, who's trying their best to dodge the entire skirmish here. Decides to just book a ticket out of there. They've lost too many as it is. God Tuny is down for the count. They will instead rotate to the next compound accessible towards them. Find their way and shelter in there, but Newsy gets stuck a little bit though. Allen will secure a single head count onto Newsy himself. That is one of the MVP coming from the side of the Infinity, so they have to try and make it work. They have to go in with the revive.
Yep, coming in with the revive here, tapping on towards Logan now. Spotting on towards GIDS in the compound, battling it out with the people that is currently on the outskirts, shooting straight on towards the areas of Infinity, back towards, and you know what, GIDS is ready for a fight, and they are going to build it out. They're going to try and cook some grenades, tossing it over the compound where they have confirmed the fact that Infinity is there, but not taking a single bit of the damage yet. They are still being okay, no problem. They're going to try and stay as long as it takes in order for GIDS to throw whatever troubles they've got in the bag to make the entire team being into the lobby, because we can see they are tanking a little bit by bit, not a single one of them getting that knock. But looking into another side of the circle right now, Eagles have a very good place to be in, and this is quite a great distance here, looking into Bacon Time versus a few of the teams on the other side here, and now pushing it back into Infinity, and they got themselves the knock, and this is an assisted fire from the Savior.
Yeah, GD now falling 1 member is down, trying to push it aggressively onto the Infinity. Unfortunately, did not pan out the way they wanted to, but Alter Ego watching from afar. Scavengers, as we speak here, waiting to see, oh, he saws one by the stairwell. Surely they look to make the push right now. Jumps onto the back-end side, but GD gets knocked out by Alter Ego. Coming in as a third party. And Infinity, they come in clean, but can they take more? Alter Ego spraying 2 members down. Leaving only 1 more. Even he fell down with.
Wow.
Only 1 member left standing alive. They have to go in with the revive before Alter Ego can close in the gap. But how much time do they have already with the buggy? Drives on in. Alter Ego all surrounded the side of Infinity here, who's trying to go in with the heal. The spray is there. They're coming in from the flank side backline. Can they play this one out though? It's Newsy up against the rest of the teams of Alter Ego. He will not trade one behind the car. And this is looking grim. The Infinity will go out into the lobby. 3 eliminations.
That was unfortunate, because they got themselves a fight and they got third partied from another angle. And how did we expect that? It was from the lurks or the ages of the church. That was a clever play there by Alter Ego, waiting for the right time. And now LGD here, still coming on towards the perimeters of shooting range. Apparently, a few of the teams have to be situated over here where, a lot of the teams have already settled down. And it's going to be quite impossible for them to spot one another out unless somebody has a good vantage point, and right now I don't think that vantage point is in their circle, so it's going to be quite impossible for them to actually push one another, at least from that particular point. Looking to FaZe Clan, they are the teams that is scouting right on top of the vantage point. Definitely they are seeing a lot of this, but they are not able to push because they got to leave the extraction out first, which is, there you go, Sam9 has already taken a fight with them, and you know what, they are currently being cordoned off by different angles here. Sam9 Putra getting into Tony K, 1 by 1 goes down. Putra will get that confirm elimination point. They got 7 already.
7 points, that's a lot. Sam9 tying things out with Alter Ego. How many members do they still have for Sam9? 3 still, if they can go in with the revive onto Lord Harm, but it doesn't seem like they would, as Lord Harm gets taken out, confirmed into the grave by FaZe Clan themselves. Depp now has got eyes A member of FaZe right behind the tree lines. He spots out with the scopes. And they look to make something happen. Info has been transmitted on the side of Putra. Putra can come in from the top side fire, but we will zoom out and take a look at the mess that is this battlefield itself. Yangon Galacticos trying to play it passive as they may, hiding down, but it is Bacon Time who is slowly crawling into their chambers here. Bacon Time primes the nade up. Barry goes in, take out one member, 4 rivals.
4 rivals going down one by one. Grenade is being prepped here, but Sando being the third party of Bacon Time and now eliminated somehow. On the top is Sam9. Again, this place is over-compromised for Pumburu and his friends. He is going to try and take the fight one by one, but with FPP mode on, Sando again trying to keep quiet first. Initially was pushing the trouble and fire on towards that. Bacon Time getting a trade here. LGD being a third party by the two teams that are having a fight over under the perimeters. There we go, pushing onto one another, but just like that, they fall into like a domino.
Domino is a fact. One fall, we all fall. Divided, we conquer, they say, but Bacon Time is now eliminated. So as much of the efforts that they try to push on in, they will be denied yet again. Another chicken dinner, but LGD, now they have the dominating status with the 5 kills into the hand. Still all 4 members up and ready to do damage within this crowd right here. And the current contestants, it's gonna be DX, Alter Ego, also with 7 kills on their hands already. They're looking to do damage this round. And SMG, can they clean things up and claim their 3rd ever chicken dinner for the day?
Oh my god, I don't want to be the one of the teams here. It's so hard, kids. Look into this. Like, nobody can just pop their head. The moment they do that, it's so vulnerable for everyone. Because especially FaZe Clan, having that vantage point, they can be, you know what, let's focus into this team. They can just pick on fights here. But D Xavier having the most safest place to be in. They can choose on which one to go on first. And looking into it, Alter Ego thought that was a safe position to be. But hey, surprise, surprise, from the back here, D Xavier will disturb the peace for Alter Ego. Now, Lamborghini, again, being the last few teams to come in, again, I would say this is a tactic working for D Xavier, at least for a comeback. They are waiting for the right time to push in. And there you go. Because of this, they get themselves a little bit of the time to reset, trying to still spray on towards areas on Alter Ego, but that will not return any of that damage at all.
DX have to be careful, though. The smokes that that DX was playing behind with is now timed out. Now Alter Ego has got clear sights, clear vision onto the rest of the member of DX. Here they are, playing by the edge. Alter Ego, they are gambling it all onto the last 3 members, and they've done so well so far. 7 eliminations, LGD with 6, and all members still left alive, looking very plausible towards that chicken dinner. And it's all thanks to this new composition, including CC.
Including CC. CC the man. Have yet to see him taking the MVP as compared to when he plays in China. He always gets the MVP, but at least we're going to save that for later. Hopefully he will come into one of the MVPs by looking to BR11. Again, these are the people who gets the most information right now. They are getting themselves comfortable down here. That's the reason why they are able to reset. They have nothing to bother, at least people from the back here. Even though we have one player at the side of FaZe Clan right now, which is a player from LGD, but they are playing it really wisely, being very cool with the timing. They know when to push. This is not the right time to push. They're going to chill out a little bit. But out of a sudden, looking into Alter Ego, 7 elimination points. Wow, that's definitely something that we didn't see coming from them, because they managed to get that surprise visit from Infinity, or let's just say they gave Infinity a surprise by the Regis earlier.
I don't think it's much of a surprise if it's coming in to hurt you in the process, and so it's more of a bad news if you ask me. Meanwhile, Alter Ego still playing their way. They're in the circle, but it looks like they've got the bad part of the circle here. And meanwhile, same can be said about Nova as they take a nade onto 2 members. They drop like flies, and now they might as well just be burned in the process. It's all deployed, Molotovs and a nade, and they're going in with the pickup. So thankfully for them, they might still live to fight for a better placing. But how long as more nades get its thoughts thin? They're going in with the straight pawn push here. It's D Xavier trying to run in. Rabbit, as it seems, they're going to go in with the entry spot here, but comes in from the back line. Lamborghini with the drop shot will take one down. Funnel, they will be through the doorway, but it is the Xavier themselves who will eliminate one of the China giants. That is Nova.
There you go. That's what you get for being patient, you know, coming out from that secure area, and they build up the game. They know exactly how to play with this circle. It says a lot about the knowledge of that team itself. Alter Ego is another team that decides to come by the perimeters, one of the last few teams to come in, and now having their sights onto SMG, and SMG has not a single cover as compared to how the other team managed to get a few covers by the regions here. But 4 rivals being eliminated by LGD, if I'm not mistaken. They are very close to one another. They are by the perimeters, no chance for them to come in. And this is where the fight begins between Eagle versus LGD.
Eagles and LGDs right here. Just see who's going to stand on top here. LGD has definitely got more to lose, seeing as though they're on a great streak. But right now, dropping like flies, and that is them eliminated. LGD, 6 eliminations, and just like that, they drop all members. And now Yangon Galacticos is looking like the next victim here. Already got 4 kills already in their name. They have 1 more to play around with. But now the tides have shifted, and now Alter Ego and DX looking like the next victor.
Oh no, but Yangon, again, timing plays a big part. Marnet was at the longest at the back, but he had somebody to play a big role for that. And dominating out of her sudden, Yangon Galacticos coming from the sides here, taking the control of the entire angle, coming from the south area of the current circle. They are still alive with 1 player in, similar to FaZe Clan. Now on the advantage is actually Dingo Savior. 4 men still alive with 7 elimination points. And they're going to play it smart. They're going to build up the game because they are in the center of the circle.
Center of the circle. They said that is the eye of the storm, the most violent places to be. And it is going to hold true for itself, as now Xavier finds themselves looking 360, having to deal with the rest of the teams that are lurking all around them. Do they have enough of the manpower? They do. They have maximum manpower to guard every potential angle that they may come from.
Yeah, there you go. The angles that we're talking about, they have a little bit of the cleave or the small pop-up hill that we're talking about. That's going to give them the leverage, some time to actually build up the extractions here. Although we are seeing 1 person from Boom, and this is coming from the shelter below where the Savior is at. So this is going to give him some time to play for survival points. There's no chance or no point to push in. That's pretty smart of Boom to come in straight. But Yangon Galacticos still being domineering, taking control of informations that they've got from the side here. D-Savior, though, coming forward to find Alter Ego. Such boldness coming from Lamborghini with the jump punch here, trying to disguise his movements from their rakes. Yeah, and there you go. The push has happened. Buggy has been pushed around the areas of Alter Ego and sprays right in the minute, seeing that Rabbits trying to do a road kill and managed to get 1 in the back. Easy peasy, just like that.
And now Chua is up next, just shooting down onto Rabbits, but not seemingly connecting the dots here. He will trade that one out. Only Namshin from Eagle Esports left to play it out, but Boom, they have the ace in a hold. It's Risey playing on the inside, downstairs, but with that hit marker, I think Xavier already know that there's a member of Boom on the downside. The spray comes in, that would confirm the rest of Eagle Esports into the lobby, into the graveyard, and it is left with Boom to try and make the difference here. The nade gets tossed out, clipped onto 2. That's a painful hit, but they have all 4 members, and Riz is just trying to run back in with the shotgun. It is Xavier who comes out on top. The champions from the 31st SEA Games Vietnam now looking to claw their way back to the same status. It is Xavier with that final chicken dinner of the day.
You know what, Keith? We had the caster's curse not being a curse anymore. Remember what we said earlier? It's probably a Vietnam day. We got Yangon. I mean,
that's
the
Myanmar.
regions, yeah, the regions, around the areas. But then we've got D-Savior that came back. You know, they were the champions. So today, not really a Thailand day.
Well, it isn't, that's for sure. But I wouldn't go as far as to say it's a Vietnam Day, though.
Yeah, I mean, you're right.
It's double
a different
Myanmar, one Indonesia,
Yeah.
and double China.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe I got that wrong. Man, my geography field. I nearly got that pun.
It's okay, in case you missed that one out, don't remember what the mistakes, since Jenny said. Remember instead the match that went on. In case you missed it, here are the highlights.
Yeah, the highlights. There you go. This is the part where Alter Ego got their confidence. You know, he was farming just by doing the shot. He was like, you know what? If this guy had an M249, he would probably just go all the way, getting wipes after wipes just by that window of wisdom, I would call it, or a gate to Narnia. But yeah, I managed to get a lot of eliminations just by that window. And there you go. This is where the Xavier got smart when they know to play the circle very well, coming in very at the last moments when they come to scoop every of these teams up while they have their own fights elsewhere. And Yangon Galacticos also being one of the pinnacle points here when they actually built up the game, coming in at the last few moments.
The last few moments, those are the moments that counts for them. As you can see, the Xavier, they just come on in, ram one over, one after another, and they don't miss the shot. Although Rebus was getting shot on beforehand, it was him who turned it around and wiped off the entirety of Eagle Esports. And well, Boom was set for, you know, they were okay with second place from the get-go. There was not much they could have done. And this is the best out of the bad situation for Boom Esports. I don't think they're sad about how it turned out, but this is the teams to focus here in this match. At the Xavier moving the most tremendous amount, over 11,000 meters.
You're right. I mean, initially where they decide to be in, where it's quite a great distance for them to actually climb back up, including Alter Ego, who had a great movement from where they were. But here we go. This is the final, or let's just say the match ranking for now, where the Xavier getting themselves 13 eliminations, Alter Ego at number 2 with 11 eliminations, total of 15. Eagles at number 3, Yangon Galacticos number 4, Sam9 number 5, number 6 is LGD, Boom at number 7, FaZe Clan 8, number 9 Infinity, number 10 is SMG, Bacon Time 11, 4 Rivals 12, 13 is Nova, number 14 GIDS, number 15 BN, and last but not least, who was the team? Just went off like that. But you know what?
Where's the team?
You guys fill in the blanks for me.
Yep. Anyways, here is the player of the match here. I feel like I'm about to cough, but but here it is. Alter Ego 56 Pawn Bet 5 Axe. Whatever inspired him the name, I guess that gave him the MVP. 5 eliminations, 930 damage, and about 30% team contribution, so that's not too shabby himself. But here are your eliminators / terminators of day number 3, with Newsy coming in at 37 kills, Infinity Mela at 32, and MVM from LGD at 27.
Yeah, and still being the leader of them all. Infinity, not just by showing the points, but the players who made it possible. It is by Amila and Nuzi, and still FMVP race. It's still up and running, and it's going to be Nuzi right now with 37 eliminations. But FMVP points, it's at least about 0.4 difference as compared to Noise, Mila, MVM, and Aung Style.
Yeah, that's a huge difference, to be honest. That 0.4 is not easy to earn, especially when we're talking about MVP points. But it is LGD's MVM who looks like he belongs in a K-pop video right now, to be honest.
Yeah.
Pretty boy up across the screen here. Now we've got 2 from Thailand, 2 from China, it seems, representing the board. So it is heavily onto the side of that we would have expected. But here are the top performers for the total winner chicken dinner, with Indonesia bringing home 3 total chicken dinner, Vietnam with 3, Myanmar with 3 of their own. So Myanmar single-handedly with 1 Yangon Galacticos brought in majority of the numbers for Myanmar. Actually, all
of them was from Yangon Galacticos. Total eliminations, we're not surprised, it's coming from Thailand, mostly contributed by Infinity. And then we got China team with 177 and ID at number 3. Again, it just decides to on me. But here we go, looking into overall rankings. Again, still being very comfortable on top is Infinity and Beyond. It's called in some of the movies, you know, Infinity and Beyond.
I get it. I'm a Toy Story kind of guy. I got the Buzz Lightyear reference. But yes, the Infinity is beyond, leaps and bounds beyond their competitions here. Now drawing still, I think, at about 20 points. So it's not really leaps and bounds beyond because Nova did close in a little bit. But now they are about 20 points apart. Meanwhile, Bacon Time still steadily, at least the top 5 is steady on their way. They're going in tomorrow with at least more confidence, a bit more comfortable knowing that they've bridged the differences to inching closer and closer. But right now in Infinity, he's got one game ahead the rest. And tomorrow is going to be a make or break whether or not they hold the number 1 spot.
You're right, because it's the last day for them to perform, and 6,000 USD is up for grabs if you are going to go for number 1, and looks like Infinity is not going to play it nice. I mean, today when they are not really in their A game, they are still comfortably on top. Nobody actually managed to cut through them or pass through, maybe got themselves nearer, but at the same time, Infinity is still picking up a little bit of the points here. So if they manage to go into the A games, bringing their A game, they would definitely push up the notch all the way up. But you know what? An interview is ready for us. Who is on the line?
Well, let's find out.
Let's find out. Let's see who is there with us. Hi Jason, how are you?
Hello.
Hi.
Good.
You're good. Okay, so as per
Yep.
normal, we're gonna ask you questions, okay? So I've got 3 questions for you today. So first question, which team is a challenge for Sem9?
I mean, I could say, in general, I think every team would be a challenge because this is like our first. After so long, we came back into the international stage and, fighting alongside with all these teams from Southeast Asia, especially from the region of China. They're pretty good. So, I think everyone is a challenge in our way, I guess.
Okay, so just to echo on that, right? Like generally, that was a general blanket statement. So I want to know again another general blanket statement for this next question, and that is I want to know because Sem9 has got a rich heritage in PUBG Mobile. They've been around for the longest of time. What is the most noticeable difference between the different levels of leagues that they play? Like one in the PMPL, MYSGPH, then playing in the C League, and playing in the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. What difference? What's the most noticeable difference? Kind of, if you could explain that to us, a viewer from the outside.
I can say if I were on the standpoint of from the viewers from the outside, I could say first off is definitely playstyle. Playstyle is way different because like MYSGPH we're more towards like from what other people say more towards firepower. We have good firepower, but in the sense of like adaptation strategies, definitely I think the other regions have like much more experience and knowledge because they play in a different way where sometimes it's an eye-opener to see a lot of new things being being showed out by all these teams, especially from Thailand and also from China and also from the other regions as well, Indonesia and Vietnam and etc. But overall I think it's sort of way like it's too much surprises, so it's like it's an eye-opener to see like all these strategies and being even I'm super impressed at how like these teams use throwables in a sense, so it's like quite an eye-opener.
Nice one. Okay, Jason, a question. I know you are the manager, but if you have a choice for PMRC, is it survival or elimination that is harder?
I would definitely say it's give or take. I think it's both. Because with survival, I think most of the teams that over here are pretty aggressive. even like especially Infinity, you know, they are a super aggressive team, including FaZe Clan as well. These two teams are like very aggressive. So I think survival wise, it would be depending on circle. I guess if the circle shifts too far away, we have to rotate in a certain manner. It would be a little bit too far away. Sometimes we might get caught off guard by teams that are holding down already on the circle. And from the way I see, I think it's like both. It's like we can't really do both.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear.
So I understand. So we can conclude that you know it's all circumstantial.
Yeah.
I guess sometimes the best defense is offense as well. So
Right.
yeah, like you said, if they're going aggressive, if you want to survive, you have to match up with the aggro. Thank you so much, Jason from Sam9, sharing us a little bit of insight within the team. We will be cheering you on as you go on for the last day tomorrow in the next 5 match. All right. Don't forget to win.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pretty nice guy,
Yeah.
detailed, very insightful, and I think that we needed to hear that, right? As someone coming in from the PMPL MYSEPH region, the fact that he acknowledged that we're good in the firepower, but in other aspects, we need to learn from the other teams. Like throwables, I think that is one that I noticed when I went over to PEL once in 2019. The way China plays with their throwables is insane. They never miss a mark somehow. And for him to bring that one up it's reminiscent on how scary that teams from that region can be.
Yeah, definitely. We did see a lot of that happening. But you know what? This is a recap of what happened here. And looking into the flight route, we know it starts all the way from Zarki and ends in Milta Power. So these top 4 teams, again, rotation-wise, I would say it's actually all over the place because we all know that Eagles didn't really have to budge so much. It kind of stayed around the area. I was quite surprised that they didn't get to bring home the chicken dinner. But then again, looking into how Xavier has plotted out on how they're going to win this, it's pretty obvious that, hey, we're going to try and build up the game from the side. So I think that's how they won the chicken.
I mean, this has always been their drop spot, so nothing's changed. They just played according to game plan. But look at that. They've come in close contact with some of the top 4 teams as well. That was Boom. And they played it from the southern side entrance, actually. Southeastern side of the entire map, which would be usually the worst place to put a bet on, right? Because you know it's going to close and you'll have to get past through river. But in this sense, it worked out for them because all the other teams who has occupied onto the northern end started gunning each other down before it began.
Yeah, trying to see that, and there you go. We are seeing how they actually pick up the spots. Alter Ego actually has a lot of threshold because they had to go through a whole lot of teams by then, you know, coming into Cerveny and then somehow surviving it. Because of that leverage or the window of wisdom, I would call it, they managed to, like, you know, make the entire compound empty for Alter Ego. That's the reason why they managed to survive. The only team coming out from Cerveny, swiping clean all over and coming from the bottom here, looking into the lower grounds. But Xavier, again, this is a very good place for them to be in. And then Boom, of course, he can't go anywhere. I mean, he's in the shelter. He's pretty much stuck, not enough manpower, and the only thing that can help him is actually a grenade. And it's only, you know, knowing that is only time to go for it. He's going to get chased by a bullet, and true enough, that was how it ended. You know, by one person from Xavier had to just gun him down with a DBS.
Yeah, but I mean that Rabbies could have traded his health in that process, but it's also with good mechanics from these players themselves. They traded it back, wiped off the entire Eagle Esports. Surely the Eagle Esports was bound to go down nevertheless anyway, but if they got that shot onto Rabis, they could even transfer that spray onto another member, then maybe Xavier would have played with only 2 members when they're pushing down into Boom, and that is a very winnable fight for Boom, as he got a great nade prodded onto the 2 members there. So there's a lot of speculations that can be made, but it's been quite the long day. It was the only day with a show match here for the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash 2022. We're getting tired. You've got the finals happening tomorrow, the last 5 games for the team to solidify themselves at #1. Will Infinity stay on top? Will Nova finally takes on over? That will all happen tomorrow. In the meantime, this is Sis Jenny. Go follow her on her on her IG at for sure Jenny. I'm Keith, and we'll see you. She'll see you bright and early tomorrow evening, I guess.
And thank you so much, Keith, for sharing with us today, because we are not going to see Keith. We're gonna miss him, and he will be back. I'm very sure.
I will disappear.
No, he won't.
I will disappear.
Yeah. So thank you guys for being here with us. We'll see you tomorrow for the finals, and have a good rest. Stay safe and be happy.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.